We good to go, Amanda? All right, we're good to go. Welcome or good morning, everyone. This is the Lessard-Sams Outdoor Heritage Council meeting on September 13th. Sorry for the slight technical delay there, but I think we're good to go. I'll call the meeting to order. Ron, I thank you for filling in for me yesterday. Reports where you did a really admirable job.
It's a difficult job.
It is. First order of business this morning is to approve the agenda. Oh, we need to do a roll call vote. I'm sorry. That is not the first order of business. First order is Amanda's realm.
Mr. Chair, members, this is a roll call attendance. Hartwell.
I'm here.
Hartwell present. Shara.
I'm here.
Shara present. Senator Dibble.
Here.
Dibble present. Eklund.
Here.
Eklund present. Edmondson.
Here.
Edmondson present. Eggerling. Representative Heinzman. Holston.
Here.
Holston present. Senator Lang. Peters. Here. Peters present. Saxhog.
Here.
Saxhog present. Swenson.
Here.
Swenson present. Eggerling. Representative Heinzman. Senator Lang. Mr. Chair, we have a quorum.
Great. Thank you, Amanda. Any additional conflicts to report today from anyone? We have the two from yesterday that still stand. All right. I have very few comments other than just to thank everyone for their attention yesterday. I heard some of the last little bit of discussion you had about the proposals and was glad to see that take place and think it's really healthy for us to have those discussions. I'll listen to the tape myself to get the full discussion, but appreciate everyone's attention and interest. And apologies to Jamie for her slight vehicle mishap in the parking lot. I hope everyone parked in the ramp today. It's probably a wise thing. I have nothing else unless there are any questions or issues anyone would like to bring up before we get going with the hearings today. Not seeing any, we'll move right on to the hearings. The first is HRE 01 Southeast and Metro Trout Stream Habitat Enhancement. That's the better seat, John, on the far left for you.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yep.
I was hoping I'd get that cool echo thing, kind of like you hear at the concert sometime. Glad to see that fixed. Mr. Chair, members of the council, my name is John Lancheski. I'm with Minnesota Trout Unlimited, been a member for more than 30 years. I'm the executive director for the last dozen or so. I just want to briefly introduce Minnesota Trout Unlimited. For those of you who don't know, we're a grassroots conservation organization with several thousand members in the state and 5 chapters. And we've been an organization since 1959, doing habitat work in Minnesota for several decades. Our mission is to protect, restore, and sustain cold water fisheries and their watersheds. And of course, cold water fisheries means trout, salmon, steelhead. And so in the last dozen or so years, in partnership with you, we've done a lot of great habitat work. Our track record shows we meet or exceed our target acres in each grant round. And so I want to thank you for that partnership. Thank you for the opportunity to be here. And then also thank you again for those of you who could make the tour at Weisel Creek this summer. I think that was great chance for you to see what one of these projects looks like, since I don't think the council's actually been on a southeastern trout stream since 2009. So it's great that many of you could make it, and thank you. So our proposal this year focuses primarily on the southeast, and that's because it remains the most productive area of the state. Has lots of groundwater, very productive fisheries. It's very popular with anglers, and it's becoming more so. And so it's as a result, it's getting harder to find places where there's both public access and good habitat. So we propose to restore badly degraded habitat where we already have existing public access. So there's no acquisitions in our proposal. This is strictly habitat enhancement work. So we'll have, you've seen the proposal. We have 6 full-scale projects in the southeast, as well as one on Eagle Creek in the metro. And then a last segment on Keene Creek in Duluth. So there's these 8 large-scale projects, full-scale projects, and then a number of smaller ones we're seeking funding for as well, for a total of 16 miles of habitat work. And these projects have diverse benefits. Obviously, there's trout habitat benefits, which is our focus, but there's immense amount of non-game habitat improved in the process, whether that be for aquatic invertebrates or other fish, amphibians, reptiles, birds, terrestrial critters, pollinators. You'll recall Weisel Creek, we had documented over 50 species of birds, including several sensitive species or threatened species that utilize that completed project corridor. There's also clean water benefits as we essentially halt erosion and the sedimentation that results. And then we're building in climate resilience through these projects by increasing their capacity to handle large rainfall events. So I mentioned the Weisel Creek example. For those of you who could, I provided a handout on site, but then also had one mailed to each of you, because I think the pictures really it's kind of hard to describe even in our descriptions or in words, like what these projects really do. And if you were there, or if you look at those pictures, you'll see we really, address these eroding banks. We opened up the floodplain, installed lots of great in-stream cover, essentially halted erosion, and then the smothering effects of sedimentation downstream. And in instances, we'll correct problems with the stream pattern. So you may recall in that handout, there were a couple of before and after drone pictures where you can see that we've restored some riffles, corrected the pattern, stabilized and made really enhanced these 2 large pools. But we correct that pattern so that then the stream is self-maintaining going forward. We can put in the habitat, but the stream, it has to be done right so that the stream will maintain that habitat, maintain those scoured pools. So you recall in Weisel Creek in that project site, we created 24 new or deepened pools over the length of that project. And that's been 3 years now, and the stream is maintaining those deep pools, and actually they're getting deeper. So that's the goal of these projects. Our written proposal, discusses how we select priority sites with the DNR, our individual project description attachment that describes each of those projects in detail. And so I just want to say a word, because we never really talked about the process for designing and permitting one of these projects, because it's a long process. And so it begins with several surveys: a geomorphological survey, wetland surveys, natural heritage, and through the permitting process, we'll have to go through an archaeological survey. But we get some of that as background, and then there's several design walks with DNR experts and our own hired team of experts. And so we use the survey data, we walk through and discuss and debate the best way to make the most habitat on one of these streams, and then we get a draft and we go back and do that again. It might happen a 3rd time. And then comes the long permitting process. And I'll just say in general, depending on DNR availability, takes about 2 years even with you start with a good plan of what you want to do, the design and permitting can take about 2 years. And then we have typically a very narrow construction window. So on the North Shore, that's July 1st to November 15th. And we found that it's best if you can't complete the project by that narrow window, it's best not to start that season. So in some instances, if we don't think we can finish it by September 15th, or there's a hinge in the delay in the permitting that prevents that, it's best to start it next spring. So for example, we've got 4 fish barrier projects to do, and the Manitou and Baptism watershed, those are funded by phase 12. We couldn't do them this year, so they're all set for next summer. Same is true with phase 8. We have, or phase 11, we have 4 or 5 really large scale projects that will all happen next summer. So, but these are construction projects. They're a boon to the community, but really the trout angling is the, and the habitat benefits are the boon to anglers and citizens. Don't know how much time I have. So, you know, again, I've provided that description of each project. I'm happy to answer questions. I'll just highlight one of the projects, I guess. So the South Branch of the Root in Lanesboro, if you've been to Lanesboro, beautiful town, very picturesque. It actually has a pretty good trout stream that flows right through it. But interestingly, there's not many people fishing it because you can't get at the stream. It's got steep eroding banks. It has box elder, tangled mess. And so most people can't get at the stream except in a couple of spots. And actually the habitat isn't that great. So the city came to us and asked us, you know, having seen like the Weisel Creek project and a big project in the city of Preston, asked us, hey, can you please work on our stream? They recognize the benefit to the community, have actually accessible, good habitat. So for those of you who don't know, trout angling is booming in the state, especially in the Southeast. More Minnesotans fish for trout than hunt for pheasants. More Minnesotans fish for trout than are duck hunters. So it's a big recreational part of our culture. There are no natural lakes in southeastern Minnesota. So fishing largely means stream fishing, and that largely means trout fishing. So pressure has doubled or tripled in the last 5 years. And as a result, there's a shortage of places that have public access and have good habitat. So in Lanesboro, we'll do sort of the typical type of project. We're actually going to be building out these low floodplain benches with lots of habitat in them and sloping, removing dirt, freeing up floodplain access. We'll be removing those box elders and planting native grasses and forbs and perhaps later trees. And so that will, will create in-stream habitat, and the net effect will be good in-stream habitat, better flood resilience, and actually the side effect is that the anglers, the public will actually be able to get on the river and enjoy it. So that's why the city came to us. They're all behind it, and so I think I've used my 10 minutes of discussion time. I'll take your questions, but thank you for the opportunity this morning.
Great. Tom?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. John, congratulations on some great projects that I've seen since I've been on this particular council. And I have relatives who fish both Southeast and the North Shore. This is a dumb Minnesota walleye fisherman sitting here, but I am wondering, is in the streams around Minnesota, is there such a thing as trout up north or north of the divide? Are there trout in any of those rivers or streams?
Mr. Chair, Council Member Saxog, absolutely there are. You're talking in the Rainy River Basin, or there are a few scattered in central Minnesota. And actually a lot of them are in pretty good shape. But But yes, in that kind of gravel marine area, there's a few little ones by Grand Rapids.
Yeah.
There are a few, they're quite small and,
Brook trout.
largely brook trout, yeah,
Oh,
absolutely, native brook trout.
Thank you.
Other questions? Ron?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. John, I would echo Tom's congratulations for all the years of Trout Unlimited work. But I wanted to maybe update our council members. Just a few years ago, it wasn't 2009, just a few years ago, people came here very critical to testify, very critical of the kind of work you and DNR was doing down there. So as a result, a few of us, council members, and Mark Johnson included, went down to see what all the hubbub was about. One side blamed the other, so to speak, but there was using wood versus rock, et cetera, et cetera. I won't go into it, but it's all kind of gone away now, the criticism or the hoopla. Can you bring us up to date on where that's at? And did DNR change their way of operating with you people, or what happened?
Mr. Chair, Councilmember Shara, things have changed. We've actually changed our methods a little bit. DNR has, quite frankly, one of the challenges was this debate about how much rock. And some had the view, well, we shouldn't use rock. And we actually got a lot of pushback from the DNR permitting people who didn't want to see rock used. And others had opinions on that. And quite frankly, it was a mistake to try and reduce that too much because of the soils there. You need some rock at the toe to hold the slope. And so we had pulled back from that a little bit under, this pressure, and we found out that was a mistake. And so we returned to proven methods. And with that, I'd say the criticism has abated. I think our projects are better than ever. And some of I think I sent a picture to the staff. We had one of the vocal critics in the area. Actually, he showed up in some pictures fishing some of these projects that he, on the surface, thought, hey, they're not using rock or it's not done well. And we know that this individual loves these projects and is fishing them quite a bit. So I think somewhat is, if we do a project well, it's not always obvious what we've done. And that's actually the sign of a really good project. If you use the necessary rock and you sort of do it with bigger things on the bottom and you get the soil and the grasses in there, and pretty soon people don't even appreciate that we worked on that bank. You give it 3-4 years and it's hard to tell. And but it's 3-4 years where it's holding up to the floods we get. And we've extended our kind of warranty period to 3 years after the installation year. And that sort of timely maintenance on the inevitable settling and reseeding has really made a difference. So that's the long-winded answer to say, we're not hearing that criticism. If there's still some out there, it's kind of misplaced grumbling, but we're not really hearing it. DNR did a creel a couple of years ago during the COVID era, and they said uniformly they saw lots of anglers and everybody was thrilled with the project work. So I think where we got away from what we knew how we should be doing, we've returned to that. I think the projects are actually better. The science is better, and we're doing better design all around. So, but thanks, thank you for your, I'll say your involvement really helped us to get some movement, say with the permitting folks and some of that. So, thank you.
Jamie?
Thank you. And thank you for the tour this year. It was great to see the projects and to see the shocking and see what's actually in the stream. Just a question on the scope of this project being Southeast and Metro. I see the Keene Creek in St. Louis County is in there. I don't see the breakdown of costs. Can you tell us a little bit more about the history of why that's included with this proposal, and then what the breakdown is for costs on that project specifically?
Mr. Chair, Council Member. Yeah, thank you. So we did slip that one in. It didn't fit well in the title, but we've been working on Keene Creek a few years now. And actually the previous proposal included dollars for the design of that project. But we had to cut the funding out, as part of the reduction process. So the design is going forward. We're looking for the construction budget. I would need to dig a little bit to see what that looks like on Keene Creek. See if I've got it here. I think the total, construction budget for that, I believe would be about 350,000. And that is the segment that's actually right down near where the interstate comes down through Duluth. It's amazing. There's actually, if you had good habitat there, the water quality is there. That would have a native brook trout fishery right there. And that's our intent, to create some fishing right there in the neighborhood, which would be great. But thank you.
Go ahead.
Thank you for that. And you mentioned that the project is scalable. I'd assume that it would just be, the money would be allocated to the projects that you could do based on the amount that's received. Would this one go forward? Is it one of the top projects that you would go forward with, or would this one end up getting cut?
Mr. Chair, council member, yeah, I mean, it's an important one to us. I mean, certainly as the design goes forward, our intention is to actually build the project. So it would be a priority. I mean, we don't know if we'll succeed at getting any funding. On a statewide basis, we'd like to do something in the Southeast as well as the project in Duluth. So I can't promise this would absolutely be the one unless the council felt strongly, please make sure you build that Keene Creek project. But it is high on our list precisely because it's sort of, filling in the pieces. We've done a lot of work upstream, and this is the natural progression down into the neighborhood.
Any other questions? Dudley.
Yeah, I'm looking at previous fund requests here, OHF funds, and just, at least from what I'm looking at here, it looks like you have quite a bit of funds left over from previous, and I was just wondering if you could explain. Looks like maybe from 2017 to present day, seems like you haven't spent a lot of the funds that you've requested, and I was just wondering if you had anything to say about that.
Mr. Chair and council member, yeah, I actually looked at that chart too and was kind of surprised that's what it sort of looks like as far as, percentage of money spent. It kind of goes back to what I said about the life cycle of a project. I don't want to use the 5-letter word about what things have been like the last couple of years, but there's been some delays. But I will say that we do expect that we will, as I mentioned, we've got at least 4 of those fish barrier passage projects in round 12 that are about to go. We've got pretty much all those phase 11 projects ready to go. So while we haven't been reporting we've kind of focused on what we've sought reimbursement for, but we do think that we will use, as we have in the past, we will get all those projects done. But I did notice that as well. And, again, that, we are on track to get all those done. But again, the later grants have been different parts of the state. That's why we're kind of focused. We will be using up all the funds we have for Southeast projects. That's where we're looking for more for that as well.
Yeah, I was just going to say, I'm thinking about the urgency piece, and like, for instance, in 2020, the 1.4 million you got, you've only spent $50,000. So at least according to the sheet I'm looking at. And so I think about the urgency piece and whether it's really urgent that you get funds on this cycle or not.
Mr. Chair and council member, and it goes to that lead up time I talked about for the planning, the design, the permitting takes some time. And so if we wait, a couple of years to seek it, what will happen is we'll have a gap where we'll be doing no projects for a couple of years as we go through that process. So if we begin the design and permitting process, then we can just roll with the actual implementation.
Okay.
Great, thank you, John.
Thank you.
Next is HREO 2, Lake Nakoma Shoreline Enhancements for Turtles and Pollinators. Go ahead.
Thank you, Chair Hartwell. Thank you, council members. My name is Adam Arvidsson. I'm the Director of Strategic Planning for the Minneapolis Park and Recreation Board. Joining me today is Marilyn Polscher, who works in our environmental management group. She's going to present a little bit about kind of the showpiece of this project, which is the big turtle on your handout. And we may be joined by John Duzman, who's sitting over there for now. John was the design project manager, construction project manager for our phase 1 project. So if there's any questions about constructability and how this all comes together, John can come to the podium and answer those. I want to begin with a heartfelt thank you to the council for funding this phase 1 of this urban lake restoration project. Phase 1 at Lake Nokomis in South Minneapolis is fully complete and did restore 4,500 linear feet of shoreline that was previously just turf grass with an eroding lake edge, a lot of kind of weedy trees, very little habitat value, situated along a lake that is that has significant habitat value, we think. So doing a project in the urban core like that, we think has increased habitat in the city and also has exposed a lot of people to what a naturalized shoreline can look like, again, right there in our city. On the handout that we did provide, there's some before and after pictures of that phase 1 project. So on the left-hand side, you do see there's basically mown compacted turf grass with an eroding shoreline, and that has been transformed in that phase 1 project. Obviously, these pictures are still new. It's still growing in. It's a recent project, but we've got a much more diverse landscape going on there, a gentler transition between upland and aquatic habitats. We actually were able to preserve mature trees along the shoreline while also still doing some regrading and elimination of the weedy trees. And then the other piece that's interesting about the project that came out of our community engagement, which we consistently do with any kind of project here, is that we actually have designated sort of water access corridors through the naturalized area. So there are a couple of kind of turf strips that are set off by temporary fencing so that people can actually get down to the water for fishing, for wading, for launching a little boat, all the things people do on urban lakes. And that actually protects the native landscape by creating these designated sort of pass-through areas. And I know that they have been heavily used and we haven't seen a lot of trampling in the native areas themselves. What we're here to ask for today and this year is to actually complete the rest of the lake. So we want to go all the way around the rest of Lake Nokomis. That would be an additional 8,500 linear feet or almost 1.5 miles of shoreline restoration. The remainder of Lake Nokomis has some of the same attributes that I've described for the phase 1, except it actually does have severely degraded stone wall that is almost like so buried in the landscape you can't see it. However, it does create a barrier for species that want to move from the water up onto the shoreline, particularly turtles. So when we talk about target species, obviously restoring the native habitat there brings back plants that aren't there now. It brings back likely pollinating insects and also bird species that are sighted in the area, but not frequently at Lake Nokomis. But perhaps most interestingly, we hope to really bring back an opportunity for the spiny soft-shell turtle. And so this project would be, again, a completion of the entire lake area. So Lake Nokomis in South Minneapolis would have a fully restored naturalized shoreline. Despite being a heavily used recreational lake, we think that we can do that. And by providing these access points, as well as the 2 designated beaches on the lake, we think folks can continue to interact with that recreational venue without impacting the natural landscape that we plan to restore too much. But for that, I want to turn it over to Marilyn Polscher, who's going to talk a little bit about the other side of your handout, which is about the spiny softshell turtle and some research that's been going on at the park board. Marilyn.
Hi, so again, my name is Mary Lynn and I'm with Environmental Management. And over the last couple of years, we have been doing a turtle study within the city of Minneapolis, and we've been relying on the public to help us with that. And the point of the study was to really look at turtle diversity and abundance, and also where they are found and what kind of actions they're taking. So both, are they nesting? Are they basking? Are they dead or alive? Because we're also looking for the hot spots within the park system where we have a lot of turtle mortality. And so that in the future, we can change our design specs and change the way we design roadways and crossings for turtles themselves. And so it's been really exciting to have the public involved with this. The first year that we did this, we had over 200 people use the report a turtle function, and we were able to map where we have turtles and species. And there's way more than we thought. And we had a lot of doubters that there were even soft-shell turtles in urban lakes. And I really like John Moriarty, but he was sure we didn't have any smooth shell, soft shell turtles in the city of Minneapolis. And it turns out we actually have quite a few. And he was very excited to hear that as well. And we spent time talking with him and doing a lot of research as well. And his discovery was that when you do turtle enclosures, the turtles will learn to use that for their nesting habitat. And it's actually pretty phenomenal. And there's studies out of New York as well that showed that just even having maybe a space this width, the number of turtles that will find that sandy space and actually, build nests, lay eggs, the exclosure actually keeps, predators out, and you have a higher rate of success for hatchlings. And so that's really exciting. And so last year, for the first time, we did a turtle enclosure at Bede-Makaska, at kind of where the beach had kind of expanded all by itself over at Thomas Spain Beach, and where the lifeguards don't want people anyhow because they want a clear view. So we did a turtle exclosure on part of it, and we had almost immediate success. It was phenomenal to see smooth shells come up on shore and nest. We have photos of, like, here's 3 coming up at once to make their nests. It's really phenomenal. So that was a successful story. And then this past year, we kept it there again. And then we also added one at Lake Harriet, which has also proved successful for soft shell turtles. So it's been really interesting. And at Lake Nokomis, we don't have that kind of shoreline except at the beaches. And so we're super excited to restore the shoreline, get rid of all the hard armory, and for the first time, really deliberately plan spaces for turtles that would be a turtle beach or a turtle shoreline, whatever phrase you would like to use for it, but so that we can specifically serve that wildlife and make it possible for them to be successful at Lake Nokomis. And I can say from earlier this summer, I was actually just south of where John had, for this, 4,000 feet that we had done. I was actually there near stormwater outlet, and one of these smooth shells was coming up out of the water where we had erosion control around a stormwater outlet, was getting ready to dig, couldn't get there, and left. But of course it attracted a crowd. Everybody was there. What is this little dinosaur that's coming up out of the lake? Because they really are charismatic. People are really invested in them. So they're definitely there. And we have this potential to really benefit this species. And also at the same time, they are charismatic. And I do think, as someone who works in environmental, that we have to really raise up that next generation of stewards. And everybody likes turtles. Just interacting with people at the exclosures, it's people of all backgrounds, cultures, language that are really intrigued by turtles. And I think we're offering this phenomenal opportunity both for the turtles and for people to see what's going on, get excited, and be ready for, taking action to do the right thing. So is there anything else that I should say about that? Anyway.
I think that's great. Chair Hartwell will stand for questions from the council.
Great. Are there questions? Ashley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for being here today. I just had a question about the dollar amount. So there are CPL funds available for various projects. So I'm just curious if you could talk a little bit about asking for outdoor heritage fund dollars at this level versus like a CPL level.
Thank you, Chair Hartwell, Councilmember Peters. It's a good question. We have gone after CPL funding, but typically for even smaller projects in our system. So I think the level here, we just felt like at 1.3 million that it sort of rose to the edge of being here at the Lessard-Sams. But if I suppose if we are unsuccessful here, that could be another route we might try.
Just a quick follow-up.
Sure.
Yeah, and you know, mostly looking for information that will help us because, you know, there are only so many dollars available. So just looking for a little bit more on like the urgency of this funding altogether in this project versus split up over a couple of years.
Certainly, Chair Hartwell, Councilmember Peters, I think we gain a lot of efficiency by doing a bigger project at once. So at the park board, we have to do, we follow the city of Minneapolis's purchasing requirements, which means public bidding. We do community engagement often for 6 to 8 months prior to implementing a project. And so being able to do more at once actually brings the linear foot cost down significantly, as well as the staff investment. So I think our project certainly is scalable. We would do a smaller number of square feet, but the price, linear feet, but price per linear foot of shoreline would go up overall. And we would be doing probably some redundant community engagement if we did a bunch of smaller projects year over year. So that's why we are requesting to sort of finish the lake and do it all at once, because we think it's the most efficient for us and for the public.
Dudley? And I did see you before, but Ashley was quicker than you.
Yeah, first, I want to thank you for bringing this project in. To me, this is a rare proposal for the council. Most things have, sport hunting and recreational benefits and components to it. And this is all about wildlife restoration, habitat restoration, and none of that's part of it. So to me, this is unusual, and to me, it's good. But I wanted to ask you about the enclosures, and if you could explain those a little bit in terms of how turtles get in and raccoons don't, and how babies get out. I was just curious.
Sure. Chair and council member. So it's actually like a green snow fencing, and picture like you can be the lake shore and we'll be the beach. And essentially it would be like putting in a perimeter like this, like a U-shaped perimeter that's on the land. And it's really just like channel iron posts that you pound in, and you can put the green fencing all the way around it. We're using green, and the water's edge is actually open. And last year, what we did to keep the geese out was, it seriously took as little as stringing a piece of string across and a couple little shiny pieces of metal just shining down there. And that was enough to keep the geese out, because for us, geese are of course a water quality issue. And so we do have turtles who didn't obey. They didn't know this was specifically for them, and they still nested on the main part of the beach. But turtles actually really do learn that this is the safe space, and that there aren't dogs there. And we had zero disturbance by the public and by dogs or raccoons. So it was something of, it's kind of amazing, but really once the turtles are gone, I think it's within the first like 36 hours, the eggs are still giving off some sort of scent. And so if you can keep them clear, you're actually pretty good, and raccoons are less likely to find them at that point in time. So, so far, so good. I know other places have used electric fence that's got, it's more like you do with like sheep or goats or something like that. And we have done that when we've used goat grazing in the park system. So but at this point, we don't feel the need to use that for the turtles. And we also buried it like the first couple inches down into the sand. And I think the other thing that we've learned too is we'll use youth employment kids for this, but where like vegetation starts to grow up along the shoreline, we're gonna have youth involved with this, and they will be keeping those areas clear just so that they can be closely involved with this as well. Because if we have vegetation along the edge, then the turtles are less likely to come up on shore. So.
And I would just simply add, when you talk about recreation and the recreational interface, we got a lot of recreation already around this lake. The main trail that people are using, to use Mary Lynn's geography here, is behind us and will be buffered from view by the native prairie. So I think there's less of an attractive temptation for people to interact with these nesting beaches because of the way the geography is laid out. We think that it can be successful, even in the context of parks that are receiving millions of visits per year.
Thank you. Jamie?
Just two quick questions. How did you determine the phase one areas? And then as part of that, what will be your process to prioritize areas in phase two if you don't get full funding? And then the second question is, what % of the phase two areas has previous disturbance? Is it 100% disturbed, or are there areas within that phase two area that are natural?
Thank you for the question, Chair Hartwell, council member. The phase one was determined by two factors. One was we targeted first all the areas that did not have any of that remaining kind of hard armor degraded wall. So we took care of all the soft shoreline first, but then the number actually came down a little bit just because of the available funding that was offered to us. So it had a bit to do with how much funding was available. In terms of prioritization around phase two, I think, again, if the funding were different than our request, we would really prioritize the turtle nesting habitat. So I think we would work with our relationships with the scientists that have been doing this study for us and have them help us identify first which areas are really going to provide the best habitat in terms of, what the lake itself looks like in that location. So that's how we would prioritize. It would be turtles first. And then I would say 100% of the shoreline is disturbed. So this is a lake that was essentially created by the park board, by Theodore Wirth through dredging back in the 30s. It was sculpted into its current location. It was walled and it was hard armored. I would say it's 100% disturbed, and we're trying to reverse some of that and turn it into more of a functioning native landscape.
Ron?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And somebody who likes to fish, I'm curious, I think you said, if I heard you right, you were restricting public access to the lake?
Chair Hartwell, Council Member Shara, there are, in the phase one project, there were some designated pathways through the native area that get you down to the shoreline. And so those happen at certain intervals, and those are the areas where we're trying to direct human traffic down to the lake shore. So I guess by definition, it's a sort of a restriction because right now it's turf grass and people can go wherever they want. But I understand it's been pretty successful and people are enjoying those little passageways through the native landscape to get down to the shore to fish and other activities.
I would just say maybe, can they wade from there then? Because maybe where you're taking them, there's no fish.
Yep, you can wade. The shoreline in most places is pretty shallow, and I see a lot of anglers out there who get into the water and then they're walking knee deep, and we get some pretty big fish pulled out of that lake actually.
And I would second that because I walk that lake multiple times a week, and including in the winter. We know where the ice fishing spots are still very good out there too, so.
So I'll ask you the question that I put on my comments, which is, there's no hard match in this. Appreciate the staff time, but you guys have a funding mechanism in the Minneapolis Parks Foundation, which typically doesn't do anything with habitat and doesn't prioritize it. Why not? Why wouldn't they kick in some money here to make this more interesting to us?
Chair Hartwell, it's a good question. Funding of the regional park system in general is a struggle for us. I can't speak to why the Minneapolis Parks Foundation hasn't focused on habitat related projects. I'm not a representative of that organization. They're a funding and a philanthropic partner to us. I can say that our relationship in terms of fundraising with the Parks Foundation has primarily been on a project by project basis. So they're not raising money for the park system in general. They really look at projects that need sometimes extremely significant funding assistance. Right now, they're focused a lot on projects on the north side of Minneapolis. And they've also historically focused more on recreational infrastructure, making sure that there are parks and plazas and recreation centers to serve, in particular, the recreating youth. So this isn't the kind of project that we've historically looked for a partnership with them on. For better or for worse, we've not provided a match because our match would have to come from sort of already strapped state and regional funding for the regional park system, which is below levels that it should be at anyways. And so we recognize we come in without a match and that's not ideal, but it's what we can do at this point. And I think conversations in the future with the Parks Foundation about environmental projects are worthwhile. And your question is one that I can certainly bring forward to them, and we can have that dialogue.
I'd encourage you to do that. Any other questions? Great, thank you very much.
Thank you, council members.
We'll move on to Knife River Habitat Rehabilitation Project, HRE 03. Knife River isn't here. Oh, Knife River is here remotely. Please go ahead. Thank
Can you hear me?
Amanda. Go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yep.
Thank you. My name is Kevin Bovee. Good morning, and thank you for allowing us to testify before the committee. I am the project manager for the Lake Superior Steelhead Association's Knife River Habitat Rehabilitation Projects. This meeting is to primarily discuss our Phase 7 project, but I'd like to provide a very brief history on past projects. Phases 1 and 2 have been closed out for some time. Phase 3 will be closed out this coming winter. Phases 4 and 5 are very close to completion, entering our last week of in-stream construction of 2022 per the DNR regulations. The contract for Phase 6 was let last Thursday, and the contractor is ready to begin allowable on-land work such as trail clearing, staging of materials, etc. Which brings us up to Phase 7, the project before you today. This phase of our work brings us down to the midsection of the Knife River watershed. This area is still extremely critical for trout due to its better stream flow, presence of cool water, and spawning habitat. What this stream section lacks is good holding water and rearing habitat for young of the year and older trout. This stretch is also marked by larger slumping banks, lesser gradient in the stream itself, and a more open riparian zone along the river. One of the major forces behind the slumping banks and open riparian zone is a widespread decimation of balsam and spruce trees due to the spruce budworm infestation. These balsam and spruce trees fall into the river once they die and take with them large amounts of sediment. This tree loss and sediment load from the bank slumping is being discharged downriver and causing negative impacts to stable stream reaches. Our project would prioritize improving the riparian zone considerably, along with stabilizing slumping banks and adding in-stream habitat features while protecting stable downstream reach habitats from being damaged. As depicted in the photographs in the proposal, this phase of work provides a dual benefit to the watershed by restoring degraded stream reaches while protecting stable habitat downstream. Per our proposal, we stated that Zeitgeist, our fiscal agent for the past 4 phases of work, cannot continue in that regard. Tony Cuneo, Zeitgeist executive director, wrote a very good letter of support and explanation for why they can't continue as our fiscal agent, which was included as an attachment to the Phase 7 proposal. In the proposal, we mentioned that we would be actively searching for a new fiscal agent, and indeed we have. We have found a for-profit group located in the Twin Cities that would be a great fit and an even greater resource to align ourselves with, which in turn could greatly enhance our future work in the watershed. We have reached out to both MNDNR, Catherine Sherman-Hone, and the LSOHC staff and are working through the process. The group we are considering has also reached out to Catherine, and they have had a preliminary discussion along with reaching out to Zeitgeist in the past. As the MNDNR works through the fiscal agent vetting, we continue to explore several nonprofits in the Duluth area that could be a potential fit and are very confident that we will have a fiscal agent in place for Phase 7. Again, I want to thank you for the past support and look forward to continuing our work in the Knife River watershed. Our work being done today and tomorrow, funded by the taxpayers of the state of Minnesota, will continue to improve the natural environment, including water quality, fish habitat, riparian zone cover, and angling opportunities, just to mention a few, for many decades to come. Thank you.
Great. Questions? No questions online? All right. Thank you very much. Appreciate your time this morning.
Thank you. Have a great day.
Yep, you too. We'll move on to HRE 04 Upper Sioux Community Habitat Restoration. And they're online as well. I hope they're online, Amanda.
She's in now.
You need to turn on your camera and your mic, please. Amanda. We're obviously working through some technical issues here.
I can, Mr. Chair, if you would like to send me and have me to send her an email. Flip presentations if you would like. If Susan-
Let's do that and you can work with her in the interim. We'll move on to HRE 05. I'll pronounce it wrong, Seidels Lake Park Habitat Restoration Project, and you can correct me on my pronunciation, which is just fine. I'm not known for fabulous. Please go ahead.
Thank you. And just for your information, you did pronounce it correctly.
I did. Oh, exciting.
Hi, thank you so much for letting us present this morning. My name is Sue Polka. I'm the City of South St. Paul Public Works Director and City Engineer, and also the project manager for this project. The project is, as stated, Seidels Lake Park Habitat Restoration. This is a collaboration of many agencies, and I'm just the representative here today. We have received money for the first phase of the project from the state, clean water funds. And the first phase of the project was to install a lift station in the lake to bring the water level back to its historic normal level. Over time, the water had risen about 7 feet. And as you can imagine, it has decimated the habitat in the area. So we have just finished that first phase of the project. We are also working closely with the Lower Mississippi River Watershed Management Organization, City of Inver Grove Heights, City of West St. Paul. And we have recently been successful in receiving a grant from the DNR for shoreline restoration. That is a joint effort between the WMO and the cities of Inver Grove Heights and South St. Paul. That project we plan to start next year, as well as a trail through the park that has been damaged by the high water level. So restoring that trail. This request that we have before you today is phase 4 in our long-term plan for habitat restoration and planning into the future to maintain the habitat around the lake. As you may know, the project is located in both the cities of South St. Paul and Inver Grove Heights. We are very close to other public lands that include a number of Dakota County parks. The existing conditions consist of degraded habitat, including oak buckthorn forest on the east and west slopes of the park, maple buckthorn forest at the south end of the park, and elm buckthorn forest at the north end of the park. Invasive buckthorn in the understory has caused native layers to be absent due to the competition with invasive species. Our goals are to eliminate the invasive, the understory that's dominated by the invasive buckthorn, implement a long-term vegetation management plan, restore native terrestrial wildlife habitat, restore native undergrowth throughout the growing season to benefit pollinators, provide a usable habitat for local and migratory wildlife, and create a learning opportunity for the public about restoration, native habitat, and wildlife. So our methods for meeting the goals in year one is to concentrate on buckthorn removal and invasive herbaceous removal throughout the park, and seed with a native woodland seed mix that's beneficial to pollinators. In years 2 through 4, we will have prescribed goat grazing for invasive plant management. And we will monitor that vegetation each year. And the ungrazed areas of the park will be maintained through spraying, mowing, and cutting of invasives 3 times each year. In year 5, herbicide application will occur 3 times throughout the season, and areas lacking in seed germination will be seeded. The plant communities will be enhanced through the planting of saplings, shrubs, plugs, and protected with deer and rabbit repellent. We'll develop informational signage to inform the public about this restoration, native plants, and local wildlife. As I mentioned, we'll do vegetation and wildlife surveys each summer throughout the park to help us with quantitative evaluation of the restoration progress. An integrated vegetation management plan will be developed that will allow the cities to evaluate the appropriate maintenance and adaptive management needed to maintain the restoration. We are requesting funding in the amount of $637,000, and our local contribution is $64,000. The city of South St. Paul has already invested funding resources on the 3 previous phases of the project, and this and the planning for this has been completed, and project costs have been completed. We're requesting the grant assistance to complete phase 4 of the project to restore the Sidles Lake Park for the use of the residents of both cities of Inver Grove Heights and South St. Paul. Thank you again for allowing us to speak, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
All right, thank you. Questions? Ron?
I've not been there, but when I hear the word park, I think of picnic tables, swing sets, asphalt trails. Is any of that there in this park?
We do have an asphalt trail, as I mentioned. Part of it has been destroyed by the high water level. Several years ago, we placed a tree trench in the green area in the park to help with stormwater runoff for the neighborhood. There are no other improvements, at least not on the South St. Paul side. I think on this Inver Grove Heights side, there are some benches, but I don't believe there's a playground.
Other questions? Amy?
Thank you for your proposals today. I noticed on the insert that was included with the proposal that the budget request said $537,800, which is different from the proposal. Can you elaborate on that?
Yes, we had originally requested the 537, and through the process, we raised it to the 637. I apologize for that typographic error.
Other questions? Dudley, I'm sorry.
I was gonna say, again, thanks for bringing this project. It's another, what I consider to be a unique and interesting project that, I mean, there's nothing in our charge as this council that says we have to provide hunting and fishing and recreational. But the council tends to lean favorably in that direction. And proposals that have that in it tend to get funded more so than proposals like this. So I just want to thank you for bringing this in and, providing something for, the majority of Minnesota taxpayers live in urban spaces. And we kind of owe them something. And to me, a project like this is an opportunity to do that. So thanks.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair,
Yep, Mark.
to Councilman Edmund. I disagree with you a little bit on that. And not that it's not that we shouldn't be spending money in urban areas or in habitat. It's just, I want you to remember that this is just a piece of an overall larger funding. There is a parks component of the sales tax dedication that goes to do parks projects. And I would say, I was sitting here thinking just the opposite. I don't think that this is a hunting organization I mean, we talk hunting and fishing, we talk about game species a lot, but it's really about weighing habitat benefits. And in my mind, where are those habitat benefits the most necessary? Where are those habitat benefits going to tip the scale to the greatest way for species, flora and fauna on the landscape? That's how I approach this. It isn't. I recognize that urban people need to have access to outdoors, and they need to have access to quality looking habitat. But when I also look at, when I weigh habitat and lots of disturbance, people pet disturbance, that minimizes that benefit greatly. And I see this institution, this organization, as about habitat, not about hunting and fishing, but about habitat and how we are going to make the greatest impact for habitat species on the landscape.
And I would just say habitat's habitat, no matter where it is, if it's half an acre, 500 acres, habitat's habitat. And that's our charge, is to restore and preserve habitat. So, I mean, because I also look at, something that's, say, $2 million, but they want to, restore, preserve 500 acres or 1,000 acres. To me, that's a great project because you're getting a lot of acreage for the money. But I still feel as though habitat's habitat, and, most of what we do is for rural Minnesota. And I mean, not intentionally, but it just seems to work out that way because that's where all the habitat is that's still remaining, is in rural Minnesota. So I just feel like whenever we get an opportunity to help urban parts and in and around urban communities, we should do so.
And I would say it is absolutely great to have two different opinions. Seriously, I think it makes us stronger to have this discussion.
I'm just trying to understand, because I get the perspective. I mean, I look at these Nokomis, I look at this, and I don't disagree that these aren't good projects.
Right.
I just, when I'm trying to weigh habitat is habitat, but when habitat is so highly disturbed, what's its benefit?
It's benefits to people.
So can we have this discussion
Yes.
towards the end of the day instead of
Yeah.
putting you in the middle of an interesting discussion? I want to thank you for coming this morning.
Thank you very much.
And I do want to have the discussion. I don't want to cut off that, but I think there's a better time to do that. That's all right. Amanda, do we have HRE 4?
Mr. Chair, we're hoping we've got it figured out this time. We're gonna give it another go.
All right, the other Amanda, I hope you're here with us, and I do see that you're muted, so please unmute yourself.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, nice to see you.
It's so nice to see you as well. And I was just watching online, and I want to say what wonderful conversation has been had this morning, and I really appreciate being able to be a part of that as well. So my name is Amanda Wold, and I'm the environmental director for the Upper Sioux community. I want to say thank you and good morning to everyone, and thank you for being patient with the technical difficulties earlier in the day. I'm looking forward to having a good discussion this morning about our project proposal to remove invasive species from the Upper Sioux community land. And I think this is a really good and interesting project that really aligns with a lot of things that we were just discussing about habitat restoration and providing opportunities for flora and fauna to thrive. I thought it was very interesting, the discussion about the urban environment, and I just want to put in a plug for some of these rural areas, such as where the Upper Sioux community is located, which is predominantly agricultural. So this project is pretty unique because we're providing habitat to flora and fauna in Southwest Minnesota where there is limited habitat due to some of the activities that are being done mostly on the landscape. So I think just getting started, this is kind of something that the Upper Sioux community has been talking about for a long time, this proposal. We've been discussing how to address some of the invasive species work that needs to be done within the tribal lands. We've been taking little bites out of it, as you could see from our proposal. We've been doing some work through utilizing BIA funds, but they're just little portions, maybe $50,000 here or $70,000 there. And this project is a little bit more comprehensive. In discussions with some of the biologists, just looking at the unique habitat that we have here and that our proximity to the Upper Sioux Agency State Park, and that this land in this phase 1 portion would actually create this contiguous habitat line. You know, there's a lot of oak savanna and oaks on this bluff land, and oak savanna was not something I could choose in this selection. And in speaking with the biologists, you know, it's a transitional land. It's a transition from the prairie into typically more forested areas. And it's some of the most endangered habitat that we have in Minnesota. I think I've read some statistics where it's less than 1% of what we have had in the past is still remaining. And this is something that the Upper Sioux community has really dedicated our time to. We've spent over 15 years restoring habitat in oak savanna areas and trying to restore these areas where you might see unique fauna, such as the 5-lined skink, which is unique to this place near Granite Falls, Minnesota. Also having a lot of different, the Blanding's turtle, the Dakota skipper butterfly. We've got some very unique flora with the Indian plantain, culturally significant leaf scurf pea, and then we have a decent amount of pollinators. So I think it's unique because a lot of the lands for the Upper Sioux community are bluff land. Some of the lowlands we don't always utilize for agriculture because of flooding and different activities. So there's a lot of restoration that is being proposed by the community they'd like to see that these lands be provided for the other relatives that we have that aren't just people. So I think this is a pretty unique project. It's similar to a lot of the things that you've done in the past with removing invasive species and then restoring the landscape. I just think that this is very exciting and a great opportunity to really restore and bring back these lands that would have historically been used and is currently used for things like gathering, medicine, hunting, fishing, and the native plants and animals, providing them that environment. So I'm not sure what all you might be interested in discussing. This is a invasive species specific plan with the secondary component would be the restoration after the removal of the invasive species. We have done extensive invasive species monitoring. So we've been able to go out and survey these different areas. So we were able to identify what plant species we wanted to target. The majority of what would be targeted for this project is buckthorn. However, if we find plant species such as honeysuckle or other invasive species, we'd like to be able to remove those pioneering species and then go back through and restore them. Though we all know buckthorn is a tricky plant to get rid of. And so it takes multiple years, and we are committed to doing that. We have some project funding match. This year we received $74,000 from BIA for the biofuels removal, and then that would include some prescribed burning. And then we also just received $57,000 for additional invasive species work. So we have $131,000 as approximate match for this project. And I think that just also indicates our commitment to continuing to address these changing landscapes. And we find a strong urgency in this with just the way that the climate is adapting and changing, and wanting to preserve the cultural aspect of having land available for hunting, fishing, gathering, and both for food and medicine. So before that information is lost, because we do lose individuals who are interested in this, and without providing that habitat for individuals to continue to practice their gathering, we would likely be unable to continue to do this into the future. So I'm working to continue to preserve these lands, and I hope that you're interested in partnering on this.
Great, thank you. Questions?
Mr. Chair.
Yep, Ashley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you for being here today and proposing this project. I was just hoping you could say a little bit more about how much longer this work would need to be done on this property before you feel like the buckthorn has more or less come under control. I see that you've been working on this since 2011, I believe. So just wanted to hear a little bit more about the part of the proposal where you talk about also applying for additional funding in the future, just to get an idea of what I guess what I'm trying to evaluate here is the longevity of the funding that we're putting into this and making sure that there is real progress.
Absolutely. So the portion of the project that has been worked on since 2011 would be just that 7-acre oak savanna. And so there's been some turnover and there's been some experimentation with how to address the buckthorn down there, from using no chemicals and just goats, which was not super successful, unfortunately, just due to more of staffing issues and having folks down there. And then there was just been some gaps in timeframes when folks have been in this position and focusing on the restoration work down there. So it's an expansion of that project. So instead of just the 7 acres, we would be addressing that 176 acres. And then we have already started working on an additional 20 acres, but that started in 2021. And with buckthorn, seed viability depends on who you ask, but it could be up to 7 years. So those follow-up treatments would be happening for these first 5 years. And then hoping that we would continue to have that BIA support so that when the majority of the plants are removed and the majority of that energy is taken out of the system, we would be able to continue to fund sort of the follow-up treatments that might be needed for those areas. And then the phase 2 would be a whole secondary project. So it would be an additional 176 acres approximately. And that may continue to grow as well, because we've continued to accumulate additional lands that we want to put in protection and we want to continue to restore. So this could be a project that has some longevity to it. And I think that as we continue to expand, we'll learn more and we'll see more and we'll know more about how best to treat these lands.
Tammy?
Thank you for your proposal. I just have a question in regards to the Upper Sioux Community Integrated Invasive Species Management Plan. Can you tell
Sure.
me a little bit more, just bigger picture, how this project fits into that management plan and kind of the context of that, just to help frame it up for what else is going on within the community?
Sure. Thank you so much for that question. So we have been looking at invasive species for many years. And in 2020, I applied for some funding to survey the entire community. So we walked the whole thing and just looking at all the different plants, pioneering species, and then prioritizing high priority, medium priority, low priority pioneering species. And then we've also been integrating that into an online forum so that we can continue to go out into the field and upload data directly into that so that it's a living document, something that we can continue to work on. However, it's sort of the basis of which we're working because we have that initial survey of these areas of concern, and the priority for the community is addressing this significant amount of buckthorn within the blufflands, not just for opening it up and creating habitat, but there's also cultural resources in these areas and springs and things that folks want to get to, but it's very difficult to walk through the buckthorn understories. So it's something that's a priority for the community. It's a predominant species here at the Upper Sioux community, and it's something that we'd really like to address.
Any other questions? Great. Well, thank you. I'm glad the technology finally worked.
Me too. And thank you so much for allowing me to connect with you via Zoom. I appreciate your time.
All right. Next
Have a good-
up is, yep, thank you. Next up is HRE 06, Buckingham Creek Brook Trout Restoration Project.
Good morning. I'm Kate Kubiak coming to you from the city of Duluth. This is my colleague, John Lindgren from Minnesota DNR, also based out of Duluth. He's one of our partners on this project. Chairman Hartwell, councilors, the project before you is one of many trout stream restoration projects completed in Duluth over the past 15 years, including Knowlton Creek, Kingsbury Creek, Tisher Creek, Chester Creek, Miller Creek, and more to come. All of these projects were completed wholly or in part by the city's myriad and dedicated partners including the Minnesota DNR, the Minnesota Land Trust, and the local Soil and Water Conservation District. In recognition of the need to support all of the good work our partners are doing and to more efficiently coordinate the management of Duluth's broad base of natural resources, the city created a natural resources coordinator position, which is the position I am currently serving in 2019, and developed a formal natural resources management program just this year. Thanks to the leadership and vision of the city's administration, Duluth is more prepared than ever to support its partners, leverage funding, and construct high quality and resilient projects such as the project before you. The city of Duluth is fortunate to have the support and interest of many natural resources and environmental policy organizations who are eager to help the city manage 16 designated trout streams, thousands of acres of public land, and 3 designated city natural areas. Remeandering, ditched, or buried trout streams, fighting back knotweed and buckthorn, and cleaning up contaminated sediments in the St. Louis River estuary are just some of the examples of the types of projects that our partners are doing within the city. And these projects could not have been done using city resources alone. Thanks to my colleagues at the Minnesota DNR, one of whom is sitting next to me, the city is planning to coordinate the restoration of a trout stream, Buckingham Creek, one of the coldest trout streams in the city, the MPCA tells us, with the renovation of the city's only municipal golf course through which it runs. For decades, streams in Duluth were ignored, buried, and used in ways that did not support and mostly destroyed aquatic habitat. In the case of Buckingham Creek, that use was irrigation. This project will allow Buckingham Creek to flow freely through its upper watershed once again without being siphoned off for irrigation and with a restored floodplain and riparian area. This project could not be more shovel ready. If funded by the council and with additional funding expected from the EPA through the Great Lakes Restoration Initiative, the city and its partners could have Buckingham Creek flowing cold and free by 2024. This project encompasses the goals of the city as it continuously strives to cooperate with its partners in the enormous job of managing its streams, shorelines, and forests. The city has a long history of successfully working with these partners. And on behalf of the city of Duluth, I respectfully request that the council fund this project fully to signal its support for the city of Duluth's efforts at improving its natural resource management efforts and to honor the commendable efforts of its dedicated partners. My colleague, John Lindgren, will now provide more information about the project.
Thank you, Kate. Chairman Hartwell and members of the council. I am very excited to be sitting next to Kate and, the natural resource coordinator for the city of Duluth. And that position is relatively new. And I think it represents an expanded commitment by the city to manage the, rather robust amount of natural resources that we have in the city. So you've supported a lot of good work up in Duluth, and much of that has been on the St. Louis River estuary. And that work was sort of coordinated and implemented by like the Minnesota Pollution Control Agency, Minnesota DNR, and Minnesota Land Trust. And what this is representing is kind of a new approach. And the city, through Kate Kubiak and the Natural Resource Coordinator, recently completed that Natural Resource Management Program Plan. And that really represents a commitment to reach out and partner with the natural resource management agencies to look at natural resources in the community. We have a robust amount of forests, and we have watersheds and trout streams that flow right down through the city of Duluth. So it represents this expanded commitment to try to manage these resources in a way that will continue to provide opportunities for the citizens of Duluth to get outside, right in the city of Duluth. We're working on places like Amity Creek. Kate already mentioned some. Amity Creek, Tisher Creek, Keene Creek, and now Buckingham Creek. And I think Buckingham Creek really represents this commitment, this expanded commitment to kind of go a step beyond. I mean, the city of Duluth, when they made their plans, they were aware that Buckingham Creek had some of the coldest water in Duluth, and it supported a naturally reproducing brook trout population. And they were aware that the DNR wanted to do some work there, but they didn't have to reach out to the DNR. It was an added complication and added inconvenience, but they did. So they reached out to the DNR and we've reached out to the Soil and Water Conservation District. And gladly said, yeah, let's partner on this project and see what we can get done. So that was about a year ago. So now, since then, we've, with our own funds, the DNR and the Soil and Water Conservation District have collected almost all of the survey information that's needed to do the design. We went out and secured the money that's necessary to complete the design from the Great Lakes Restoration Initiative and some funds from Minnesota DNR. So we'll get going on the design of the restoration, stream restoration, in about a month. And we just received word from the Great Lakes Restoration Initiative that they're willing to support, willing and able to support the construction of the project to about $1 million. So now if we're sitting in front of you asking for support to complete the construction of the project. And as Kate said, if we're able to, solicit that support, we're pretty much shovel ready. And immediately after we get that money, we'll be able to apply it to start the restoration, and the restoration will be completed in a little over a year after we receive the money. And just quickly, you have the information in front of you. The project is 3,800 feet of stream restoration, which will hopefully enhance the ability of the brook trout to recruit and get larger. Represents 6,000 feet of stream connectivity that was broken up by ponds and irrigation ponds and things like that. And it also represents an increased opportunity for, this is right in the middle of Duluth. So this is an area that can serve, represents a benefit to underserved populations. And there was that conversation that just went on. And I think this kind of hits the sweet spot between that, where kids can jump on their bikes, cruise up to Buckingham Creek, and they can fish not only in the pond that we stock trout, but they can also go above that pond and hopefully catch brook trout and go in another big chunk of land above that and catch brook trout. And if Mike Furtman were here, he would attest to the reason that Mike, I don't know if you know Mike Furtman, he's a photographer and a natural resource advocate. He would tell you that the reason he took the path he did was that he could catch brook trout on Miller Creek. That's a creek runs right through the middle of town. He was able to jump on his bike and go catch brook trout. So I think that if we can provide that opportunity, some kids in Duluth to go out and catch brook trout, who knows where that could lead. So I hope you're willing to support the city and the DNR and Soil and Water Conservation with this project. Thank you.
Great questions. Ashley?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you for bringing this proposal and being here today. I do a lot of trout fishing myself, and I love Duluth. Challenge I'm having with looking at this proposal is the talk about the watershed, but being housed right in the middle of a golf course. So I'm looking through the proposal for a little bit more about how to justify this, considering there are so many other projects that provide true watershed conservation. And I'm just hoping you can speak to that a little bit.
Go ahead.
All right. One thing that the city is willing to do, and they've just are at the kind of like a finish line of securing how many 2,000 acres of.
Oh, the tax forfeit
Yeah.
public land exchange. Yep.
Yeah, they're securing tax forfeit land and getting it into more longer term preservation. And that was mostly lands that were already established for recreational use. And they hope to do another effort to, start looking at other chunks of land. And the upper part of this watershed is something that in the future we'd like to preserve, preserve the upper watershed for the preservation of cold water. And even though this property, is on a golf course, it does represent some of the coldest water in Duluth. So, and it has a brook trout population that's been naturally reproducing and sustaining itself in the face of what's going on. So I don't know exactly how to justify and juxtapose, this trout stream versus another trout stream. But I would say that the city of Duluth and the Minnesota DNR are very committed to try to enhance, you know, the resilience of our brook trout streams. Because it is a gift that we're able to catch brook trout right in the middle of Duluth. And this is basically once in a lifetime opportunity where.
Yeah, I really appreciate the question. You know, the golf courses, at least this municipal golf course in Duluth, it's in the middle of, it's surrounded by woods. It's almost not the kind of blank artificial look that you might see in the metro area. And there's another private golf course in Duluth through which Tisha Creek runs that also it would just serve as a good example. You can have these, you can protect habitat while still supporting the recreational interests of the citizens. We have such experts working on this project. The Soil and Water Conservation District, for whom I previously worked, knows how to do these projects, create good riparian area, knows the width that the stream needs to be to make it a feasible project. And yeah, it's a good question, but I think it's a good example for having dual uses in the city of Duluth, where we have people recreating next to any number of trout streams or protected forest land. Thank you.
Jamie?
Thank you. I just had a question on the project deliverables and in regards to the water appropriations from the creek. How does, what will the city be using instead of irrigation from the creek?
It will be using, they are redoing their whole irrigation infrastructure. They will be using a separate pond that will not be in line with the creek where they were using these ponds before. They will have an alternate irrigation source that will not be connected to the creek anymore. Yeah.
Is that something that would be occurring regardless of this project?
That is a good question. Can you help me with that, John?
Well, they need, the irrigation water is something a golf course needs, right? I mean, they need to water a golf course, and they're taking appropriation off of the trout stream and they're moving it over to the area that we're going to restore. There are 3 ponds that are either going to get wholly or partially filled. And the strategy is to fill those ponds and then create a trout stream over the pond so that we have continuous migration of trout through what used to be a pond. So we require material to do that. So we are going to excavate material from right on site and transfer it to the ponds so that we can restore those ponds. And in the filling of the ponds, we actually need to mitigate for the loss of those open water wetlands. You know, even though they're golf course ponds, the Division of Eco Water Resources requires us to mitigate for that. So there's a dual benefit of using material from on site, is that we're gonna not only generate material that we need to restore, to do the restoration, we're also going to create the open water wetlands that are necessary to offset the loss of open water wetlands.
The golf course renovation was planned anyway. The opportunity to restore this creek to a natural channel and improve the habitat at the same time is kind of the project that we're requesting funding for from the council.
So I had a couple of questions for you. One's pertinent, one's curiosity. The pertinent question is that your project map shows replacing of 8 crossings in the golf course. Any of this money going to be used for bridges for the golf course?
We most probably can utilize the money that we receive from the Great Lakes Restoration Initiative to do the crossings.
Which would take out of your request, so your request is less than 800,000 then?
Probably not, although we're putting together this proposal and we haven't generated the design work yet because our timeline has been such that we've had to move quickly because the city of Duluth needs to get going on their project. So we've been trying to frantically line up our funding support so that so that we can follow their timeline.
Okay, my maybe not pertinent question, but you guys talked about providing access for kids to the trout stream, and my experience in golf courses, which is not huge, is golfers don't want anybody else there. And it's a very competitive, conflicting kind of use. Are you serious? You really think kids are gonna be welcome to walk through the golf course while people are playing in it? I mean, it just doesn't make sense to me.
Yes, very good question, Chairman Hartwell. We discussed this at length as we were trying to plan the project. The city has committed. I'm not sure there'll be groups of children wandering the golf course, but we have committed to, there's a couple of twin ponds just downstream of the golf course, which is what John was referring to when he was talking about kids, that they're called twin ponds. And they will benefit being downstream of the restoration. But the city is committed to providing angling opportunities and access through the north part of the golf course. I'd have to look at the map.
Yeah, it's
So,
that.
I want to be clear, this is not our mission. This is, we're into habitat, but it just didn't make sense to me that
Yes.
this is public access.
There's 1,000 feet of stream that's in the upper part right here, and it's accessed by Observation Road. And that 1,000 feet will have access, as will the lower part will have access from Enger Park. So the lower part and upper part, and you're right, you can't have anglers wandering around on the fairway of the golf course. That's not advisable. So there will be, and we stated that in the proposal, that it wasn't full access, it's partial access. And then in the winter, the city has committed to opening the ponds, there'll be connections to those ponds so that the trout can get into the ponds during the winter. They'll open the ponds the portions of the ponds that remain to winter angling.
Great. Any other questions? All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next is HRE 07, Rum River Corridor Fish and Wildlife Habitat Enhancement. And Ron, you're not allowed to ask questions about Rum River. I am. There, then you're conflicted. Please go ahead.
Oh, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair, commission members, for having us here today. We greatly appreciate it, and good morning. Before I get into talking about the project, I just want to introduce myself. I'm Chris Lord. I'm the district manager of the Anoka Conservation District. And next to me is Andy Solvet. Sorry, I don't know which consonants you actually pronounce in his name. And Andy is with the Anoka County Parks. He's one of the partners that we have in this project. And don't be afraid of the word parks. Anoka County is huge into habitat. So what I wanted to do is, well, we're here to ask for $3.5 million, as all folks are here to ask for money. And it's for the Rum River. And so instead of talking too much just about me and the project, first I wanted to introduce you to the river. Not everyone knows about the Rum River. It is a resource that I think is a gem. Part of it is right here in the metro, and yet I think it's still a little bit unknown. It starts at Mille Lacs Lake and flows out of Mille Lacs Lake and goes through Mille Lacs County, Isanti County, into Anoka County, into the city of Anoka, where it dumps into the Mississippi River. And at that point, it actually makes the Mississippi quite a bit cleaner because the Rum River water quality is pretty darned exceptional, which is hard to imagine for a metro river sometimes. But it wasn't always that way. Back in 1847, we discovered white pine up and down the Rum River, beautiful big white pine. And immediately there was one logging camp. And within 5 years, there was 22 logging camps. And after 35 years of logging and running the lumber up and down the river, well, down the river, I don't think they ran it up. We were left with bare banks and murky waters and little fish, little habitat. And really to the point where the rum was not hardly fishable, certainly not swimmable. We worked it hard. And that was the norm of the time. And then in the ensuing many years, it slowly healed on its own for the most part. One of my county commissioners shared a story with me. He's in his mid-80s now. And he said when he grew up in the area, loved the Rum River, but he said no one would swim in the Rum River when he was a kid. You didn't bother fishing in it. You didn't do anything. And you know, he's in his mid-80s. So somehow over the last 60 years, through water quality improvement projects and managing our land better, we've turned the Rum into something from a water quality standpoint that really is exceptional. So, I mean, hats off to all those water quality endeavors, but that's not why we're here. But I wanted to mention that because the water quality part is done, and this is the habitat part. Because the Rum River isn't completely healed, it isn't completely healthy. Ron enjoys the Rum River, and I think you could say that, you know, fishing is good, but it can certainly be a lot better. And so this project is really to add to that health of the Rum River, which is this resource that we so greatly value. Now, the Rum River historically, you know, even before the settlers came, was really, really important to the indigenous people of the state. And one of our members is the Mille Lacs Band of Ojibwe. They actually called the Rum River, the Dakota people called the Rum River Wakan Wakpa, which roughly translated to spirit. And of course, the settlers said, oh, booze. And instead of thinking of spiritualism, they went to the alcohol route. And that's how it got its name, the Rum River. I think it probably should have been Bourbon River because it's really stained brown from tannins because it flows through oak areas. But anyway, that's a bit of its history. And then the Ojibwe came in later, camps up and down the Rum. The Rum River Valley was hugely valuable to the people of, you know, the tribal nations. And there are resources up and down it today still on the banks. So this proposal, well, we had a first proposal, we had phase one, we went through that, it was all in channel. So what makes this proposal a bit different is that we've expanded up into the terrestrial components. We're looking at the corridor more as a whole. Instead of just working within the water in the channel, we're looking up the slope and a little bit beyond within the first 1,000 feet from the bluff, called the Rum River Corridor. And there are also some pure habitat elements. So we're not just doing, you know, bank stabilization. Jeff Perry, one of Andy's colleagues, is an avid fisherman, hops in a kayak and goes smallie fishing all the time. And he essentially says, give me a map of all of the stream barbs that have been put in, and that's where I'm going to park and to grab fish. So we want to put in just pure habitat elements for fish. We also are looking to restore features in the landscape in the terrestrial areas and the areas that have conservation easements, doing things like wetland restoration, prairie restoration, repairing forest habitat management, wildlife restoration, et cetera. So really take a much broader, more holistic look at the river corridor and health as opposed to just the banks and the stability of the banks. And then we've also extended our scope. Our phase one was limited to Anoka County. Well, the Rum River is not limited to Anoka County. And now we have partners going all the way up and down. And I think it was the seeds of success from the first phase that inspired all these other folks to get on board. So if you look at phase one, the partnership was us two. And now we have, well, Andy's going to talk more about that, but it's really grown a lot. And I think with that, maybe I hand it over to you, Andy.
Sure. Thanks, Chris. Yes, I think Chris did a great job of saying, you know, really saying the key piece that Anoka County was excited about was making sure that the river continues to be healthy, but continues to not just be maintained, but thrive. So through the different partnerships that we've had and really relying on the expertise of the Anoka Conservation District, they originally started with a site, stream bank site inventory and evaluated and identified 80 sites just in Anoka County that could use some sort of stream bank or erosion control or wildlife management access. So that's really what started this conversation with us as a partner and relying on their expertise. We've been able to leverage a lot of different opportunities and have synergy between these various funding sources. So as Chris mentioned, this portion of the project now really gets to focus on that habitat and that wildlife component of it. We've already been able to work with the Conservation Parks Partner Legacy Program to focus on those smaller sites with mild erosion or with clean water funds to focus on more of the water quality piece of it. And now we really get to shift that focus to using the Outdoor Heritage Fund to focus on the habitat piece of the project. So the county commissioners within Anoka County saw the value in this. Really excited for that. We've committed in phase one, $200,000 from county funds. In phase two, we have a matching amount for that as well. So that provides a nice portion of leverage to show that piece of the partnership as well. And as Chris highlighted, the success from our phase one approach really did start the conversation further upstream. You know, the Rum River is a highly valuable piece in Anoka County. The county from the outset saw that and established a lot of public lands along that riverway. And our charge in Anoka County is continuing to maintain public access and continue to maintain the quality along those riverways. So we have a lot of natural access, a lot of conservation area land as well along through Anoka County. And I think we've seen that success and draw in partners from the outside. So we have 3 different soil and water conservation districts involved now, 2 counties ourselves in Isanta County, the Nature Conservancy, as Chris mentioned, the tribal nations with Mille Lacs Band of Ojibwe, and then various watershed management agencies too. So this project is really focused on a regional impact and a statewide impact, really, instead of just focusing on that lower section of the river.
So that, welcome your questions.
All right, any questions? Ron, what a surprise.
Well, I want mentioned,
Your support.
Chris mentioned I live on the Rum. I moved there because I thought I could just dip a cocktail out of the river. That was funny. But anyway. I'm a little confused. I thought we were talking about fish habitat in the river, but it sounded to me like you're talking about deer habitat away from the river or something like that. And you've got in your proposal, you have some fish habitat pictures here, but you didn't really talk about that. DNR, have they been involved in talking about ways to improve smallmouth habitat? The reason I bring it up is the river is silted in a lot of places. We've had this conversation. The current needs to be speeded up in places to create holes, much like we're just doing for Trout Unlimited. And I didn't hear that in this proposal.
Yeah, thank you for the question. Excellent question. If you look at the budget for this, there's the vast majority is going to in-stream habitat like that. There are elements up in the terrestrial area, a little bit of, but it's 110 acres, 116 acres total. And so from a budget standpoint, I'd say 80% of this is still focused on that, but we wanted to look for opportunities as well for these other species. When we look at the Rum River, the corridor, there's these other species of conservation need that we didn't want to omit, you know, trying to look at it more holistically. That said, pure habitat elements, not even associated with any kind of bank stability, is about $500,000 going up and down throughout the entire corridor. And you're right, one of the things about the Rum River is it flows through a lot of just sandiness. And because of that, there's very little diversity within the channel itself. So when you put a rock barb in there, you create faster water and little eddies and stuff that are really prized by those fish, and it becomes a congregation area, it becomes a spawning area and whatnot. And so we have a plan to put those in up and down, focusing on some of the public spaces. And while it's not so important that they become fishing hotspots, they will. And so folks in those, you know, public spaces might throw a line in close to those rock barbs, but we're talking dozens and dozens of those up and down the river. Also, root wads and other things, the practices that we use in the bank stability portion of this are wildlife friendly and fish friendly, largely fish friendly. So they do create those micro habitats that are kind of lacking within the Rum channel naturally. So I'd say if you looked at the budget, Ron, you'd say that 80% of it was really focused on those things that you'd be excited to see with the fish habitat for sure. Thank you for bringing that up.
Just to follow up, Chris, has DNR helped you with identifying places to put habitat structures in the Rum? Or have they been hands off?
Again, we've reached out to DNR and we've talked to them about concepts for fish habitat enhancement and what types of practices might work. So we've got input there. Essentially, the guidance that they provide to us is that you can put these structures, just space them out so that they're not all clustered in Anoka County, for example, which is why we brought in, these other partners north of us. We want to spread those things throughout the channel. And in some places, they might be used more by walleye, in other places used more by, by smallies. But they didn't say that a particular location was important. And we are limited a bit. There are over 100 conservation easements up and down the RUM, plus a lot of other public land. And we can put these features connected to the shoreline from those sites, because no matter what we do with the river, we need an access point. So working out those public lands limits the geographic scope of where they're going to end up in the end. But we do want to spread them out across the river.
All right. Oh, sorry.
I'm reviewing my notes from my marathon session of going through this book.
They don't envy you.
Here's what I said. Looking at your 2020 appropriation and how much of it you had left, and then looking at your activity for this proposal, meaning that you were still doing prioritization and feasibility into 2024 with these dollars. We're not seeing a lot of work on the landscape, and it kind of starts to feel like when I look at 2020 appropriation and only about 1/8 of that spent. A lot of planning and feasibility work through 24 feels like seed money to me. And that we're funding the planning, and we're not seeing a lot until the end of the funding cycle.
Yeah, excellent question. Thank you for that. I think overall in our budgets, maybe 10 to 15% of it goes to staff time. So the vast majority is going to go on the ground. In terms of our progress on phase 1 funding, we had in our accomplishment plan anticipated 3 to 7 sites would be completed. We're on track to finish 5. We anticipate 2,250 linear feet of projects being completed. We've got 2115 in the hopper. The one site is done and complete. The others are all under contract. Designs are done, ready to be installed next year. So we have 4 properties and projects ready to go in the spring. Those funds I anticipate will be fully spent before this new grant kicks in.
To that point, we haven't really touched on it much yesterday or even today yet, but you said it's in the hopper. You experiencing contractor availability problems?
Yeah. Well, and prices,
prices.
budgets. It's tough permitting things pop up. I think permitting is kind of the oddest struggle for us. There are things that we were used to doing to get a permit, and suddenly we have an agency who cares, who never did before. And then you're filling out 15 forms and all of this stuff for something that they've never asked you about in the past. And when you say, hey, are you interested? They're like, nah, don't worry about it. And now you get a new staff member. It's like, yes, here's 6 months of delay. And thank you for your service.
Is that at the local level or is that at the state level?
State level. Not to throw you under the bus.
No, but again, getting back to the agency coordination on the front end.
Well, right now I'm trying to get riverbank stabilization projects approved through a 401 water quality certification. I have to prove that a project designed to improve water quality won't degrade water quality. And I have to fill out a whole bunch of paperwork to do it.
Let me just say.
You laugh. It's my life.
We feel your pain and appreciate your effort.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for coming in today.
Thank you.
Next is HRE 08, restoring and enhancing Minnesota's important bird areas in the St. Croix River Valley. take it right here. No, this bank is just.
Thank you, Chair Hartwell, and for the committee for this opportunity to come and speak on behalf of our proposal to restore and enhance important bird areas in the St. Croix River Valley. This is my first time speaking before the council, and so I want to introduce myself. My name is Dr. Dale Gentry. I am Conservation Manager for Audubon, Minnesota, and I'm joined today with one of our project partners. I'll let her introduce herself.
Hi, thank you for having us. My name is Katie Bloom. I'm the Executive Director at Bellwin Conservancy and happy to be here as a partner to the proposal today.
So the recent discovery that almost 30% of North America's bird community has been lost since 1970, a loss of almost 3 billion birds sent shockwaves through the conservation community. We are aware there were declines, but not that degree. And it highlights the need to further invest in bird conservation work to prevent future declines. Now, there are myriad factors that are involved in these declines, but there's almost unanimous agreement that by far the most important is the loss of habitat and the degradation of what habitat remains. And therefore, arguably our greatest opportunity is to restore and enhance habitats and improve the quality of the most important and valuable habitats that do remain. Now that leads to a natural question: how do we determine what are the most valuable habitats? And the collective conservation community has sometimes approached this in a similar approach to what we see from the popular 1980s movie, The Field of Dreams, which promised that if you build it, we will come. And we hope that by populating land with a diverse array of native plants, it will be filled with a diverse array of native animals as well. And while that's not a bad approach, it doesn't account for the importance of site and location, and especially for birds, where site fidelity is very high. They return frequently to areas that they've been before, and where migration paths are influenced heavily by experience and by genetics. The conservation for birds should be less like the Field of Dreams and more like real estate, where value is determined at least heavily by location. Of course, location. And so Audubon chooses our locations in a partnership with BirdLife International, which has defined parcels on the land that are essentially important. And we've named them, not very creatively, important bird areas. And those are sites that we are seeking to improve along the St. Croix River Valley. And when those important bird areas overlap closely with other assessments of biodiversity hotspots, that gives us a clue that conservation in those regions is going to pay off. It's money well invested in habitat and wildlife. And so Audubon and our partners are requesting funds to enhance our Mississippi River Focus program into one of the Mississippi's most important north pointing tributaries, the St. Croix River Valley. We've heard a great array of very important projects this morning, and I hope they all are funded. I think they all sound of great value. I want to help you understand why this project is uniquely important. The St. Croix River Valley in Minnesota has the highest density of breeding birds in the state. I would have included that in my proposal, except it only came out 2 weeks ago in a publication, and I was delighted to see support for our hunch that this is a uniquely important area for breeding birds. Not only is it important for breeding birds, but it's also a critical migratory pathway. And if you look at the backside of the handout that we provided, you'll see that the important bird areas along the St. Croix River Valley align very closely with the Minnesota Wildlife Action Network, sites of medium, high, and very high conservation priority. And so this work will benefit not just birds, but a wide array of native plants and animals, and it will improve water quality that will pay off for fish in the St. Croix River and tributaries. So our project is broken up into 2 regions, kind of a northern region in Pine County and a southern region in Washington County. The southern region projects will be on land managed by the Bellwin Conservancy and Afton State Park and William O'Brien State Park. The river valleys are filled with mixed hardwood forests, and the bluffs above those regions contain grasslands and oak savannas, all of which are in need of regular disturbance to be healthy. These forests and grasslands are home to the highest densities in the state of red-shouldered hawk and Louisiana water thrush, also species of special concern like the wood thrush. The grasslands contain state endangered Henslow sparrow, bobolink, grasshopper sparrow, and red-headed woodpecker. In the northern end of the range in Pine County and Chingwatana State Forest and St. Croix State Forest, these are critical areas for game birds like the American woodcock and ruffed grouse, and songbird species of conservation need like the golden-winged warbler, wood thrush, and whippoorwill. These species might not be immediately familiar to all of you. I brought a few specimens along. I hope that I can pass those around to help you get a little bit familiar with them. This, of course, the tail of a ruffed grouse, and a hermit thrush and a black and white warbler, which are all regular breeding birds in these areas. Those are all in bags. You can take a peek at them and get a sense for the birds that we'll be doing conservation work for. Now, I would argue that the timing is critical for this specific project for a number of reasons. Many of these forested regions have a canopy that includes green and black ash trees. And those trees will, if they aren't already suffering from invasion from emerald ash borer, they will be soon. And state parks and state forests in Bellwin have all expressed concern about maintaining the forest structure and character as those ash trees likely die in the future. Further, the natural regeneration that we would expect to come up under those ash forests is inhibited by the presence of buckthorn, which prevents the spread of and thriving of saplings. Further, grasslands and oak savannas in these regions, of course, without regular disturbance in the form of fire and grazing, will convert into other forms of habitat. Still habitat, but not as valuable for those grasslands birds that are declining actually faster than any other group of birds in North America. We're delighted with our partnership with Bellwin and state parks and state forests. These are new relationships for Audubon, and we've had great support and encouragement that they will participate fully in the process of habitat management plan development and implementation of contracting work. And we believe that this project will benefit not just birds, but the diverse array of animals and plants that are found in these regions and the humans that recreate in them. The St. Croix River Valley is a region of great concern for Audubon because of its importance to birds, and we're delighted to help make sure that those habitats stay the valuable habitats that they are into the future. With that, I want to give an opportunity for our partner to express words of support, and I also have a quick paragraph to read from our partners from the state forest.
Sure. Thank you. Bellwin is very excited about this project. We see every day what enhanced habitat can do to attract birds and to support our migrating birds and also our locally nesting birds. And we see every day what the degraded habitat, what types of birds are there. And it's a very stark difference. So this opportunity to really focus on the important birding area along the St. Croix River and enhance habitat is something that we are very excited about and committed to, and we know will make a big difference for those birds. Thanks.
Mm-hmm. And our partners from Minnesota State Forest asked that we read this statement. Said, we're excited to work with Audubon on this proposal because both wildlife and Minnesotans will benefit from special funding that allows for habitat enhancement on state forest lands for activities that we have difficulty funding through other avenues. This funding will enable us to execute multi-step forest reforestation projects aimed at maintaining oak savannas, which would otherwise be lost to aspen and other hardwood tree species, and diversifying our wet ash forests thus maintaining forest cover and wetland habitats that will soon be severely impacted by the invasive emerald ash borer. And with that, we'd be delighted to answer any questions you might have about our proposal.
All right, questions? I guess you did a good job. Thank you. Appreciate you coming in today. We're scheduled for a break. We were going to be back at 10:45. Let's be back at 10:40 since we're 5 minutes ahead of schedule.
I'm going to
We're having fun with
I
it.
used that thing, boy. I said, there's a new regime in town here.
All right, I'm gonna call us back into session. Next on our list is HRE 09, DNR St. Louis River Restoration Initiative. Go ahead.
All right, Chair Hartwell, council members, thank you for the opportunity to present today. My name is Melissa Sholin and I am the St. Louis River Program Supervisor for the Minnesota DNR. And today I have with me Daryl Peterson. He's the Restoration Programs Director for the Minnesota Land Trust, and also DNR's partner in this proposal. The St. Louis River Initiative is a collaborative program that's working to enhance and restore Minnesota's largest tributary to Lake Superior, the St. Louis River. The 12,000-acre St. Louis River estuary contains nearly all of Minnesota's coastal marsh habitat, which is a habitat that is ranked by the Minnesota Biological Survey as critically imperiled. The estuary is home to one of the most diverse fisheries in Minnesota, and its coastal marshes support abundant native plant and wildlife populations. Supporting the estuary, there's a 3,584 square mile St. Louis River watershed, which contains some of Minnesota's most extensive lowland conifer forest, boreal wetlands, and peatlands. Wetlands within the watershed provide clean water for the estuary and habitat for culturally significant plants and animals. As our program completes the heavy lifting of delisting the St. Louis River as a Great Lakes area of concern, we are looking to ensure the estuary's water sources are protected. This proposal also includes an opportunity to build on our partnership with the Fond du Lac Band of Lake Superior, Chippewa. The St. Louis River Restoration Initiative has been fortunate enough to be awarded 9 OHF grants since 2012, totaling $27 million. With those funds, we've removed 250,000 cubic yards of legacy industrial waste from public waters, and we've delivered hundreds of acres of restored aquatic habitat. We've restored habitat for important game species like walleye and muskie throughout the estuary, and we've increased critical habitat for species of greatest conservation need, including the common tern and lake sturgeon. The work that we do is necessary to address over 150 years of use and development in the St. Louis River and within its watershed. Our projects are large, complicated, and very targeted. The Restoration Initiative engages more than 20 partners, including the City of Duluth, NOAA, U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, Army Corps of Engineers, EPA, the Port Authority, and the Fond du Lac Band of Lake Superior, Chippewa. We engage with these partners to make sure that we have broad support and that we can include the best design ideas. The habitats that we target are prioritized by the State Conservation and Preservation Plan, and they're consistent with council strategies for restoration and enhancement in the Northern Forest section. Together, we identify and prioritize our projects using publicly reviewed plans like the St. Louis River Area of Concern Remedial Action Plan, the Lower St. Louis River Habitat Plan, and the 1854 Treaty Authority's Climate Change Vulnerability Assessment and Adaptation Plan. This all ensures that the outcomes we produce are part of a science-based, partner-driven process. Our projects produce more than just biological outputs. All of our work takes place on publicly accessible lands and waters. The restoration is designed to improve conditions for wildlife species like lake sturgeon, walleye, and muskie. But as we remove degraded conditions and restore natural areas, we also create desirable and beneficial public access. For example, we're in the middle of constructing our Perch Lake restoration project right now. That project was designed in close coordination with the City of Duluth so that the restored conditions will enhance and support future city recreational amenities such as shore fishing and paddling. Safe and reliable access to nature reduces stress, it improves our social connections. So it's clear that investing in restoring the St. Louis River estuary also means investing in Minnesota citizens. Our restoration initiative has leveraged our strong partnerships and planning efforts to build a solid foundation of federal and other non-OHF support. Since our first OHF proposal back in 2012, we've leveraged over $24 million in non-OHF funds. We're considered a federal Great Lakes Restoration Initiative priority, in large part because of the continued and significant commitments that the council has made. The combination of legacy funds and Great Lakes Restoration Initiative funds have moved mountains when it comes to addressing the legacy impacts to the St. Louis River estuary. As we approach delisting it as a Great Lakes area of concern, the level of planning and partnership within the St. Louis River community just continues as we chart a path forward to ensure the long-term sustainability of our natural resources. Through the Lake Superior Headwaters Sustainability Partnership, we're building an inclusive and intentional framework for how and where we continue to work to achieve a thriving estuary landscape and community. Within this framework, the principles of sustainability, resiliency, and equity are guiding our approach to managing the St. Louis River watershed. Recent federal investments into our nation's infrastructure have included green infrastructure, and this has created an unprecedented opportunity for restoring, enhancing, and protecting Great Lakes habitat and revitalizing the communities. We're continuing our strong history of combining state and federal priorities and support to make a difference in the St. Louis River landscape. Our 2023 proposal contains our final area of concern project, which is restoring 130 acres of coastal marsh habitat at Mud Lake, which is a hotspot for migratory waterfowl and spawning areas for muskie and northern pike. We'll also be restoring fish and wildlife passage to Lower Knowlton Creek and improving brook trout habitat throughout the Coldwater Stream. Our 2023 proposal also includes new work that strengthens the long-term sustainability of the estuary restorations and is going to build the river's resilience to climate change. We've initiated a project in partnership with the Fond du Lac Band of Lake Superior, Chippewa to restore impaired boreal wetlands within the St. Louis River headwaters. Nearly half of the river's headwater wetlands are affected by hydrologic alterations from legacy ditching and undersized culverts. In addition to supplying clean water for the estuary, these boreal wetlands are biodiversity hotspots and provide a variety of culturally significant plants critical to maintaining Anishinaabe lifeways. We've partnered closely with the band for many years on area of the concern projects, and we look forward to keeping this relationship strong. Your support protects and restores a place in Minnesota that is truly unique from ecological, historical, and cultural standpoints. The St. Louis River estuary is central to the Anishinaabe cultural identity, traditions, and livelihood. And today, this region also provides unparalleled public spaces for hunting, fishing, and outdoor recreation for all Minnesotans. It's known to many as the gateway to the North Shore of the Lake Superior. So for these reasons and many more, we believe that our restoration initiative truly embodies a legacy project, and the Outdoor Heritage Fund has been instrumental in its success. With your support, we'll continue to restore, enhance, and protect the St. Louis River. On behalf of Minnesota DNR and Minnesota Land Trust, thank you for the opportunity to present today, and we'll take any questions.
Great. Are there questions? Dudley.
You said this is the final phase. Is that to say that, and you said something about delisting. So is that to say that this is the last time you'll come asking for cash, or what does that mean?
Chair Hartwell, Councilmember Edmondson. So I don't know if we said this is our final, but this is our final area of concern project is contained in this proposal. But we're also kind of making strides with this proposal to start expanding beyond just the area of concern. So the area of concern was set there as kind of like an intervention type program to come in and help get the estuary up to a point where normal programs and processes can start taking over. So that's kind of where we're at now. That heavy lift of the AOC is starting to be completed with this last project. But now we're continuing to look more in the watershed. Let's protect our downstream investments. Let's see where we can continue to make progress. And we're using that momentum from the AOC program and the partnerships and the planning that we set with that to continue to prioritize future work.
Tom? Oh,
I was just going to say,
follow up.
the delisting part, you did mention that. What is that? What do you mean by that then?
So yeah, delisting would be when the St. Louis River estuary is no longer identified as an area of concern. So we're targeting somewhere around like 2027, 2030 for that. And that's a big partnership effort with other agencies.
Now, Tom.
Chair. And you've done a lot of great work on the estuary. I guess I'm under the impression that this being one of the last projects, that some of that work is is done, but so you're making it sounds like you're making a transition into the headwaters of the St. Louis River, which would be quite a change actually, in what you've been doing. What can you tell us about that?
Yeah, so Council Chair and council members, this is a unique opportunity. It is a change because we've been doing the heavy lifting. We had to get rid of industrial impacts. This was kind of the triage that had to be done to the estuary to actually get it to start to recover. The work that we now propose to do is to start looking at the long-term sustainability of the system. And there, in any sort of stream system, you have to look to the watershed to really understand, you know, what's coming downstream. So the projects won't be as industrial as they have been in the past, where we've been cleaning up old sawmills or, you know, removing industrial waste and things like that. It will be more of kind of your projects that might be more of a wetland restoration, where you're filling in ditches, you know, kind of restoring hydrology within the watershed and source water areas.
Follow-up thing, Mr. Chair. And so that would be, well, the St. Louis River's headwaters is a long ways upstream. So you're talking about a lot of area.
Yes, there's quite a bit of area in the headwater. It's about 300,000 or 400,000 acres.
Yeah. Okay, good. Thank you.
But we do have targeted wetlands that we're actually looking at working on. Fond du Lac has been doing some extensive work on identifying high priority wetland areas to restore that help support the St. Louis River resources.
Rob?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And one of the pictures there has you restoring seeding wild rice. How is that going, and is any of it harvestable yet?
It's starting to go very well. We've been doing wild rice restoration for 6 years, I believe.
Since 2015.
Since 2015. It takes a number of years to build the seed bed up. So we've been seeding over 200 acres within the estuary since that time. We've had variable success depending on the year, this amount of seed available. And honestly, the goose population is doing a lot of herbivory on the recovering wild rice. We've started some new techniques that actually exclude geese out of large areas. And on the Wisconsin side, doing some goose control measures. We've seen a great response in the wild rice since then. And so we're very hopeful that we'll actually have harvestable wild rice here in the next few years in the estuary.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I'm just curious, how much feedback are you getting from Fond du Lac and or other tribes on this effort?
Fond du Lac is actually the primary driver behind the wild rice restoration in the estuary. And I think they're happy with the results that we're getting, especially as we're starting to do more of the goose control and kind of exclusion projects, because we're getting a much better response from the wild rice.
Great. Tom?
Curious, and back to Rob's question on wild rice in the estuary. You know, we all know that a lot of it's controlled by water level. And I'm assuming that you have between Minnesota Power and that's been successful.
Yes, most of the water levels in the estuary are actually controlled by lake water levels. So, and because the broad areas of the estuary are fairly low gradient, that there you have broad zones that are in the right water depth. So anywhere between 1 foot and 4.5 feet. We estimate there's 3,000 or 4,000 acres of available habitat area. So we target those areas to have, you know, we plant on a gradient. So we make sure that we're within that sweet spot.
Jamie?
Thank you. My question is around the leverage that's listed. I didn't see the EPA document that said it was attached, but can you just provide some additional information in regards to that leverage or that match for Perch Lake, how that works? Is it fully funded? will you still receive that full match if you're not receiving full funding here on this proposal?
Good question. Yes, Chair, council members. So for the leverage that we've had listed is 1.5 million from EPA. This is through the Great Lakes Restoration Initiative and is specific to the boreal wetlands work on the Fond du Lac Reservation. The other large project in this proposal is Mud Lake, and as our final AOC project, we will be targeting Great Lakes Restoration Initiative funding for that. So we typically wait until we have an actual engineer's estimate on the cost of the Mud Lake project, and then we'll go to EPA to get the remaining funding needs through the Great Lakes Restoration Initiative. So that's a priority for EPA. So we'll be certain to get some federal funding as well.
And for the boreal wetlands proposal, that money will come in anyway, but that's for doing a lot of the design and preparation work, and then the Outdoor Heritage Fund money would actually be used for the construction work.
Mark?
Thanks, Mr. Chair. First of all, thank you. This has been this restoration program has been long and expensive and complicated, and I just want to thank you for the work you've done. But I'm starting to look at, I was just kind of glancing at this, and one thing that jumped out at me was the culturally significant plants, and I saw black ash. And then I went back into the documents a little bit, and I saw 50 acres of restoration at $1 million. I mean, that's an expensive. I don't know what we're gonna do with black ash. I'm not up to speed on emerald ash borer and what the plan is, but can you just give me a little bit of, can you soften this for me a little bit?
Yeah, sure.
And tell me what the $1 million for 50 acres is.
Yeah.
Seems a little.
Yep. So the restoration will consist mostly of replacing undersized culverts or filling ditches. So a lot of the headwater wetland areas were historically ditched, thinking that you'd be able to make farmland in northern Minnesota. That didn't really work out. But those impacts remain. So what we would be looking at doing is strategically filling in some of these ditches to reestablish the wetland hydrology so that the plants will kind of respond on their own. The challenge here is in some of these locations, you actually have to travel a ways off a road to get to where those ditches are now. So that's what increases some of the cost. Since we haven't picked the exact wetlands that we want to work on, I didn't want to overpromise acres because it'll all depend on what ditches or what area those ditches feed or drain. So on being conservative, wanting to say, okay, I know I can do at least 50 acres, that will very likely exceed that. But I didn't want to get myself into trouble of not reaching the objectives I've stated for the amount we asked for or that we're awarded.
And the black ash?
And then with black ash, there are other replacement species.
Okay,
I mean,
that's the plan.
So we're not planning on going out and planting a lot of black ash.
Okay.
We're hoping some black ash recruits and, survives on its own. But we'd really be looking at alternative plants if we're going to do planting.
So I'm confused on leverage, because your proposal, the budget shows leverage of 300,000. And then you just talked about $1.5 million. And I look at what's written below the explaining of the leverage, and I don't know what your leverage really is. And it seems like I heard that the feds were putting in 300 million or something, and help me out a little.
Sorry, yes, Chairman Harwell, I can clarify that. We are getting $1.5 million for this work, but it's spread out over 5 years. So $300,000 will be coming in per year.
Okay. And why not more if the feds are putting up 300 million or whatever they said they were going to do?
I don't know if I mentioned. Oh, no, through this initiative, we're getting $300,000 a year for 5 years for a total of $1.5 million.
So how much are they putting in total, the federal government, into this project, this overall project of restoration of the St. Louis estuary?
In total? Or for
didn't they just announce a huge new funding tranche for this program?
Yes. The infrastructure bill has set aside $1 billion for Great Lakes. Yes, and they are targeting areas of concerns with that, especially the AOCs that have the promise of being delisted or most likely to be delisted by 2030. So yes, that puts the St. Louis River AOC up there as a funding priority to be able to get this additional infrastructure funding. So that's why we remain confident that our final Mud Lake AOC project will be funded and we'll get the funding we need from the feds for that.
Okay, thank you. Other questions? Oh, Jamie.
My question is in regards to the boreal wetland restoration. I don't have a lot of familiarity with that area, but it looks like it would be focused on hydrological restoration. Are those public ditches, judicial ditches? How does the ditch system work in regards to the reservation area?
They're abandoned ditches in most places, and a lot of times are occurring either on public lands, state lands, some tax forfeited lands, some tribal lands. There are actually some on the reservation as well. So we'll be looking at that as we do the prioritization to pick lands that are protected. So that when we do the work that we know that it's
private
sustained.
ditches.
I don't think we'll be working on private ditches, no.
Any other
Unless we have,
questions?
willing participants.
All right, thank you very much. Next on our list is FA01, Hardwood Hills Habitat Conservation Program. No, it's not, sorry. I'm so sorry, it's HRE 10, DNR Aquatic Habitat Restoration and Enhancement. I panicked some people there, I think.
Are you done?
I am. I didn't mean to overlook you, just so you know.
Thought we were going prematurely. Chair and Council, good morning. My name is Jamison Wendell. I am the Stream Habitat Supervisor for the Minnesota DNR in St. Paul. With me today is Amanda Hillman Roberts. She's the Stream Restoration Coordinator with the DNR out of Fergus Falls. We are pleased to have the opportunity to present the DNR's aquatic habitat proposal today, and thank you for your past support of DNR's aquatic habitat work. For today's presentation, I'd like to focus on three main topics: the status of our past appropriations, our aquatic habitat priorities and areas of focus, and also provide some details on high priority projects that are included in this year's proposal. Our past appropriations are on track to meet or exceed stated restoration and enhancement goals. Many aquatic habitat projects are very complex and take many years to complete. Therefore, much of the accomplishments are completed near the end of the appropriation. As others have mentioned earlier, permitting, especially with these aquatic habitat projects, can take many years, and often with our appropriations, we spend the first couple of years working on design and going through the permitting process. So a lot of times we don't have a lot of expenditures in the first couple of years, and we're kind of backloaded with the costs, but so far we have been able to meet our stated goals with each of our appropriations by the end of those appropriations. So requesting money now keeps the ball rolling to complete further projects. In terms of outputs and outcomes, aquatic habitat projects are somewhat unique compared to other projects when quantifying these benefits. The cost per acre benefit for aquatic habitat projects is often quite large, but quantifying the broad scale benefits of these projects is difficult. As one example, in our ML12 appropriation, stated benefits were 93 acres. However, the completed projects reconnected over 3,000 acres of lakes and 57 miles of river habitat. The overarching goals of this aquatic habitat proposal is to enhance and restore the biology, hydrology, geomorphology, water quality, and connectivity of Minnesota's streams. Projects are prioritized based on criteria such as resource potential, scale of impact, local support, and timing. These projects rely heavily on staff working collaboratively with a diverse array of partners to develop these projects. We operate best when combining local knowledge and resources with DNR's statewide experience and technical expertise. This year's proposal focuses on aquatic habitat restoration and enhancement projects.
14 projects are included in this year's request, 8 stream channel restorations and 6 fish passage projects. 8 of this year's high priority projects aim to restore channelized reaches of river to meandering streams. Channelization has broad scale impacts, including loss of habitat complexity within the channelized segment, impacts extending upstream, and sediment downstream of the segment. The 8 stream restoration projects included in this proposal would restore 17 miles of stream habitat and provide benefits throughout these watersheds. The second type of projects in this year's proposal focus on restoring fish passage. The impacts of fish barriers extend to a broad watershed scale. Fish and other aquatic species need to move between diverse habitats to complete their various life processes. Barriers can also create lost fishing opportunities in some areas. As we've often seen, expanding these opportunities to many rural and urban areas close to where people live provide those benefits on a local basis. Fish passage restoration provides immediate benefits and require little to no ongoing maintenance once completed. 6 dam modification projects are included in this year's proposal. The Rock Dam project will collaborate with Red Lake Band to modify a low head dam to restore fish passage on the Red Lake River. This dam is one of the last remaining fish passage barriers on the Red Lake River and is important to lake sturgeon restorations efforts within the Red River Basin. I don't know if many folks have seen, DNR had a very highly publicized video of lake sturgeon spawning within the Otter Tail River this year. So this is part of those efforts to restore lake sturgeon within the Red River Basin. This year's proposal includes 5 other dam modification projects. In total, these projects would restore upstream access to over 290,000 acres of lake and river habitat, and once again, expand those fishing opportunities in many areas right now where we only find species such as fathead minnows and creek chubs that are tolerant of those short-scale watershed movements. The final component of this year's aquatic habitat restoration and enhancement proposal includes funding for DNR's aquatic management area AMA enhancement work. DNR owns just under 1,000 AMA parcels covering almost 32,000 acres statewide. These lands protect high quality aquatic habitat such as lakeside areas with nearshore emergent vegetation and natural shorelines, and sometimes include associated uplands and prairie or forest. The Outdoor Heritage Fund has been helpful in supporting a significant increase in the level of enhancement work that DNR is able to accomplish on these lands. To date, Outdoor Heritage Funds has funded over 6,500 acres of habitat enhancement on 118 AMAs through projects such as the control of invasive species or planting of native vegetation. This request includes funding to enhance 365 acres of riparian habitat and associated uplands on 45 AMA parcels. As I mentioned before, we rely on strong collaborative relationships with partners to develop these projects. With this year's proposal, we are requesting continued funding for staff that have fostered these relationships and provided valuable expertise in stream restoration. These staff work exclusively on OHF and CPL projects. The complexity of design, permitting, contracting, and construction oversight requires specialized skills. These positions help to ensure that these projects are well done and achieve intended outcomes. These positions have benefits well beyond the projects included in this proposal. With that, I thank you once again for your support, and we will stand for any questions that you may have.
Great, thank you. Questions? Amy, was that you? No. I think you've answered all the questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, next, FA1, Hardwood Hills and Habitat Conservation Program. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, I'm Chris Larson with the Minnesota Land Trust. With me today is John Geisler from St. John's University and Leah Hall, also with the Minnesota Land Trust. And we're excited to present to you today the Hardwood Hills Habitat Conservation Program, which, as you saw in our proposal, is a new proposal to you all, although not an entirely new program, and we'll get into that in a minute. But since it is a new proposal, I thought it'd be worth spending just a couple of minutes orienting ourselves to the Hardwood Hills and why they are so important to Minnesota's wildlife. The Hardwood Hills is one of 26 ecological subsections in Minnesota, and its calling card really is that it's part of that prairie forest border transition. And so it's that key ecological zone that's kind of flopped back and forth between prairie and forest over the millennia, which really lends itself to part of its ecological story. It's also an area of steep hills and rolling hills. As you've been out there, you'll know, due to the last glaciation, and that adds to its biological significance as things grade up and down those gradations. And it also, in between these hills, are many kettle lakes, wetlands, and 400 lakes of larger size. So you've got this tension zone between prairie and forest. You have the rolling hills, and you've got the presence of water, all of which contributes to this ecological significance historically. It's a site of 85 species of greatest conservation need and has forest, prairie, savannas, which you heard about earlier and their importance, and water. So it's also, as you know, part of the Mississippi Flyway. So it's incredibly important to our bird species, whether it's waterfowl or songbirds, as well as migrating insects. And of course, it's important to many of our game species as well. But as you'll hear, in spite of the importance to the overall health of Minnesota's wildlife, this area has been somewhat under-resourced in the past. And I want to point you to the handout that we sent to you after, the most recent one, which shows some of the investments by the Outdoor Heritage Fund. But I think that plays true for a lot of our other state resources as well, that it's an area under-resourced compared to some of the investments we've made directly into the prairie or into the forest. And it's this gap in that overall investment that this proposal aims to address. And finally, this area of the Hardwood Hills is largely in private ownership, and in many places it's under significant development threat as it lies along the I-94 corridor. So that's a little bit about the Hardwood Hills themselves. And so what's in this proposal? This proposal is really focused on protecting the highest quality forest habitat and associated biota within the Hardwood Hills. We, like many of our other proposals, we want to build those complexes of habitat north and south for those migrating species. And I'll point you to the handout that was actually in the proposal itself. You can see the Hardwood Hills landscape and a lot of the darker green priority areas. Those are areas that have been identified by Minnesota's Wildlife Action Plan as the highest priority for protection within the Hardwood Hills. And it's that system that we would like to protect long-term. So long-term success of this program would be protecting those forest complexes north and south for migrating species and have those as our major target zones. Now, this phase of the program would be looking at our partnership directly with St. John's University, and John will talk about that in a minute, within the Avon Hills. So on that map, that's one of those southern green priority areas, and I think it's highlighted in red. This is an area in which we've worked before, as you'll hear, and our goal is to protect through conservation easement 1,200 acres of priority habitats. And as you'll hear, part of the reason we wanted to start with this is that we've already got great traction. So it's an area that we know we can demonstrate success, and then we would be planning on moving up that chain of those green priority areas in future proposals to rebuild the kind of forest connectivity of the Hardwood Hills. So with that, John, I'll turn it over to you to talk a little bit more about the partnership in Avon Hills.
Great. So thank you, Chris. This is a place that's near and dear to my heart. I'm a land manager of 3,000 acres right in the heart of the Avon Hills, which is a part of this larger complex of the Hardwood Hills. And we care a lot about native habitat here. We have prairie meeting deciduous woods, and one of our trails, you can get prairie, wetland, deciduous forest, oak savanna, and it's just a unique ecological convergence. So we really have a vested interest in continuing this partnership. We've worked with Stearns Soil and Water Conservation District. They know the local landowners that have these high priority zones. We get landowners interested through education. We're a university. We do a lot of master naturalist trainings, master woodland owner trainings. We're getting people excited about preserving these lands long-term. And then we have a great partnership with Minnesota Land Trust to get that conservation easement in place and protect these areas permanently. Just an example of one of those projects where we're kind of starting to string together complexes. So there's the St. Wendell Bog SNA, which is 650 acres, and about 1.3 miles away, there's Parched Woods and SNA. And in between, in these various phases with other funding, we've stitched together. So now we have a 985 acre complex that's contiguous, and conservation easements were really the key to get that those complexes to mesh and not be just spotted mosaic across the landscape. This area is key for many species of special concern like American ginseng, cerulean warblers, red-shouldered hawks, Blanding's turtles, leaf starters. It's beautiful oak. If you've ever been in this area, they're massive red and white oak. And oak are just this keystone species that we don't see in a lot of areas, other areas of Minnesota where they're just, they're a dominant force. I don't know if you've read Douglas Tallamy's The Nature of Oaks, but oaks are the largest supplier of habitat for various wildlife species. I think they support over 500 species, just oaks alone. So if you're going to do anything for restoration, plant an oak tree. And I've kind of gone off my script, but I just love this place. I want to point you to the fact that we have a lot of support locally. We have kind of on the back of one of your handouts, we have letters of support from the local townships. This is a machine ready to run and go and do great permanent protection in an area that, if you look on an aerial photo, you'll see St. Cloud, St. Joseph. They're creeping in on this area that's been protected just because it does have the steep slopes. It wasn't good for farming, where we're at a critical moment where a lot of these big chunks are changing hands, and it's a great place to put a development in. Beautiful oaks. So this is the time. The time is now to act. And I'll turn it over to you.
John, it's too bad you're not enthusiastic.
Good morning, Chair Hartwell and council members. I'm Leah Hall, Mississippi Corridor North Program Manager with Minnesota Land Trust. I just want to touch a little bit more on the urgency around this work. So over 60% of forests in the Hardwood Hills subsection have been lost to conversion over the last century. Lakeshore development and growth along the I-94 corridor do pose significant threat to land conversion in this area. Due to this great development pressure in the Hardwood Hills, especially in that southern portion towards St. Cloud, as John mentioned, the time for protection really is now. The Avon Hills are just 15 miles west of St. Cloud, and over 125,000 people live within 10 miles of them. And population growth is projected to continue. With 92% of the remaining forest lands in the Hardwood Hills subsection in private ownership, conservation easements can play a pivotal role in ensuring long-term protection of these remaining forests. So as you've already heard from John and Chris, the Minnesota Land Trust and St. John's University do have a standing and successful partnership to protect and restore the Avon Hills. With past assistance from the state of Minnesota and conservation-minded landowners, more than 6,600 acres of the Avon Hills have been protected to date. This represents more than 26% of our ambitious goal of affording protection to 70% of the Avon Hills. Over the next 20 years. We hope to build on this success and momentum in the Avon Hills and to show similar successes throughout the Hardwood Hills subsection.
And with that, Mr. Chair, council members, we look forward to answering any questions that you have. Thanks for hearing this proposal.
Great, thank you. Questions? Looks like you answered them.
All right, thank you so
very
much.
Next on our list, FA02 Camp Ripley Sentinel Landscape ACUB Protection Program.
I'm stepping myself.
Go ahead.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, council members and audience. I'm a big fan of a lot of your guys' work, so it's a privilege to be here today. We're representing the Camp Ripley Sentinel Landscape Partnership, and today here with me is Brigadier General Cruz from Camp Ripley, Josh Pennington, who is the environmental director at Camp as well, Sharon Doucette, who refused to sit up front with us, the easement manager at the Board of Water and Soil Resources, and Todd Holman, who is our Camp Ripley Sentinel Landscape Coordinator and works for the Nature Conservancy. So many of you know us, but just to paint a picture again of the landscape that we're working in, we are a 805,000 acre defined boundary that we call the Camp Ripley Sentinel Landscape. It's located along 50 miles of the Mississippi River, the headwaters in north central Minnesota, where the historic prairie meets forested land, just similar to the Hardwood Hills area that you just heard from. Much of the land that surrounds our hub, which is Camp Ripley, the 53,000 acres, is divided into 40-acre parcels, which are privately owned by landowners who have a strong connection to their land. It's inhabited by resident and migratory waterfowl, wildlife species, and is surrounded by wetland complexes, lake systems, and other major tributaries to the Mississippi River. The forested region of our landscape, which is the northern portion of the Sentinel Landscape, crosses 3 counties, Cass, Crow Wing, and Morrison counties. And it's where the agriculture again transitions to existing forested land. Thousands of acres within this area are being converted from forested lands to agricultural row cropping systems, primarily for potatoes and corn. And this region of the state, specifically Morrison County, is one of the highest areas for conversion of grasslands to conventional agriculture. And our work also includes the corridor, which is 371, which, as many of you have traveled to Brainerd, is under a lot of development pressure as well. And for those of you that know our ACUB program, the Army Compatible Use Buffer Program, we started that in 2004. And it was to limit development and help camp reduce some of the conflicts that could create problems for their military operations. But what we were able to achieve with our ACUB program was multiple resource benefits. And it expanded our conservation efforts, especially in sustainable forestry. And in 2016, we are designated a Camp or Sentinel Landscape. So we're now one of 10, and that was a state and federal designation. And with that, we were able to leverage additional funds, which I know you guys are really interested in, out to that 10-mile area with our partnerships and with councils like yours. So what we do is not super glamorous, right? My office on a day-to-day, we're working one easement at a time, working with landowners. We've got a working list of 350 interested landowners in our database. It's been built, though, on 16 years of trust and relationship building, and the willingness of these landowners to forgo dividing their properties or selling off portions, which they could have made a lot more money on. But it's more than just landowner support, of course. We're doing everything that we can to make sure that taxpayer dollars are used as wisely as possible. So as part of this process, every interested landowner parcel is ranked. We prioritize and target for high quality existing habitat to protect these corridors and large complexes, and to ensure that there's reduced future fragmentation. The work area that you see on your handout, we've limited it from that 10-mile to a 5-mile area. That's where we concentrate our easement work on. And that's to ensure that we're using, again, the landowner contribution, your contribution, state of Minnesota, and our federal funds as wisely as possible. Our handout speaks volumes to me. I hope it does to you as well. You can see on there that almost 59% of our landscape is now in some sort of permanent protection. This area is a jewel. I hope this council can be proud of your contribution in helping us build this. But this funding would help secure another 4,000 acres. And it's to secure permanent conservation easements, which are held with the Board of Water and Soil Resources, the RIM easement. And it's for permanent protection again. Easement, when this area would protect and buffer lakes, rivers, streams, forest habitat corridors that are critical to the general public for hunting, fishing, and recreational opportunities. These habitat corridors and complexes are critical protection priorities for the state of Minnesota as identified in the DNR Wildlife Action Network as one of the conservation focus areas of the state. I know there's a bunch of these out there, but we're one of the only active conservation focus areas. And we'll action the goal of not only this plan, as well as local landscape stewardship plans, our local watershed, and now One Watershed, One plans, and our Camp Ripley Sentinel Landscape Strategic Plan. If you remember last time I was here, I was asking for dollars to not just work randomly in that 5-mile boundary. We really wanted to listen to what you had given us feedback in the past and say, how is this benefiting public lands? And so what we've done is looked at landowners in our database which surround and buffer our current public lands that are in this landscape and work in those areas. So in your handout, we have those circled. They're the Pillsbury State Forest, Lake Alexander Woods SNE, Euro WME, the Camp Ripley lands that are off of camp that are open to the public, the Little Nokasippi WME, and Niedermeyer WME, as well as the Crow Wing County Forest. So again, we're buffering within a buffer. Buffering these public lands are preventing habitat conversion on adjacent lands that the state has already invested in. Forests not only provide critical habitat for game and non-game species, but forests lessen the impacts of water quality contamination from land use practices. These protection efforts mean cleaner water, source water for residents in St. Cloud, Minneapolis, and St. Paul, because the Mississippi River supplies their drinking water. Now, the general can go into more detail of why we need your support, but you cannot even begin to imagine how much more good work gets done in our landscape because of the funds you entrust us with. Just last year, I was able to leverage the money that this council gave us to the state NRCS office, and they've now staffed us with a full-time forester, which our district has never been able to afford before. So he's working side by side with DNR in the area and with our private landowners to meet a gap that we've had in private forest management. We've also been able to leverage NRCS RCPP, which for those of you who go for those funds, it's a 1-to-1 match. It's very hard to come up with that. But because of this council, again, we were able to leverage another 2.7 million of federal NRCS funds specifically for private forest management. In addition, just recently, we secured funding from the National Association of Conservation Districts, which is a new funder for my office, to work with the University of Minnesota Duluth NRRI on looking at resiliency in our landscape, what that means, where we should be working, and really concentrating our efforts on prescribed burning and wildlife enhancements for our forested areas. To put it simply, your support is foundational to the project's success. Without state funding, we cannot demonstrate our federal funders, our state's commitment to our strategic plan.
So good morning, Chairman and Board. My name is Lowell Cruz. I'm the Senior Commander at Camp Ripley. I work for Major General Sean Mankey as one of his assistants. And I'm here representing Camp Ripley. I'm here representing the millions of dollars that the federal government has invested into infrastructure and ranges and training dollars to support the training of your National Guard. And Camp Ripley exists to train your National Guard. And we need to train them on a standard that makes them compatible with your active duty military. And the ACUB program helps us protect that mission, because I can give you a long list of federal and state installations that the communities surrounding them have limited their ability to train. I can go to Iowa and look at Camp Dodge and see a installation that has to stop all small arms firing and training at 8 o'clock at night because the community surrounding them, which is Des Moines, has become a metropolitan area. And so their soldiers are limited in what times a day that they can train. That's one example of many. And so we're trying to prevent that at Camp Ripley. We're trying to prevent the excursion of development around the installation that is truly will be detrimental. One of my biggest neighbors is the Baxter Brainerd area, that great vacation land that's up there. And so as we buffer Camp Ripley and keep development away from my borders, that will help me then keep the noise and environmental effects that we have from our training from impacting those direct neighbors. So that's really the heart of the ACUB program. Obviously, the Lessard-Sams Heritage Fund is our direct source for the matching funds that we need to go back and show the federal government a state match. You know, we have been working on this process for 16 plus years, and I'm truly am very proud of the amount of land that we've protected from development. We are well on our road around the Camp Ripley perimeter of bringing in our goals of property that we think we can protect. And this request of $5 million will allow us to continue to secure the federal funding that we receive as part of that ACUB program to continue to buy easements from our neighbors. And as Shannon talked, we're cognizant of the fact that it's not fee acquisition, it's not more public ground. I agree that you could really argue though that if we protect ground around public ground, we're helping protect that public ground as well. And so that's our philosophy right now and how we're prioritizing what easements we're buying as we work towards that total number that we've targeted. So with that, you know, bottom line is your citizens of this nation have invested millions of dollars into Camp Ripley. And we will celebrate our 100th anniversary in about 8 years. And we look forward to being there another 100 years. And truly ACUB is the way that will help protect that. Thank you.
Questions?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Shannon, General, this looks to me like it's going to preserve substantial forest land. I would say I didn't say this, but that the only real way to destroy a forest is to turn it into ag land. And that's what you're talking about up there, which is great. And then I was going to ask you what the policy for managing these forest lands were, but you answered that question too. You've got another forester coming in and that's all good. And you talk about private forest management. So I think this is a good project.
Yeah, if I could emphasize that, you know, we over our relationships with people that are helping us execute the ACUB funding have created this Sentinel landscape. Started as a state designation and turned into a federal designation. That's really allowing us to leverage networks and relationships and people that normally don't talk to each other. I have no relationship with the Natural Resource Conservation Service. They're supporting our agricultural partners around us, but as an installation, not a lot of interaction. But through the Sentinel landscape process, you know, the state director of the NSCS, I sat down with him and said, I can provide an office for a state forester, which is what we're doing. He's going to work right with Josh in his office. That gentleman's job is to go out and help my neighbors manage their forest. Why is that important? Well, we burn about 15,000 acres of Camp Ripley every year to prevent fires from leaving camp to go, because I don't want to burn down $1 million home someplace. But I'm also concerned about my neighbors, ability to manage their forests and keep fire from coming into Camp Ripley. And so that was a no-brainer for me to say yes to that.
Rob? Thank you, Mr. Chair. Take myself off mute here. I appreciate the hunting opportunities that you provide. I'm curious about veterans issues are important to me. I'm curious about the permits for disabled veterans for turkey hunting and deer hunting. Are those traditional numbers, or how did you arrive at 36 permits for turkeys and 48 for whitetail deer hunting?
So my name is Josh Pennington. I'll address this question. And I think what you're referring to on the handout is the public hunting opportunities that we facilitate on Camp Ripley. And those are identified as special hunts legislatively. And so those are additional hunts that we facilitate through those special hunt licenses. And so there's a disabled veterans hunt, both deer and turkey, and then a we call recently deployed or active soldier turkey and deer hunts. And hunters registered for those hunts through that special license category.
Thank you for that. And I guess for especially the disabled veteran, do you need somebody as part of that? Do you need a guide or somebody that's with them to assist?
Yes, we do. So we pair disabled veterans up with volunteers. They help go into and set up deer stands and turkey stands, and we really need turkey callers. So if you're gonna have that skill, I'd ask for that as well.
You need Ron's phone.
And if I could just add to that, we've seen a significant increase in the number of registered hunters, especially in the recently deployed, so active soldiers engaging, and to the extent that we can't provide all of the accommodations that they need. And so through a recently federally funded ACUP project with the city of Baxter, we acquired 800 acres of green space for the city of Baxter. And last year was the first year that we extended hunting opportunities through a group called Ardent Archers that takes soldiers with PTSD or recently separated veterans. And so we've expanded the hunts from just onto Camp Ripley to working with partners such as the city of Baxter. And they put 20 hunters on that 800 acres last year. So it's really expanding, and it's been really great work.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I just commend you for the efforts. Thanks for the answers.
Any other questions? Amy?
Thank you, and thank you for the proposal. If you could walk us through the timing for the leverage. I know there's 0 shown for anticipated leverage, but I mean, the leverage that's attached to this proposal is unique and such a win-win for the state of Minnesota and habitat in general. If you could just talk through, why it's shown as 0 in regards to the timing.
So the federal funded ACUP easements that we require a 25% match. And we obtain that 25% through the Bowser Rim easement program's landowner donation. And so they'll pay up to 75% of the assessed value of the easement. And so we're able to uniquely count that as our match for the federal dollars. However, there's about 75 military installations across the country that compete for this limited amount of federal funding. So all of the state funding that we bring in, we use as leverage for the next year. So we use the state funding as leverage to be competitive for those federal funds. And without it, then our competitiveness significantly declines. So it's almost where this project, we're using the state funds to obtain the leverage for the federal funds.
Any other questions? Great, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next is FA03, protection enhancement of public land forest habitats through strategic acquisition of private land in holdings. There's no shorter way to say that.
Sit back and do it.
Sit in the middle so you're in front of the mic. It's this computer. Yeah. There you go.
Go ahead.
Morning, Mr. Chair, council members. My name is Scott Johnson. I'm a newish Forest Conservation Coordinator for the Rough Grouse Society, American Woodcock Society. I'm happy to be here with Gary Drotz, our longtime grant consultant and contractor. Appreciate the invitation for this hearing on our protection enhancement, public land, forest habitats. As you've seen, this application includes acquisition of strategic private land in holdings, where private land in holdings may hinder good landscape scale management due to their inclusion in management areas or efficiencies or access reasons. Most of these proposed theoretical acquisitions would achieve and support outcome measures, many of the outcome measures in the Northern Forest Ecological Section vision. And some of the questions, I guess I'm diving right into concern areas that I know I've heard on this to differentiate these acquisitions from larger scale acquisitions that have happened throughout the state. Is these are deliberately smaller scale, strategic small acquisitions within private lands where there's going to be particular opportunity for efficiencies. So Rough Grouse Society with the Moose Habitat Collaborative and many other projects funded through the Outdoor Heritage Fund. We know that we can engage cross-boundary collaboration even without acquisitions. However, as you can see in some of our support letters, State Land Board, Minnesota Forest Industries, and some of our examples that Gary's put together and that we've seen in talking with a variety of public land managers, there's a particular efficiency and improved management opportunities with consolidated ownerships and strategic locations. And I want to jump right in and clarify, we did have some confusion that I think is mostly cleaned up in our waived indirect in our application. We had incorrectly applied that to the whole acquisition, including the lands, and it should just have been applied to the rest of the direct support services. So that's my brief overview. Very brief with that. I'm hoping that Gary can summarize some of our summary sheet for you.
I'll try to fill in a couple of questions. Gary Drotz, retired DNR area wildlife manager, but for the last 7 years, I've been doing grant consultant work. I worked for the National Wild Turkey Federation for a while. The last 5 years with the Rough Grouse Society. It's a contracted consultant work. It's a good gig once you're retired. I've enjoyed it. What you see in front of you, as Scott mentioned, I've been kind of a wingman today for him on this stuff. But for the last 3-4 years, the Rough Grouse Society has did several conservation partner legacy grants on a smaller scale. Rough Grouse Society wanted to ratchet things up a little bit. So we pursued and got an LCCMR grant for $300,000 for 100 walking trails. We went to the Moose Habitat grant, and then looking forward this last winter, they asked me what kind of a grant can we do that would do the most benefit. I've been privileged in my DNR career to see a lot of the large scale opportunistic type acquisitions we've done, some of the potlatch lands and those things. But in the meantime, as a field manager working with forestry, I've seen a lot of times when smaller in holdings on the edge of a forest cause us more heartbreak because we've got issues with boundaries, efficiencies of access road, efficiency for public to get in. And I told the Rough Grouse Society something we should try proposing was what you see in front of you, where we would try more of a broader targeted in holding acquisitions in anybody's public forest land, national forest, state forest land, or county. And we've been approached by counties in the past. I'll have Scott bring about that in a second. So what the thought process, what you see in front of you is an awful lot of the forest management plans, forest resource management plans that exist out there that have been written by the Minnesota DNR, Forest Resource Council, almost all of them talk about one of the biggest problems we have is forest fragmentation, issues with access, and actually what's called efficiency and effectiveness of our management, both forest timber harvest and both from a habitat perspective. So what this proposal then is our first try at trying to propose that we would work with the public land administrators, go through and talk to them about what they may have for priorities. Then we will be getting those parcels ranked as to what is some of the best ones, the best bang for the buck, that helps for access, helps for timber harvest, helps for some of the habitat issues that are addressed within the plans that support that. That is the overall perspective, that we're going from basically opportunistic type acquisitions that have been done in the past, where we bought a bunch of potlatch land and it was proposed or whatever. This is to help out. And if we buy these scattered 40s, 80s, 120s, a lot of times you multiply the actual the impact of that acquisition, because you don't have the issue with the boundary to take care of, and you can also probably get to some more timber that you couldn't get to in the past. If you get to the timber, that causes forest management. So there's a cascading effect if we can look at some of these strategic acquisitions. And what there was for our handout with the original proposal, there was a 2-page one that we put in with the original proposal. On the back, it showed a example that I had personal knowledge of. It was in the Land O'Lakes State Forest, which is north of Outing up by Emily. There was an 80 right in the heart of that forest. Back in the 1980s, a gentleman had that piece of property. He got old. He went and willed it to Outward Bound because he had a heart of gold he wanted to get. And in those days, that's one of the only ways they could do that. He unfortunately died. It went to Outward Bound and they held it. And in about early 80s, sometimes I got a call that Outward Bound was going to sell it. We didn't have a process at that time. I can't remember exactly when that came in, but to pick up a parcel like that, because would have helped us a lot for long-term management, for forest management, as far as timber access across that road, access. It's the person who owns it actually lets a logger go across, but doesn't let private individuals go across. We've had to go around it with some of the actual summer access roads. So that's just an example of some of the targeted, strategic that we could work with, if it's a county, if it's a state forest, or if it's a national forest. There's one other thing at the bottom of this thing too that we talk about is if we do buy a piece of property in a state forest, we would like to encourage the department to work with us and the Lessard-Sams Council to look at an actual land asset management thought process. And that pulls in the possibility of doing a 3-way exchange with some school trust fund land. And that's why you see there's an actual letter there from Aaron Van der Lende from the school trust fund land, off school trust fund, supporting the concept of this grant, that if we bought property inside a state forest, we would end up doing exchange for some school trust fund land in a state wildlife area. So the acquired parcel ends up being school trust fund land in the forest. The OHF deed and process and restriction goes inside the state wildlife management area. The reason why I think that's advantageous for you all, one of the questions that's haunted all the time is if you buy a piece of property down the road, what happens for access as far as ATV trails or whatever? And if we have this long-term intent that it ends up within a side of state WMA, those issues are somewhat taken away. We've got more protection for that piece of outdoor heritage property. But the bigger intent here is to buy strategic in-holdings within county, state forest, or actual national forest land.
You want me to talk about some of these examples?
Yeah, go ahead.
We do have some examples. I think Gary alluded to, the availability of these small strategic parcels, the duration that they're on the market and available is often short time crunch. I have a couple examples since we put this proposal out there in communication with various counties and Forest Service, U.S. Forest Service, about potential properties that have come up for potential sale with importance in Lake County would be one example. They were interested, talked with Lake County commissioners, talked with Lake County Land Commissioner and field forestry staff, and a parcel came up and has already been sold and liquidated, something within the our moose habitat collaborative area of interest and good opportunities for moose habitat. Large landscape scale management has already gone down the road. Another example, Gary said sometimes other management activities such as timber harvesting with wildlife benefits and intents. Often private land in holdings will allow harvest access. I have an example with St. Louis County, some county lands adjoining the Bearhead Lake State Park, where a couple 240s of private in holdings are the historic access points where the county has put together a commercial timber sale with wildlife objectives adjoining the Bearhead Lake State Park. And they've been denied management access through that existing road and are being not interested in, the private landholder is not interested in easement opportunities. So there's a landlocked base with management almost implemented with public access, recreation opportunities being hindered and upcoming on the market. So those are just a couple examples. Koochiching County has several examples that they'd like to engage if we were to be successful with this application, and many more. So that it. That, I guess that's all we had for presentation to you.
Questions? Tom?
Just a statement, glad to see the Rough Grouse Society taking on forest fragmentation.
Thank you.
Mark?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Gratz is right on the exchange piece. I think that from an overall management perspective, to be able to get the right management block and the right management block, whether it's School Trust, State Forest, all of that's an important piece. All of that is an important piece that I'm glad that we're talking about it. Are you asking us to fund the administrative part of that, of those exchanges?
The secondary is, go ahead.
Yeah. So, I mean, there's gonna be the straight out acquisition. Okay, so if it's within county or national forest, it'll go to that actually public authority. Within a state forest, within the DNR process, it's our intent to encourage them to look at that. And that's the reason why you see the letter from Aaron, at least on the school trust fund side, saying this is worth looking at. What we're proposing, if we have those kind of tracks pop up, we're gonna work with the DNR and come back to you and ask whether or not that land exchange cost, which is 10-15% of acquisition, is covered under the grant. That's where, because otherwise the Department of Natural Resources and School Trust Fund are gonna complain. They don't want to do it. So what I'm saying is probably for another 10-15% of an acquisition cost, we have those parcels moved to the proper management unit like you talk about, Mark.
Okay. Any other questions? Ron?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I guess I'm amazed is the wrong word, but Rough Grouse Society is a habitat organization. There's millions of acres of rough grouse public land that needs habitat work. And you come in here and want to be land buyers. I don't get it. I mean, I think you're picking out a small problem and ignoring the big problem. Big problem being more aggressive grouse habitat work. I'm not privy on the little private land holdings and what kind of headache that gives you. But I think their bigger headache would be how much grouse habitat work isn't being done. So that's my speech.
Sure. Thank you, Councilmember Shara. I concur that more deliberate active management across the landscape is important, but I would say, and I have a couple examples on the table here, and I'm sorry I wasn't able to share those with you in advance, but where that exact type of active management in particular, in this case, St. Louis County vicinity, Ely. One example, he has rough grouse, American woodcock habitat improvement opportunities that are integrated with forest management activities, timber harvesting, and that example project on public land, the public land managers, St. Louis County in this case, are hamstrung and unable to continue with that management. That management in that location would also facilitate the public recreational access. And I do believe there are many examples of that small strategic landlocked situation where management is unable to be carried out in an efficient and landscape scale perspective. I guess that's another piece where there's confounding goals and objectives that might inhibit good management on the landscape scale and whatever particular landscape we're talking about. I do hear what you're saying. I do think, though, that there are many examples where we can achieve those goals that you mentioned by acquiring strategic lands and transferring them to the public land agency.
And Councilman, you're absolutely right on some of this, but you have to realize one thing about the Rough Grouse Society is, yes, they're managing the rough grouse, but they're trying to be also at the same time looking at forest habitat for a lot of species. Okay. So when you take a look at some of the management capabilities that happens, an awful lot of times forestry staff, for whatever agency it is, has had their hands tied sometime getting to some of these parcels to manage. So yes, there's lots of acres out there, but we're trying to look at how can we help the management agency get the efficiency done to get in to harvest some of those spots. So we create the H class dynamics that we need for some of the forest management. So I can understand where you're coming from, but we, as a citizen of Minnesota, they donate they don't donate, they actually create this outdoor heritage fund. And they ask about how can we use that dollar asset to convert habitat, create habitat or whatever. And this is a proposal from the Rough Grouse Society to bring forth in the forest what would probably be some of the best expenditure to do. And that's to help the management agencies out for access for timber and also recreational use. Yeah.
Well, thank you for that. I think you should also know that this council has been criticized by some legislators for land acquisition up north, which is exactly what you're recommending. They're in position to cancel all of that. That doesn't mean we don't go ahead and suggest it, but you're suggesting some acquisition in counties that got 90% public land already. And you're saying, well, we need to get this little piece of private land because it's interrupting our grouse habitat project, when you're ignoring the other big part of the woods that you haven't touched for grouse habitat, where you could touch it. Do you follow where I'm getting at? So, I mean, I'm all in favor of what you're trying to do, but I don't want to throw out the baby with the bathwater. Yes.
Yes, sir. I can answer that, Councilmember Shara, but is there another question?
Tom?
Well, Mr. Chairman, I've got an answer for Ron, and that's the rough grouse and the white-tailed deer came to northern Minnesota because our forests were managed. We've got to continue to manage our forests. We're going to continue to have rough grouse and white-tailed deer. And you can't manage a forest unless you can have access to them. And that's what he's talking about here. Not talking about going up and buying 187,000 acres or doing the easement for that. He's talking about small pieces that make other pieces accessible. And I think it's great. I think it's long coming.
We'll talk about it.
Yeah,
we will.
Thank you, Councilmembers. Can I
Let's
respond?
talk about it later, okay?
I'd like to quick respond to that, Councilmember
Yeah,
Shara,
and
if I
then we're
could
gonna cut you
also,
off.
do I have time?
You have time.
Oh, thank you.
And then I'm going to cut you off.
Oh, okay. I apologize. I would like to say that the Rough Grouse Society supports active forest management for forest health and for forest wildlife, which includes timber harvesting, embrace timber harvesting as an opportunity. And as we talked about, there are on public lands, private lands, these access bottlenecks are an important limiting factor in efficient and effective from an ecological standpoint management of some of these landscapes. And then I'd like to say that I did talk and understand, and I attempted to allude to that concern that a lot of the counties in particular have concern with increased public land acquisitions. And I talked with several counties, including Lake County Commissioner, and the small size, the bottleneck scenario that facilitates better management of those existing public lands is something far different than large scale acquisitions in their mind in some of these cases that I've talked about. So I did want to differentiate between the two very clearly and understand those concerns by the counties. And of course, our vetting process would very much, and right off the bat, include not only the council, but also the counties themselves, whether it be a county land acquisition or other public land acquisition within some county. They would be immediately engaged in the process. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. We'll move on to FRE 01. Go ahead.
Good morning, Chair Hartwell and the members of the council. My name is Ted Dick. I'm the Forest Habitat Supervisor for the DNR Division of Fisheries and Wildlife. And with me today is Heather Baird, a Forest Landscape Coordinator for our division.
Chair Hartwell, council members, thank you for taking the time today. Our proposal is seeking funding to improve the quality of fish and wildlife habitat in the forest through a number of scientifically proven techniques, including invasive species control, timber regeneration, riparian buffer improvement, including planting conifers and climate-resistant trees, forest diversification, and prescribed burning. These activities will benefit a wide range of species and habitats, including ruffed grouse and sharp-tailed grouse, white-tailed deer, species of greatest conservation need, songbirds, cold water trout habitat, and also the citizens who recreate in our forests, including those who hunt and fish.
So when developing this and other forest grant proposals, we often hear the question, isn't timber harvest the only tool you need to improve forest wildlife habitat? And I just want to say, coming off the last discussion, we always look at timber harvest as a main tool, a primary tool, the option, the go-to option for our habitat management. And we work with our partners in the DNR Division of Forestry and the timber industry. But there are many examples of things that don't get done through normal timber harvest that we're proposing we fund today to improve that habitat. Someone recently asked if I plant a tree, won't it just grow on its own? And that's a good question. The answer is yes, it will grow, but the forest, the habitat is more than just the trees. It's the things underneath and around. It's the understory and the shrub layers and the other things. So if you want a better forest where that tree can grow, if you want better habitat, improved wildlife use, and more healthy, diverse plant communities that provide better habitat, you need to do some of these other things that we're asking for funding for today. So timber harvest is a primary tool, but it's not everything. And so I wanted to give you a couple examples of things along those lines. One that's in our proposal, invasive species control at Whitewater WMA. So down south by Rochester. The state of invasives these days is such that if you want to harvest the timber, you really need to treat the invasives ahead of time, or you end up with a buckthorn stand after you remove the timber. And currently, we don't always have the funding to do those things, and this project would help facilitate that. So you can get healthy, diverse hardwood forests back there at Whitewater that you don't if you don't treat those things. Another example would be brushland management in Carlton County. We have a site there on our proposal. Brushlands, as you know, it's been discussed here before, require periodic mowing and burning to keep them in an open condition. And sandhill cranes, sharp-tailed grouse, sedge wrens, a number of species, they need that patchiness, that openness. And if you just let it grow up, it won't turn into merchantable timber, but it'll grow into such a condition that it's not as healthy for a number of wildlife species. So that's another thing we want to fund with this proposal. And then the third and final example I'll give you is diversity planting. We have a project along the Baptism River at an aquatic management area, an AMA. And planting along those banks of the river, those riparian areas, protect water quality, and they maintain cooler temperatures for cold water species, brook trout and other things. So those are three examples of things that are forest enhancements that don't get done through normal timber harvest that we'd like to fund. We do, as I mentioned, work with our partners in the Division of Forestry and Eco Water Resources to get these things done. We coordinate with them and we fund some of their projects if they have a habitat friendly component to them. The Commissioner's Office and division directors have had input on this proposal. And most of the work will be performed by independent small town contractors. So we'll spread the money around and the effort around to get the work done. Oftentimes it's people in the logging business, you know, diversifying and doing other projects. We've found a willing group of participants who will work with us to get these projects done. So it's not just DNR doing the work. One last thing I would like to note is our friend Rick Horton from the Minnesota Forest Industries. You know, I think he's the executive vice president. They're the group that speaks for the timber industry and the mills. He's provided a letter of support. I have, I think, part of it on the one pager that we submitted earlier. He says, and I'll quote, "There's a tremendous need for this type of work to improve our forests for health and habitat." We hope you have a clear picture of our project's intent and value, and thank you for your time. And Chair Hartwell, we'd be happy to take any questions.
Questions? So I had one. The three examples you gave, you're going to go in and control buckthorn before you do a harvest, and then you're going to sell the timber. Aren't we just being asked to subsidize the sale of a timber to make it easier for the forest industry to do the work? Why would we do that kind of funding? You lost me there.
When timber sales, that's a lot of what I do at work all the time, is forest coordination policy between forestry and wildlife. And currently, if you want to treat invasives, that's separate from timber sales. And so if you do it with a normal timber sale, they go in and remove the wood, but there is no current policy or plan to treat the invasive. Sometimes if it's on a WMA, wildlife managers will say, I don't want this harvested unless we find some money somewhere to treat the invasives, but it's not built into timber planning.
But you're selling the timber.
Selling the timber, but not requiring them.
Why wouldn't that fund the work to make the timber saleable?
The money that comes from timber sales go to other places. We have funds. They used to go to a resource revenue fund in wildlife from WMAs, and we use money to pay the Division of Forestry to work on administering some of these sales, but right now there isn't, it's a good idea, but right now there isn't a funding mechanism that sends revenue from that back to there. It might go to school trust in some cases. It might go to on Concon land. Some of it goes to the counties and other places, but there is no policy to ask a logger to treat the invasives. We have to do it on our own and find the funding for it.
So in essence, we are subsidizing, being asked to subsidize the cost of the sale, which the funds then go someplace else.
We're selling the timber, we're providing the wood. How it gets done, I think there's a number of ways to getting it done, but that's a good way to look at it. But
my second question is just a lot of the work that you were talking about seems to be the same kind of thing we're funding with roving crews, but you're using local contractors. Is it more efficient to do that? Have you not looked at the roving crews? Where's the interaction with our roving crew funding for this kind of work?
We do work closely with the roving crews, Greg Hoke and Donovan Petrashevsky and the people working the roving crews. We helped create some of those proposals when they moved to the forest. So we're well aware of that, but there's a lot of forest and there's a lot of need, and in the forest, you know, the roving crews are limited. So there's plenty of work for both.
Okay. Other questions? Good enough. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next is Minnesota Prairie Recovery Program, PA01.
Yeah.
Neil, sit on the end, please. Our right, not yours. Go ahead.
All right, thanks, Mr. Chair and members. My name is Neil Feakin. I'm the Director of Land Conservation for the Nature Conservancy. And everyone refused to sit with me this morning, so unfortunately, you're just stuck with me. First off, thank you once again for inviting me and the Conservancy to present in front of you this morning. It's always an honor and a privilege to be here. I am here to talk a little bit about the Minnesota Prairie Recovery Program. I know you've all heard me present on this before, so I'm just going to quickly summarize what we're asking for in our most recent proposal. The Prairie Recovery Program touches on all three pillars of the priorities identified for legacy funds. And with this proposal, we're asking to protect 750 acres of primarily native prairie, to enhance 25,000 acres of grasslands, largely made up of public lands, all of it permanently protected, and then to do restoration on 250 acres of mostly marginal cropland, bringing that back to a state of perennial prairie cover. And then finally, with this proposal, we anticipate or project that we will permanently sequester approximately 150,000 metric tons of carbon dioxide equivalent through our protection and restoration work. We're very proud of our past results. We believe that we've built a very cost-effective and efficient mechanism and program for delivering taxpayer dollars into conservation on the ground. Last year during my presentation, I focused largely on our restoration components. And so this year I want to talk a little bit more about enhancements and specifically how we deliver that enhancement work onto the ground. The handout that I provided to Amanda a couple of weeks ago, and hopefully you have it near you, I want to talk a little bit about the value add that maybe doesn't show up in the final report in our deliverables. And frankly, it's probably not even articulated very well in the proposal. But if you've got access to that handout, you'll see I've got a value add column with some bullets there. And I just want to talk a little bit more explicitly about a couple of those. Those of you who were on the field tour in the Agassiz Beach Ridges a couple of weeks ago heard us talk extensively about this concept of seed harvest consortium. And I've actually had Travis Isendorf here to present with me on that project before. But just to quickly summarize that, that was a conversation that was had with the conservation community up in Northwest Minnesota, just the lack of availability for seed, native seed for prairie restorations. And so the conservation community, led largely by Travis and his convening and facilitating of that, has brought the community together, and we're harvesting native seed off of some of the best remaining native prairies in that landscape. We've been doing that for 5 or 6 years. We've since expanded that into the Litchfield and Morris Wetland Management District geographies. And last year alone, we harvested roughly 40,000 pounds of native seed with a net retail value of approximately $400,000. And that's something that doesn't show up on our accomplishment plan. That number doesn't show up as leverage but it's there, and it's something that the Prairie Recovery Program takes great pride in facilitating that. You also heard at the field tour about the importance of cross-agency collaboration when it comes to delivering prescribed fire. And again, the unique position and role of our prairie recovery biologists to help convene and facilitate that cross-agency coordination is a critical value add. I'll throw out a quick hypothetical example. Fish and Wildlife Service may want to do a prescribed fire on a particular unit on a certain day, and they may be 2 people short. So because of where our prairie recovery biologists are situated, they might deploy a couple of TNC seasonals to help Fish and Wildlife Service get that burn done. If we don't have them, they might reach out and call DNR and find those resources so that Fish and Wildlife Service can get that burn done. And then that goes across across the agency. So TNC might need the help, DNR might need the help, and that's a role that's really important for the prairie recovery biologists. And then the final value add that I want to draw to your attention is this concept of conservation grazing, which is an increasingly important tool, management tool in Western Minnesota. Collectively, we've invested heavily in infrastructure, both fencing and water infrastructure, to make that tool available. It's a win-win for conservation, and it's a win for livestock producers that have access to grass. But with that infrastructure has come a need for additional people, and it's a relatively new program for some of the agencies. So our prairie recovery biologists are there to work with the landowners on the intimate basis that it takes to get that work done. So to make sure the cows are going on at the right time, making sure that they're following their grazing prescription, and then most importantly, making sure those cows come off when they need to come off. Without prairie recovery biologists, I think it's unlikely that we'd use that grazing infrastructure to its fullest extent. And so on the other side of the handout, I thought it might be at least interesting to for you to see a little bit more detail about how our staffing structure for the prairie recovery program is designed and how we deliver these results on the ground. So the 4 photos that you see there are the prairie recovery biologists. They've been with us for a very long time. Angela Miner works out of the Litchfield Fish and Wildlife Service office. She's been with us almost since day 1 of the program. John Urkus is in Carlstad, co-located with Minnesota DNR. Liz Beery has been with the program for about 6 years. She works in the Morris Fish and Wildlife Service office. And Travis Isendorf, who you all, many of you met a couple of weeks ago, has been with the program again almost since day 1, and he's in the Detroit Lakes Fish and Wildlife Service office. And their role is to do a lot of what I just described, in addition to working with private vendors to get the contract work on the ground. They actually participate in many prescribed fires. They coordinate seasonal staff and others to get the work done. So if you follow through the org chart just a little bit, you can see that we've got what I'm calling half-time field stewards. Those are our long-term seasonals, anywhere from 6 months to 9 months, very important positions. Then we have short-term seasonals, and that's a larger group of people, but we only keep them on staff for a shorter period of time, 4 to 6 weeks during those critical windows when we need lots of bodies on prescribed fire lines. And then finally, we've piloted the use of contracted interns, primarily through the Student Conservation Association. It's a relatively new program for us, but we're having good success with that. And I wanted to highlight this for a couple of reasons. One, I want to give credit to the folks who are on the ground getting the work done, because they really are the linchpin behind our, what I consider very impressive enhancement results. But I also wanted to make this available as we have. I've seen a few questions about scalability, and as we have reduced appropriations, why we don't just scale evenly across the board. And it's really the consistency of those professional full-time prairie recovery biologists, which are the highest paid people on this org chart, but they're also the ones that are making this work happen. So I need to, in order to maintain the program from year to year, we maintain consistency in that personnel line item. Even though you see reduced acres, there's more than enough work for them to continue as a full-time employee producing this good enhancement restoration work. And with that, that's all I had, and I'd be happy to try and answer any questions or have further discussion on the impacts of Prairie Recovery Project. And again, I just want to sincerely thank each and every one of you for inviting us here today.
Great questions. Ashley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you for your proposal and earlier for showcasing some of the work that have been done out west. I was just curious if you could talk a little bit about the grazing program and how the benefits of grazing on these landscapes comes back into the program. So there are clearly some benefits for the habitat, but how does that come back in to help the program after those the livestock have been sold essentially?
So I'm sorry, Mr. Chair and members, are you asking kind of the financial implications of how the revenue from grazing comes back into the program?
Yes.
That depends a little bit on the agencies. So if there's a property that the Nature Conservancy acquired with Outdoor Heritage Fund dollars, and we receive grazing income from that, we will put that, we have a dedicated segregated account that is used to maintain and manage those properties long-term, including paying property taxes. So that money would roll back into property tax payments. Fish and Wildlife Service, if they receive revenue, which they generally don't, they try not to drive revenue. They try to do a cost share, like a fencing maintenance program or something, just because of the complexities. If they do get a financial benefit, that goes back to the Fish and Wildlife Service in DC. Minnesota DNR, and Greg is much better positioned to talk about Minnesota DNR's revenue than I am. But my understanding is any revenues that would be received there would be rolled back into conservation programs. But again, that would be a better question for Greg to try and answer.
Other questions? So Neil, you saw my question, which you tried to answer, but we get into these multi-year grants and people who are allocated. If you could create some sort of a chart that shows how much money for what person over what period of time, I just get lost in reading your proposal, and it may be me, I'm asking for help to understand.
Mr. Chair, that's a fair question. We try to do that in the table, the personnel table, where they ask how many FTEs for how much dollars. And I understand that that is confusing. It confuses me sometimes as well. But if the question is reduced appropriation and how we make decisions about where to make the cuts, which is kind of where I followed.
That isn't what my question was.
Okay.
My question was just trying to understand, as you're asking for funding, aren't those people funded before with previous grants, and why is the new money? And I just get lost in, multi-years, and yours happen to be the example that confused me the most.
Okay.
But there are others there, and it's just like, is there, and I don't want to accuse you of double dipping, but I want to understand there isn't.
Okay, now I understand your question better. Thank you.
All right.
Well, they only get paid once. So that's kind of the beauty of in our opinion, the beauty of the rolling program is that you have consistency across those program years. So there may be, I'll just say phase 12 with the appropriation we received, maybe have enough line item in the personnel budget to pay for half of our prairie recovery biologist staff. And I'm not saying that's the right number. I'm just kind of trying to use this as a example. So then we would use the money we had in that personnel to pay them, but then Prairie Recovery 13 comes online and they continue to do the same work. And we use Prairie Recovery 13 to pay them. They are very diligent about tracking which grant they're currently being paid out of. So when we do our report on Prairie Recovery 12, we can very definitively say, we used this personnel line item to pay this number of staff hours, and here's what the results were. And then we could do the same thing with Prairie Recovery 13. So it's the same people receiving the same compensation, but it's just that concept of a rolling program. And DNR is very diligent about making sure we're able to track which grants are being paid out of and what they've been working on for each of those grants. I don't know if that answers your question. You're looking at me kind of dubiously. I'm doing my best. So if you want to ask me again, I'll try to come at it from a different angle.
Sure. Jamie,
Let me try to help. I'll just give an example here. So the last year's proposal included 4 annual FTEs for prairie recovery biologists for 2 years working. And so did this year's. And it's 1 year funding request. And so trying to understand, how that actually works when it comes down to, we understand that they probably track it well, but all we see is what's in this proposal. And so helping us understand that better.
Yep, fair enough. So the proposal asked for 4 FTEs to pay for these 4 prairie recovery biologists. I received about a 30% appropriation. And so therefore, I didn't have enough FTE dollars to pay all 4 of these out of last year's proposal. I had it out of the accomplishment plan. Therefore, I'm back again this year asking for more money. And that's how the programmatic aspect rather than project by project has enabled us to build consistency.
Okay. We're gonna let you go to lunch.
More importantly,
Thank you for
get
trying to explain it. It is complex and I'm really not accusing you of anything other than confusing me. So members, we're going to break for lunch. We were scheduled to be back here at 1:45, but we're 5 minutes early. So please be back at 1:40. And we'll continue and finish. Thank you. Oh, I know. There's. We're good to go. We're back in business for our last section of hearings. Thank you all for being on time. We'll move right into PAO2, Martin County, DNR, WMA. Go ahead.
Good
Thank you for
afternoon.
being here on time.
Yes, thank you. Good afternoon, Chairman Hartwell and council members. It's a great day to be here to testify on behalf of PAO2 Martin County DNR WMA Acquisition Phase 7. I am Doug Hartke, Grant Coordinator of the Fox Lake Conservation League of Sherburne, Minnesota. Within our partnership for this grant, we will continue to work with the Conservation Fund to assist us with all real estate portions of our transactions and our land acquisitions, and Ducks Unlimited to work with us to restore the wetland and grassland components of each restoration. Here with me today is Emily Nelson, Associate Minnesota State Director with the Conservation Fund, and Zach Johnson, a Regional Biologist with Ducks Unlimited based out of Wyndham. Our partnership continues to work well with the Minnesota DNR to add important WMA additions to the existing complexes in Martin County. The map that was included in our original proposal shows the parcels that are on our acquisition radar to add to the existing WMAs. Currently, the DNR has less than 3% of land in Martin County. Our club works with the Minnesota DNR to proactively determine which would be the best additions and roundouts to the current complexes. Fox Lake is a local grassroots organization and know our local landowners and our county habitat very well. We will have county support of any land acquisition. The Fox Lake Conservation League has approximately 400 members and has been very active in land acquisitions. And we have been an LSOHC recipient for 6 separate phases. This program has purchased over 1,375 acres, and I believe it's 8 parcels to date to add to the WMAs and public land in Martin County. I'm very pleased to announce that our 2016 grant is 100% spent. Our 18, 19, and 20 acquisition budgets are nearly spent down, and our 2021 has less than 400,000 left in the acquisition portion of the budget. Our 2022 grant is just getting signed, and we currently have 2 appraisals that we should be getting back within 3 to 4 weeks. So we are fairly well spent out with our current budgets. We are also active in the DNR, CPL, and ECP programs, and annually use approximately $50,000 in match for these programs. The additions of these public lands have been a great boost to Martin County public hunting. We have great support from our county commissioners. Our BARD also supports an annual gun safety class, supports multiple shooting sports teams, and we are currently working with a Eagle Scout to place a handicap accessible deer blind on a recent WMA acquisition. I would like to thank the council for the past funding and continued support of this project. We are truly making a difference for conservation in Martin County. Here next to testify is Emily Nelson with the Conservation Fund.
Thanks, Doug. My name is Emily Nelson. I'm the Associate State Director in Minnesota for the Conservation Fund. And we're a nonprofit conservation organization, and we specialize in conservation real estate, like Doug mentioned. That's our arm of this partnership. We've been involved in Martin County for the past phases, and we continue to see awesome success stories every year on the fee acquisition front. We protected 8 properties over the 6 prior phases, averaging about 2 a year once those appropriations come online, totaling, as Doug said, 1,375 acres. And in Martin County, if you've never been, it's historically the prairie region in Minnesota, and it is chock-a-block full of restorable wetland basins. They are historically have been drained for agricultural purposes. And just to paint a more clear picture of recent agricultural commodities, Martin County is the #1 pork producing county in the state, if you didn't know that, and one of the top counties in the country for producing pork. So it had the potential to be a place where it might be difficult to do conservation acquisition work and protection and add to public hunting areas. But 7 years ago in 2015, there was a lot of momentum, as Doug mentioned, from the local sportsman groups in the county who wanted to do more and improve, increase hunting areas that they could potentially use into the future. And so how do we do this in a way that it helps the DNR achieve their goals, and what are their goals? So our partnership back in 2015, we led efforts to identify on that map that was included in the application, places that are the most important for conservation, whether it's fee title acquisition, conservation easements, or temporary conservation practices like CRP that would achieve that overall vision for Martin County. And in the summers, Doug puts together barbecues and tours and invites township officials and county commissioners and even state legislators to come and see the good work that we're doing in Martin County to increase public lands and improve the habitat for the species that live there. Earlier this summer, we were successful in acquiring 300 acres adjacent to Perch Creek Wildlife Management Area. And this parcel was the critical nesting site for the state threatened Blandings turtle in our focus areas, in all of the focus areas. So this was the parcel that we needed to get. And that was a priority for DNR for almost a decade. And thanks to the OHF grants that we had in hand, we were able to act quickly when that landowner was ready and willing to sell that property. So having these funds available in the form of these grants is absolutely critical for us to be able to act in real time when these opportunities in our conservation focus areas come up for sale. So thank you very much for funding this partnership over the last 6 phases. And I'm going to hand it over to Zach with DU to talk about the restoration piece.
Thank you, Emily. Good afternoon, Chairman Hartwell, council members. My name is Zach Johnson, biologist for Ducks Unlimited in Southern Minnesota. Thank you for having us all here today. Ducks Unlimited's role in this incredible partnership is to provide wetland and upland restoration expertise on acquired parcels. Ducks Unlimited provides engineering staff and their expertise to design and implement restoration projects. We partner and collaborate with the Minnesota DNR to ensure all restorations align with their goals and standards. The work we do in Martin County creates excellent habitat complexes for wildlife and for all the people of Southern Minnesota to enjoy. Thank you again for your time today. And unless Doug or Emily have anything else to say, we welcome any questions you might have for us.
Questions? I have one. Your proposal says that you've spent $1,720,000, or you have that amount to spend.
Yeah.
Billion?
$1 billion.
That's it, 1 billion.
$1,720,000 in the 2020.
That has to be a typo.
We wish.
I thought it might be a typo because I was going to ask you to send money back.
Okay. Well, Ron will probably give us that much in his allocation, so.
All right. Any serious questions? All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Next is PA03 Rim Grassland Reserve Phase 5.
Well, thank you, Chair Hartwell and council members. My name is John Voss and I'm with the Minnesota Board of Water and Soil Resources. And I'm going to be talking about the Rim Wetland, or excuse me, that's my other program, the Rim Grassland Program. This is our request here is phase 5. What we've done with our earlier phases, we've pretty much hit our goals for phase 1 and 2. Phase 3, we were about halfway through. And to date, we've secured 33 easements for a total of 2,500 acres roughly. And of those 33 easements, every one of them is a jewel, a sparkling jewel, because we are finding so many remnant prairies that I'm unbelievable that we're finding them, and there's so much out there. The majority of the easements that we've taken so far are dry prairie, which are even more rare in Minnesota. And all of the landowners that I've dealt with have been very pleased with this program, being that it's a targeting of non-crop and existing remnant prairie. And we're not in competition with the DNR Native Prairie Bank, which takes easements of extreme high quality remnant prairies. Our target is moderate quality that we could actually acquire, protect in perpetuity, and then improve it through management. We're going to tread very lightly on these easements. We are going to remove trees by hand. We're not going to wreck something that's already basically in a very good condition. We are going to incorporate fire on some of these prairies that have not experienced fire for hundreds of years, probably. But just some of the quality that I've seen has been really remarkable. Just to give you an example, on the Pomme de Terre River in Grant and Stevens County, we are getting easements along the bluffs of Pomme de Terre River. We had a program many years ago called the Rim Outcrop or Rock Outcrop Program along the Minnesota River. Some of those are our clients. So there's still plenty of remnant prairie out there. And I think I've heard from some council members yesterday, if you were to assign or look at these as far as the seriousness and the timeliness, I would say that this program is definitely timeless. I mean, in my 20-some years working with prairie, the first thing you normally see is what we call the rock jockeys. You know, they show up and they start pulling all of the rock off the remnant prairie. That's the first step. And then you know that the plow is coming. And when commodity prices are over $5 for new crop, the emphasis for landowners to break up these areas is very high. So I think as far as urgency, I would consider this a very urgent project. We continue to work with local technical teams. There are 11 of them throughout the state. And that is a group of various agencies, Fish and Wildlife, DNR, nonprofits, TNC. We all gather occasionally and we talk about parcels that would more than likely be remnant prairie. And then we assign a person to actually make that first contact with the landowner. So we've been very fortunate with that group. Also, the RIM program in general is very lucky to have a working agreement with soil and water conservation districts throughout the state. And they're kind of like the first rung of government. And they daily field questions from landowners that want to do something on their land. And when they find out they're not eligible for any programs, district staff ask, well, does it have remnant on it? So I think that's probably why we're so successful. Phase 3, we just got a couple months ago. Thank you for that. And additional funding for this program would definitely go a long way in securing perpetual easements and protecting easements throughout the state of Minnesota. We have looked at the southeast area and the bluff parts of Minnesota. It's traditionally a very hard place to work with landowners, but there are goat prairies. We're trying to expand in that area. In the far northwest, the closer you get to the Canadian border, there are vast expanses of remnant prairie. Some of them are already protected, but we're finding there's all these little satellite areas that are remnant prairie of moderate quality. Another great thing about this program is that it kind of feeds on other areas. We've had a few landowners just outside of the Ordway Prairie. Matter of fact, you can actually see the Ordway Prairie from some of these sites. So there's been sites that have been missed. The DNR has been doing a great job with their GIS layer to determine these bio-significant areas. But in some parts of the state, they're lacking. And I think that they're being missed. So, like I mentioned, we're trotting along, we're doing well, we're spending money in a timely manner. I know that some council members came up to Northwest Minnesota on the Prairie Tour. So you saw some of our work that we've been doing. rim is a integral part of building those complexes. Landowners see good projects and they want to get involved. They want to protect their property. One gentleman that we have in Candy, Ohio County, he's an elderly man. He isn't interested that much in the payment. He's interested in keeping these remnant prairies with, where they are now today, forever. So like I said, the landowners are very, very appreciative of this non-crop initiative. We talk about CRP, that's cropland. Some of these landowners just don't qualify for programs. And finally, one landowner told me that it's about time that the state of Minnesota put a value on remnant prairie, because traditionally it wasn't something that a landowner could get paid for, just keeping it protected. So with that, I'd entertain any questions that anybody had.
Great. Questions? Dudley.
First of all, thanks for all the work you do. I was on that tour and really enjoyed myself looking at the prairie areas. But I'm looking, as I have been today, looking at dollars spent, and it looks like $9 million. Is that right? That hasn't been spent, or do I have that wrong? I'm looking at amounts received and amounts spent to date, and shows like it's roughly around $9 million.
Unspent?
Unspent, unless I'm looking at it wrong.
Yeah, we haven't spent any of our phase 4 yet. We just received that a couple of months ago.
Okay.
But as far as our phase 3, which we already have, we're about half done with that. And when you look at the numbers, there's some dollars that we haven't encumbered yet.
Okay.
Because with easements, we don't really encumber the money until we get to a certain stage of, we call it the RIM agreement, where it's kind of like a purchase agreement with the property. And at that point, we encumber. So there's still easements out there that just haven't gotten to that point.
Okay.
Jamie?
Thank you. Previous funding had a match included, and there was some urgency in the timing for the RIM program. I see there's any leverage listed here. Can you speak to if that still exists, or is that not a program anymore?
Long ago, we had a program that's probably passed, but the RIM grasslands, it was a new program. And as far as only match, I would say it's in kind that we get for all the hours spent through the LTTs. They are taking time out of their day to get together and gather and collaborate. So that would be the only match. Otherwise, it's pretty straight, just straight RIM funds.
So I had a couple questions for you. You mentioned unauthorized, in the proposal, unauthorized trails are a violation of the easement. How many violations do you deal with, say, in the last 5 years, and what are the resolutions? Do you actually go to court? Do you fight it? Or do you just sort of tell me what you're doing?
Right. Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. We do have violations occasionally. It's very rare. Mostly it's encroachment that can be solved by either replanting a strip on the edge of the easement. Occasionally we do have a structure or something that is built actually on the easement. We have a process that tries to solve it locally. First, the violation comes to the local soil and water district supervisors. And there's a pretty step-by-step process. They determine locally if indeed it is a violation. And if it is, then it comes to our RIM committee. And unless it's got a very demonstrable public good, like say a road, changing the alignment of a road, we will allow some alterations. But in the cases that we just can't get the landowner to cooperate, we continue local efforts. And I've seen just through time that we're able to resolve the problem. We haven't used any kind of penalty authority or penalty payment. But we do whatever we can to solve it locally without it going to court.
So how many are still hanging out there from the last 5 or 10 years? in the
I'd say
program?
we have maybe 2 or 3 in the state that I'm aware of.
Any other questions? Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have PA04 Prairie Chicken Habitat Partnership of the Southern Red River Valley.
Good afternoon, Chairman Hartwell, council members and staff. By way of introduction, I'm Dan Lessard-Sams, a retired university professor from a branch campus of the University of Minnesota at Crookston. 1969, I came to Crookston from Ozarks of Southern Missouri to start a natural resources program. I had to pick up the pace of my speech a little bit because my people talk differently down there, but still working on that. I had never seen a prairie chicken, although we did and do have a few in Missouri. Jerry Martins, who was the longtime wildlife manager at Crookston, introduced me to these magnificent birds that do outrageous things in the spring. I thought that was pretty cool. I did a little checking around, and there had been nothing specifically done for prairie chickens in Minnesota, but they had a program in Wisconsin, the Society of Timpanogos cupido-pinnatus, which is the scientific name of the prairie chicken. Started by 2 former students of Aldo Leopold, Fred and Fran Hammerstrom. And they were early mentors of mine, wonderful people. And one of Fred's mottos was, good works need not be done in the sepulchral atmosphere. Well, coming from the Ozarks where correct English was a second language, I had to see what sepulchral meant. But that's what happens at like a funeral. In other words, Fred's admonition to people working with prairie chickens was have some fun. And those of you that are familiar with prairie chickens know that you can have fun with them. It's incredible some of the outrageous looking blinds that us prairie chickens enthusiasts get into to watch them do their outrageous display in the springtime. So at any rate, 50 years ago, some of us got together and including Jerry Martins and Grady Mann, who started the small wetlands acquisition program of the Fish and Wildlife Service, Bill Marshall and Dan Frinzel, who were profs at the Twin Cities campus of university and perhaps mentors of Mr. Shara here. And this led to an organizational meeting in '73 in Crookston to see what we could do for the prairie chicken. And we then later had our first official meeting in Fergus Falls. And this next spring, we will be celebrating the 50th anniversary of the Minnesota Prairie Chicken Society. We started with humble beginnings. I still have in my file a letter from Elmer Lasnewski from Greenbush, Minnesota, who was deep into his 80s. And when he heard that we were organizing this fan club, so to speak, for prairie chickens, he was all for it. He sent me an envelope with 100 pennies in it. He said, I haven't seen a prairie chicken in many years, but I love them. And this is the contribution to just demonstrate that I'm 100% in favor of what you're doing. I still have that letter, kind of neat. So from those humble beginnings, we, those of us that work in wildlife, you know that it's all about partnerships, people working together, public and private, and variety of people from different walks of life at our annual meetings of Prairie Chicken Society. It's really a diverse bunch, but that's one reason that it has been successful and it has grown over the years. And largely as time has gone on, the partnerships that we've been able to develop with Pheasants Forever and various wetlands groups and so on has just been enriching, and the fun we have. So with that a bit, as a bit of a background for the Prairie Chicken Society and me, I've I live in the grasslands and have continued to work in promoting good management of grasslands. I did my PhD on prairie chickens, putting radio transmitters on females and then following them as they go through their brooding cycle. And I know a lot of it firsthand from the kinds of habitats that are crucial to these magnificent birds. They have diverse requirements. They bloom in cover about like this carpet here in the spring, but that's not where they nest. They nest in a more residual cover that has some cover left over from last year. But then they take their chicks to recently disturbed cover because the chicks have to find insects. And then they roost at night in dense cover, even cattail marshes. So it's this variety of habitats that are crucial to the success and expansion of prairie chickens. And proposals like the Hawksbed Wildlife Management Area proposal, which Saban and I are talking about here, are really critical to meeting the diverse habitat needs of this magnificent bird. And it's a flagship species in that if you provide habitat for the prairie chickens, you're providing habitat for a whole host of other species, including songbirds and other game birds, mammals and insects and so on. Of course, monarchs are a big focus nationally these days. And so it's wonderful monarch habitat as well as a variety of other insect species. So again, about partnerships, having fun, providing habitat for a bird that has diverse requirements, but also it brings a whole lot of its buddies along with it to enjoy that habitat component. So I'll turn that over to my colleague, Saban Adams, at this point, unless anyone has any questions. Thank you.
Hello, Mr. Chair and council members. My name is Saban Adams. I'm the Minnesota project manager with Pheasants Forever. This is the Prairie Chicken Habitat Partnership of the Southern Red River Valley, Phase 9. And we are requesting $10 million, to which we are bringing an additional 1.2 million of non-state match in order to protect and restore 1,484 acres of prairie. And that is as wildlife management areas managed by the DNR, as well as waterfowl production areas managed by U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. To go over a few notes about the program thus far and what we've accomplished. Phases 1 through 3 are closed and the final reports have been approved. Phases 4 and 5, we are done acquiring lands with those phases and the remaining balance is being used just for restoration. And phases 6, 7, 8, and now 8, which we just started, are ongoing, and we have 4 acquisitions in progress. To date, we have closed on 14 properties for a total of 3,825 acres. The Hogvet WPA edition that Dan mentioned is in the proposal illustration, and that is one of the highlight properties that we've been working on, both Minnesota Prairie Chicken Society and Pheasants Forever, for a number of years now. The first acquisition was back in 2010 in the early days of this council and the Outdoor Heritage Funds. That area is kind of a stronghold for prairie chicken population as the unprotected grassland acres continue to diminish in the surrounding landscape. This area holds a population, and as we continue to build onto that complex, we can hopefully strengthen and rejuvenize the prairie chickens in that area. Plus, as we're extending, we're moving closer and closer to other habitat complexes and hopefully creating that corridor to further bolster the population. So with that, I think we will take any questions.
Great. Any questions? Dudley.
Oh, pull that thing off. I don't know if I had asked this question to your group before, but it says that, there's hunting on that land, and that land, or the hunting includes hunting prairie chicken?
Yes.
Correct? Yeah. So I'm not a hunter, as you may have guessed. And I'm not quite sure how not hunting the prairie chickens wouldn't increase their population. So, I mean, to me, let's say you didn't hunt prairie chickens for 2 years. I mean, in addition to all the work you're doing and not shooting prairie chickens combined could actually increase the population of those birds. So that part, I don't understand how you allow hunting of your flagship species and habitat you're trying to protect and increase this species, but you let people shoot the species. You see what I'm saying? So I'm saying if you combine your efforts with not hunting prairie chickens, combine those two things, maybe those numbers might come up. So that's my question is why isn't that part of your plan?
Mr. Chair and council members, thanks for the question. It's a complicated answer. There's a few parts to this. The proposal and the work that we're doing, we're not getting involved into the regulation. We're purely focused on habitat and habitat improvement. Can we add on to these complexes? Can we make those complexes better and provide more and higher quality habitat for the birds in that area? But I did get your question in the email. And so, you know, we've had a few conversations, had conversations with Greg. I think it would be a good conversation that we should get together and chat about how that works. The prairie chicken hunt is a lottery system. And so there's a lot of factors going there, and I'd gladly get together and have a conversation about it.
Yeah, so I mean, the question, I hope it doesn't sound disrespectful. It just, to me, it seems common sense is if you don't shoot an animal for 2 or 3 years, you might actually see an increase in their population. So that's all I'm saying.
Go ahead.
Mr. Chair, if I could respond briefly to that, as a biologist, healthy populations have an expendable surplus that, which essentially means that a certain number in a population are going to die for one reason or another. So it doesn't really, from a population standpoint, impact the overall population integrity. And also by having it open to a very limited segment of the population, it's on a lottery basis. By having it open for hunting, you expand the fan club, so to speak, but people who like to work with dogs, I'm forget now what the percentages would be, actual numbers of those tags that are filled, but it's not nearly what is allowable. So it is an allowable surplus to be able to remove. And the Prairie Chicken Society, which has been the main fan club, we were advocating that it is biologically an allowable practice to have, and it increases the popularity of the bird and the number of people that can participate in the sport.
Okay. Any other questions, Ron?
I just have a question. You're proposing $10 million for acquisition of land for prairie chickens. A thought I had was, instead of acquiring the land, could you work with landowners, easements, and do some management on those easements and do more for the prairie chicken than just buying this land? Your money would go further?
Mr. Chair and council members, there are some opportunities there. I think the best way to explain this is just like in nature, a diversity of things happening, different groups playing different roles, approaching the issue from different ways. I'm in frequent conversations with John Vaz, Bowser, about rim easements. And, you know, it's one of the things that we talked about on the tour. If the opportunity comes available, if I'm working on an acquisition and the land next door, the landowner next door says, you know, I'm interested in a rim easement, I don't want to sell, or I'm interested in improving the habitat, I'm going to go and call the people that I know, a lot of whom are sitting in this room, and say, this person is interested in doing a habitat project to benefit prairie chickens, and getting them in touch with the right people to make sure that that project happens. So I think, you know, this is the particular niche that we fill right now, is in acquiring these lands and doing this portion of it. But we definitely look for every opportunity we can to improve habitat wherever.
So I just have a quick question. Historically, you've been in the $2 million a year range, but you've asked for 10 million. Is that just pie in the sky or what's driving that?
I'm just looking here at our numbers here. I don't recall what our previous year's requests were. But I don't think that they were, because we've received 2 million, 1.7 million, 2.5 million in previous years. So I feel like our requests were in line. They're probably higher this year. I'm sure they're higher this year because land prices have went up. But I do feel that our requests have been fairly close to this number. This year is higher.
Okay. Any other questions? Thank you. Next is PA05, Working Lands for Habitat, and this might be online. It is online. Finally, at the end of the day, I'm getting it right. Bill, you're muted. And you're on.
I'm up. Okay. I'm Bill Penning with Bowser with the easement section, and I'm here to talk about PA05, Working Lands for Habitat. This is a grazing proposal that would create a type of rim easement that would allow long-term grazing on rim lands as long as they are following the conditions in an approved grazing plan. There are basically three factors that control what types of vegetative systems we have on the landscape. This is an oversimplification, but it's precipitation, which we don't have any control of. It's fire, which we've scared ourselves into not using like we used to use. And it's grazing. That's kind of what drives ecosystems, particularly in the prairie or farmland parts of the state. Grazing is a good tool. It's part of a natural system for managing wildlife habitat. The number of cows in Minnesota has decreased by 50% since the 1960s. And along with that, there's been a subsequent loss of pastures. I grew up in southern Washington County in the little town of St. Paul Park. And when I was young, we had cows. We had lots of cows. There was an outfit called Wertheimer's on the edge of town, and they were the overflow holding facility for the St. Paul stockyards. And they would move tens of thousands of head of cattle through Wertheimer's every year as they went off to the slaughterhouses. My dad would take me down to there every week, and we'd sit on the fence and watch cows. I don't know if that's a commentary on our love for cows or the fact that there wasn't a whole lot to do in St. Paul Park in the 1960s. We also had grass. We still had a lot of small local farms that had pastures. A lot of those still had open grown oaks in them. They supported species like red-headed woodpeckers, eastern and western meadowlarks, bobolinks. We even had a few upland sandpipers. All that's gone now. Not terribly a surprise. It's only 10 miles south of St. Paul. But Wertheimer's is long gone too, and the stockyards are essentially non-existent. And that's an indication of the impact that the loss of having cattle on the landscape has had. We don't have cows, we don't have grazing. You've heard us beat the drum for a long time about decline in CRP, and that continues to go on. Since 2020, only 2 years ago, we've lost 227,000 acres of CRP in Minnesota. And over the next 4 years, we're going to lose another 350,000 acres. Statewide, The loss of grasslands and pastures has significant implications for over 150 species of greatest conservation need that rely on grasslands. Not only the species that I just mentioned, but sharp-tailed grouse and prairie chickens that you just heard about. The conservation community has long recognized the need to keep grazers on the landscape because of the short grass habitat that they provide that's vital to these species. And we've made some progress on that. In 2012, when I was with DNR, we developed processes and procedures to encourage partnerships with local landowners to get grazing on WMAs to use as a grassland management tool. We've had DNR's had some success with that. But it hasn't been enough. We continue to lose pasture. A lot of it's being converted to row crop agriculture. Producers are being forced out of business because they can't afford land anymore. Around 2018, SWCDs started coming to us asking for a program that would have assurances for landowners that they could continue to graze their land. TNC was part of this conversation and took it upon themselves as their legislative mission in 2020 to go out and get some money for a pilot program to start this. And they were successful. They rounded up $1 million in bonding for Bowser to develop a grazing program. This is a pilot program. The $1 million is a pilot program. It's in a limited geography in the red eye, pine, and crowing watersheds. We've rolled this program out this spring. Took us a while to put it together, but we've rolled it out this spring. We have one accepted application for 550 acres, and we have another one that's pending because the grazing plan is still being written for 200 acres. And these two projects will use up 75% of that current $1 million. So there's no doubt that we're going to go through that $1 million just in that small portion of the state. I've also been approached by other districts and board conservationists saying, hey, we have opportunities to do this in our parts of the state as well. And we would like to see this program expanded. And that's what I'm here to talk to you about today. The way this program would work is that we would have rim easements that would provide assurances to grazers that they could continue to graze their land in the long term, as long as they're following an NRCS approved grazing plan. And we've been working in lockstep with NRCS on developing this process. Kind of what we're trying to do is focus on preventing existing grazing lands from being converted to row crops, and preserving and creating habitat corridors and complexes. Some of the stuff that you just heard Saban talk about and John talk about, it's related to the prairie plan. It's related to large grassland complexes. Some of these are being grazed, and the landowners want to continue to graze them, and it's a good management strategy. Others are no longer interested in grazing, and that's what the grasslands program that John talked to you about is for. And so we want to protect and enhance these grazing lands as part of these larger habitat complexes, and provide some of that short grass habitat for these species of greatest conservation need. CRP provides good habitat. It's not the same habitat. It tends to be tall grass rather than short grass, and there's species that need both. Part of what we're trying to achieve here is, working on lands that are currently being grazed, but improving that management that goes on there. We're going to work with landowners to voluntarily remove their cattle from sensitive riparian areas, and wetlands, so that we can reduce erosion, sedimentation, nutrient loading, improve water quality in downstream aquatic habitat. So the idea is that grazers will be able to continue to graze, keep their operations. We get improved water quality and habitat management, and we continue to provide a habitat for a host of species that really kind of need this shorter grass. We'll have some cost share available to implement practices to protect natural resources, like if we need to fence cattle out of a riparian area or a wetland, or provide an alternative water source because we've fenced the cattle out. You know, it's not 100% cost share. We're asking the landowners to pay for part of those costs, and we're also going to tap into other funds as much as we can, like EQIP. I did not put that down as match because it's unknown how much money is going to be available on an annual basis and how much is going to be allocated for grazing in the state. And like with a lot of our other programs, you know, we have a scoring and ranking process, and we will rely on local technical teams that know the landscape, know the landowners, and have technical expertise when it comes to grazing. So we are asking for $6 million to more fully implement our RIM working lands easement program. And with this, we expect to protect 1,580 acres of land and ensure quality management that supports both a short grass dependent wildlife, but also enhances an important component and preserves an important component of Minnesota's agricultural heritage, which is keeping cattlemen in business. With that, I will take any questions.
Questions? Gonna make me ask them, huh? What's gonna happen in a drought when the cattle producers want extra grazing ground beyond what's in your management plans? Is this, are the easements going to hold, or is there gonna be emergency grazing?
They'll hold. We typically do not allow emergency haying and grazing on RIM lands during the emergency year. If a landowner comes in and says, you know, I want to graze or I want to hay this land. Now I'm talking about standard RIM land, so it's going to be a little different because there's already going to be cattle on a lot of this land, and there just simply won't be any capacity to stretch it out anymore. But typically when a landowner comes in and says they want to graze or hay, we say, okay, let's work on that so that we have a plan for next year. And we ask them to put a plan in place for grazing or for haying. And we have some rules on that. The land can only be hayed once every 3 years or 1/3 every year. With grazing, they have to follow an approved grazing management plan. So we don't just open everything up if there's an emergency declaration.
Okay. Thank you. Other questions? Jamie.
Thank you. I'm trying to figure out how to ask this. I think one thing we're challenged with is making sure that the right tools used for the job and the right agency is proposing projects. And one thing that I question when I read this, I love the idea of this project, but I question if Bowser is the right agency or the RIM is the right tool. And so one thing I did do was look up different programs from the USDA or the NRCS and came across the Agricultural Conservation Easement Program. Could you help me understand the difference between RIM and the ACEP and why that wouldn't be used for working lands for grazeland and these types of projects?
Yeah. So ALE has not been used in Minnesota in the past. It's been pretty much reserved for the Western states. There's long been a unwritten agreement that CRP is for the Midwest and GRP Grassland Reserve Program, which is now part of ALE, is for the west. So there is not that program available in Minnesota right now, and historically there hasn't been. However, NRCS has approached us and asked us if we would be willing to partner with them, which we are. And we're in preliminary discussions, but the way that the ALE program works is that they need and want a local partner to hold the conservation easements. So in essence, they would be helping us fund rim easements. There is no other comprehensive program available statewide for grazing easements in Minnesota. There are other organizations that do and have done some grazing easements. TNC has done some, Minnesota Land Trust has done some, but there is not a comprehensive program. I wish that there was, but we just don't have that tool in the toolbox right now, which is why we're trying to do it through RIM.
Thank you for that explanation. I think that helps me understand. I guess I would just put the challenge back. This is the legacy amendment. If it's not typically used in Minnesota, why not you look at that as a tool to introduce to Minnesota, because it is something that I think egg producers understand better than maybe using the RIM program for grazeland projects, and working with the NRCS. It looks like there could be an opportunity there. So just maybe challenge to look at that a little bit closer and think about if that's a possibility or not. I'm sure there's a long answer on why that might not work, but why not take a
We're actually in the process of trying to figure out how to make it work right now. But ultimately it would be a RIM grazing program, and we could stretch LSOHC dollars by bringing federal dollars into the equation if we can make this work. And there's always a bit of a disconnect between the way state and federal programs work, but we've successfully worked with the federal government in the past and done programs, and I expect we will be able to do that in the future as well.
Okay.
Thank you. That's exciting to hear.
All right, thank you, Bill.
Thank you.
Next is PA05, Accelerating the Wildlife Management Areas Program.
Hello again, Mr. Chair and council members. For the record, my name is Saban Adams. I'm Minnesota Project Manager with Pheasants Forever. With me is Aaron Sanquist, Pheasants Forever State Coordinator. We are presenting on the Accelerating the Wildlife Management Area Program, Phase 15, requesting 13.8 million, to which we are bringing an additional 3 million of non-state match, and will protect 1,768 acres of wildlife habitat as state-owned WMAs. I'm going to be referencing the illustration that was provided in the proposal. By permanently protecting and restoring prairie and wetland habitat for wildlife as WMAs, this proposal directly addresses the objectives stated in numerous conservation plans that the Lessard-Sams Council uses in their recommendation process to the legislature, including the Minnesota Conservation and Preservation Plan, the Minnesota Pheasant and Duck Action Plans, as well as the Minnesota Prairie Conservation Plan, among many others. One example project of how we've been addressing these goals is the Talkie Lake Wildlife Management Area that is on the proposal illustration. And I was glad that John Schneider with Ducks Unlimited mentioned this yesterday. It was good to hear that DU is also building onto this complex. For our part, Pheasants Forever, we've acquired 2 properties, one 385 acres on the west side and one 274 acres on the east side. Together, these properties protect 6.5 miles of lakeshore on Talkie Lake, which is an identified migratory waterfowl feeding and resting area. Additionally, this property has 147 acres of wetland habitat and 62 acres of remnant prairie. It's home to a large wintering herd of white-tailed deer And the adjacent water bodies is home to 4 colonial waterbird nesting sites. So when you put all of that together, when we brought this project to our partners at the NACA program, the North American Wetland Conservation Act, and asked if they were interested in helping us acquire it, they said absolutely. And we brought an additional $1.1 million of federal funds back to Minnesota. Going over some of the previous year's successes, phases 1 through 7, the final reports are completed and approved. Phases 8 and 9, we're waiting on one final invoice on both of those. And I really, really wanted to get it and put those final reports in so I could say 1 through 9 we're done. Sandy is laughing. Phases 10 and 11, all of the acquisitions are complete. The balances that remain are for restoration. And phases 12 and 13, we have 7 acquisitions in progress. And I will also note that since we submitted the proposal in April, we've closed on 4 more properties that are becoming WMAs and just over 400 acres. And so with that, I'll hand it over to Aaron.
Thank you, Sabin. Again, my name is Aaron Sanquist, State Coordinator for Pheasants Forever here in Minnesota. And I just wanted to spend a couple minutes touching on a relatively new aspect of our proposal this year. And that is the ability to protect a parcel as a Pheasants Forever owned and managed habitat management area. And so it's really a secondary option to a wildlife management area. And while the habitat management area name is new to Pheasants Forever, owning and managing land long-term is not. And we've been doing it as an organization across the country for over 30 years now. So I want to be clear again that the priority is to acquire state-owned wildlife management areas. But we feel by adding this opportunity and flexibility to the proposal, we could potentially help protect some historically missed opportunities that we've seen across the state. And a couple examples that I'd provide is, the seller's timeline. We all know when somebody decides they want to sell a property that's important, often there's multiple people involved and their timeline is such that it just doesn't work for our agency partners process. Some folks just aren't interested in the government owning their land, although they are interested in a conservation outcome. Another example is where we're proceeded on acquiring a WMA and that we've identified through title work that there's some future financial obligation that the state cannot accept. And so those are some examples of where we could potentially buy a habitat management area where if we didn't have this opportunity, we would just lose that project altogether. So a few other benefits of PF-owned HMAs. We pay annual taxes as assessed by the county assessor. We would make a stewardship fund. So Pheasants Forever has a forever stewardship fund, and Pheasants Forever would be making a deposit for any property we acquire as a habitat management area. And you can see that reflected as leverage in the proposal as well. So we thank you for your consideration and we'd be happy to answer any questions.
Questions? Ashley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for your proposal. You all do great work. I was just wondering if you could explain a little bit of the difference between the cost per acres. So I'm looking at one of the past proposals and the dollar amount is somewhere closer to $6,000 per acre when you just look at the raw numbers, which I understand there's a lot that goes into that. So I'm just wondering if you can address that a little bit, the difference between last year's proposal kind of working out to closer to 6,000 versus this year, I believe it's almost 18, or sorry, it's almost 8,000 an acre.
Mr. Chair and council members, yeah, and we've prided ourselves over the last multiple years maintaining a relatively constant cost per acre for fee title acquisition. The answer is really simple and short. Land values have gone up exponentially the last couple of years, and it's just not feasible to maintain that same rate.
Thank you.
Other questions? Great, thank you.
Thank you.
Next is PRE 01, Accelerating the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service Habitat Conservation Easement Program.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and council members. I'm back today and I brought some friends with me. With me are Tom Kerr from the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service and Aaron Sandquist from Pheasants Forever. I'm John Schneider from Ducks Unlimited. I manage our conservation programs throughout the state. We've been working in partnership since 2018. I'm pleased to present our Phase 4 proposal for an ongoing partnership with Pheasants Forever, the service, and private landowners to protect and restore working land, prairie, and wetland conservation easements in western Minnesota. This is Phase 4 of our ongoing partnership to accelerate the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service's grassland easement program that was started many decades ago. For decades, the service has protected and restored prairie and wetlands by purchasing these habitat conservation easements that allow working land uses, similar to what Mr. Penning presented as the new Bowser easement program. And they are not new, but they are relatively unique in that they allow grazing and delayed hay cutting after July 15th, which is the end of the migratory bird, let me rephrase that, the grassland bird nesting season. This program fills an important conservation niche by allowing grazing and delayed hay cutting. Usage of the land, leaves the land on the tax rolls, and it also helps with vegetative management so that the succession is kept at bay, woody plants are minimized, so on and so forth. We focus these easements on land near other easements and permanently protected public lands. That's part of the ranking and prioritization of the effort so that these easement lands fill niches in the protected wildlife habitat gaps on the landscape as best we can. To help the Fish and Wildlife Service, Ducks Unlimited and Pheasants Forever received Phase 1 through 3 grants to help both purchase and restore easements for the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service using OHF grant funds. Now in Phase 4, due to an increase in federal migratory bird conservation funds, allocations to Minnesota for easement purchases, our partnership has evolved to using OHF grant funds to restore the easements permanently purchased by the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, with the nuance that federal migratory bird conservation funds can only be used to buy land or buy easement rights. They can't be used to restore the lands. So in this Phase 4 of our partnership program, DU and Pheasants Forever propose to spend OHF grant funds to restore and enhance prairie and wetlands on 4,000 acres of land that the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service will directly protect by federally purchased funded easements. Specifically, we propose to restore 1,400 acres of prairie and 600 acres of wetlands and enhance 1,400 acres of prairie and 600 acres of wetlands on lands protected by the service. This work will be approximately evenly split between the prairie and the prairie forest transition sections in western Minnesota. The federal government will hold the easements and ensure long-term monitoring and management and enforcement through U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, which is committed to conducting long-term easement stewardship work at no stewardship cost to the state or the Outdoor Heritage Fund. Importantly, the service is pledging $1 million in federal leverage to purchase the easements and $100,000 of in-kind staff match to leverage these OHF grant funds. As noted in the handout, I'm pleased to report that DU and Pheasants Forever have spent 83% of our Phase 1 Laws of 18 grant and achieved 162% of the 720 acre protection goal we had proposed. We've also spent, as of the end of June, 29% of our Laws of 2020 Phase 2 grant and achieved 89% of our acre goal, and that's gone up since then as well. So we're well into the 30s on that one. And in July, we began spending our Phase 3 grant and should have most of our Phase 3 easement acquisition funds obligated or spent by June 2023, while we work to finalize Phase 1 and Phase 2. So meanwhile, these new Phase 4 OHF grant funds will be needed in 2023 to restore and enhance easements that the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service is currently purchasing now, thus the urgency. They've received lots more money than they had years ago when we first started this partnership, and so we're just making a slight evolution, if you will, in how we're delivering the OHF grant funds. And with that, I turn it over to Mr. Tom Kerr for more information.
Thanks for the opportunity to talk about our easement restoration proposal. Easements are an important part of the conservation and restoration of prairie wetland habitat in Minnesota. Many landowners want to restore the habitat on their land and pass on a permanent conservation legacy. Fish and Wildlife Service has a long history of easements in Minnesota and across the prairie pothole region, and we actively monitor and enforce the easement terms. Easements play an important role in landscape level conservation. As John said, they fill in the gaps, and I like to say they fill in the pieces of the puzzle between public and private lands. From a biological perspective, creating larger blocks of habitat and increasing connectivity is valuable for many species of wildlife. As John mentioned, we're shifting the emphasis in this proposal to restoration of easements that the Fish and Wildlife Service acquires. This year, we were allocated more than double the acquisition funding we received in 2021 and spent almost $7.5 million of migratory bird conservation stamp funds, commonly called the duck stamp on acquisition. This protects an incredible amount of habitat, but our duck stamp funding is only for easement acquisition, not restoration. Almost all of these projects require habitat restoration, and this proposal helps provide for that restoration need. The funding in this proposal will allow the Fish and Wildlife Service and our partners, Ducks Unlimited and Pheasants Forever, to work together to restore these easements to prairie and wetland habitat. Our goal is to restore the easements to the type of habitat once found on each of these properties, which in the prairie region and transition zone was generally prairie and small wetlands. These small wetlands and prairie grasslands are important breeding areas for migratory waterfowl, as well as many species of grassland birds. Waterfowl and many other water birds are adapted to these small prairie pothole wetlands, many of which are temporary or seasonal, often holding water for a month or two in the spring. These seasonal basins are an important source of food for breeding hens and broods, as well as migrating birds. When combined with the semi-permanent and permanent wetland basins across the prairie, they provide an important wetland resource for many species of wildlife. The western part of Minnesota is part of the prairie pothole region of the country, which stretches from northern Iowa through Minnesota and across North Dakota and South Dakota to eastern Montana. This is an important part of the country for breeding ducks, supporting over 50% of the breeding waterfowl population in North America. Wetland restoration activities include removal or rerouting of drain tile systems. Drain tiles are underground pipes, some installed over 100 years ago that drain wetland basins, while others are more recently installed. Other wetland restoration projects include removing sediment that eroded into these shallow basins from adjacent cropland or plugging surface ditches that drain basins. Restoration can be very complicated, and we spend lots of time surveying and designing projects, bidding projects, coordinating with contractors, and ensuring that neighbors are not impacted by restoration. Prairie restoration with a wide diversity of plant species is also very important for sustaining our pollinators, most notably the monarch butterfly. Prairie restoration includes planting a wide variety of local ecotype prairie plant species and removing many of the invasive trees found on the prairie, ranging from Siberian elm to cottonwood. Grassland birds like meadowlarks, bobolinks, upland sandpipers, and many others thrive in these prairie habitats. Habitat easements play an important role in prairie wetland conservation and support many species of wildlife. Thank you, and we're open to any questions you may have.
Questions? John, maybe you could address the mistakes that were made in the budgets for personnel and the corrections that you're proposing.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and members. one of the questions that we addressed, I had responded by email back to staff and Chair Hartwell months ago now, was our FTE calculation was slightly off. And I don't have my email in front of me right now, but for both Ducks Unlimited and Pheasants Forever, I think it was closer to 1 FTE, if I remember. Aaron, if you can jog your memory. But I'll take the fall on that one, that I did the math wrong. And
I just wanted it out and everyone to understand your request is not for 1/3 of an FTE, it's for 1 FTE, so that the calculation over 3 years is 300,000, not something that makes no
That's
sense
right.
at all in terms of an annual wage.
thank you, Mr. Chair. You must have looked it up. Your memory is much better than mine, but that's what it was. It's 1 FTE, not 1/3 of an FTE.
I just wanted that on the record for everyone. Jamie?
Thank you. Thanks, John. Can you explain how the leverage would work if the full funding isn't provided?
Thank you, Mr. Chair and Member Swenson. I'll defer to Tom on the federal leverage aspect.
Yeah, since if full funding is not provided, in this case, we can keep the leverage that it is, that the Fish and Wildlife Service committed to.
So for example, if it was only $1 million, it would still stay at the
Yes.
same amount? Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Great, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I'll try to keep my math good for you, John. So we're gonna switch and move to PRE 3, enhanced public land and grasslands. So you can get out of here soon. Thank you. You don't mind, do you?
Nope, I can live with that. Mr. Chair and council members, my name is Alex Nelson, and I'm the Minnesota PF Restoration Manager. And with me is Scott Gloop. Public land enhancements and restoration continues to be one of the top priorities of PF members. This proposal directly addresses that priority of the 73 chapters and 22,000 members in Minnesota. We'll accomplish this by restoring wetlands, removing invasive species, conducting diversity seeding, prescribed fire, and conservation grazing targeting specific habitat needs. As with the past 5 phases, there are no identified projects. Instead, we send out a proposal to all agency partners, PF chapters, and other local NGOs, soliciting projects. This has been successful in the past. If you reference the handout, you can see that we've received 16 million in proposals and received about 8 million in OHF funding. Showing those numbers, we can clearly point out that all available funds throughout phases are obligated. And so we're here again requesting for phase 6. Once the proposals are received and awarded, we then work with our agency partners and PF restoration specialists to restore these parcels. By doing so, we hire private contractors that are specialized in restoration enhancement work. At this time, I'd like to turn it over to Scott Gloop with the Fish and Wildlife Service to give his perspective on the Enhanced Public Land Program.
For the record, my name is Scott Gloop. I'm project leader for the Litchfield Wetland Management District with the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, the 7-county area just west of Minneapolis here. So I was thinking about this the other day. I don't get out in the field very often. And I had an opportunity with a new employee to take him on a tour about 2 weeks ago and visit some of our WPAs. And even though I've sat back in my position and I'm aware of all these things that are going on, I don't often get a chance to get out on the ground and see it. And I want to let you all know that that day I was surprised and I was proud of what I was seeing going on in these WPAs. And one thing that I've encountered a lot since I moved to Minnesota is hearing from the anti-public conservation land folks. Well, why do they want to buy more land? They can't manage what they have. Well, I can tell you right now, that's not true. And secondly, even if a WPA or WMA is not being managed, it provides multiple conservation values and wildlife habitat compared to the alternative that exists in my district, which is corn and soybeans or something that's being developed for residential or commercial purposes. But we are managing the lands a lot. And this particular program is just a tremendous success story. In our district alone, just in the last 4 phases, and this is just the Litchfield district, we've done 32 projects covering almost 5,200 acres of land. And one of the things that I've really noticed since we've started this, and remember, we're still managing lands through our own force account work and other programs. This is just an added feature, but it's a huge added feature. And one of the benefits that I've seen is I'm getting contacted a lot by the public. So we go in and the plow starts on one of these old WPAs that have been sitting there 40 years ago. And the tractors pull in and the big discs pull in and the skid loaders pull in to dig out the rocks when they're breaking up that old brome grass. And I get calls from the neighbors. And what's neat about it is I get an opportunity to educate the public. What the heck is going on out there? You know, well, we're taking out these trees because, you know, we're improving the habitat for meadowlarks, which have declined anywhere from 94 to 98% in the last 60 years in Minnesota. We're breaking up that old grass. Have you noticed there's not many wildflowers out there? We're putting in more wildflowers to provide pollinator habitat. So that's one of the pleasant things, you know, I've seen that I get to deal with on a lot of those calls. Another big benefit, in addition to the habitat improvement that we're doing through this program, is the interaction that it provides with the local chapters who are putting up the match oftentimes for this. And we've always had good coordination with local PF chapters and other conservation groups in our district, but this just increases that much more. So it's pretty cool. So if anybody was to come to me and say, well, you shouldn't be buying more land because you're not managing what you have, I'm going to encourage them. I'm going to tell them they need to come spend a day with me. And then I'd like to hear what they have to say after that day of going around in the field. So at that, I'd like to open it up to any questions.
So you only want people to do that so you can get out of the office, right?
There might be some ulterior motives.
Right. Are there any questions? All right. Thank you very much. Next, we're going to do PRE 02, DNR grassland enhancement.
So Chair Hartwell and members, thank you for the invitation to present here today. My name is Greg Hope with Minnesota DNR, Prairie Habitat Supervisor. Again, as I do every year, I'll start by thanking Sandy and Amanda for putting me after Neil. So a lot of what Neil said. Today, we're requesting $8.2 million for phase 15. I believe this is my 8th time up here for this. With these funds, we plan to accomplish about 18,000 acres, a little less, of restoration and enhancement. This work will be primarily on WMAs, SNAs, and native prairie bank easements. Typically, Judy Schulte would be sitting here next to me, but she just got back from a conference this weekend and wasn't able to make it here today. As you can see from our last status updates in July, we have wrapped up ML16 and ML17, and I am working furiously to get those final reports to Sandy. I guess I've got 6 weeks to go. We are steadily spending down the funds in our open appropriations, and talking to my folks who manage the contracts, we do feel like we'll be able to spend down these funds, and we'll revisit that topic here when we get to the roving crew proposal. Most of the funds appropriated, or most of the funds in this appropriation would go to local contractors in rural parts of the states, creating jobs and sustaining small businesses, as others have talked about earlier today. These dollars are for contract work and they are supplemental to the funds that we'll request at the roving crews. While the roving crews have a lot of really nice equipment, there are some specialized pieces of equipment that they don't have. In other cases, there may be a project that's a significant difference from one of our roving crew bases, and it may just be more effective and cost effective to hire a local contractor to do that particular project. I know yesterday there were some questions about DNR staffing. We are coming out of our hiring freeze. We are hiring people right and left. It seems like at least once a week, if not multiple times a week lately, I've been getting emails welcoming a new assistant area wildlife manager. I don't know if we're quite fully staffed up, but we're getting really close. So we feel like we've got even more and more capacity within the section of wildlife to move these projects forwards. Obviously, this work benefits wildlife and wildlife habitat. And I'm going to put under the name under wildlife, game species, non-game species, pollinators. However, as we've described collectively in some previous presentations before this group, this work will have significant benefits for Minnesota's ability to deal with several aspects of climate change, including carbon capture and storage, as Neil alluded to earlier, as well as the ability of the land to capture, store, and filter clean water. In addition to hunting, these acres are available for foraging, ricing, photography, and just a place to connect with the natural world. I myself spent all 3 days of Labor Day in a canoe racing on a WMA. Last Sunday, I harvested a 5-gallon bucket of wild plum and spent all Sunday night making plum jam. So there's lots of opportunities out there on a WMA. As several of you saw in our last month in our tour of Clayton County, it really does take a community to restore and enhance and keep those grasslands enhanced. You were able to see how all the partners work together to make a productive public and protected landscape. And again, Neil, Pheasants Forever, Ducks Unlimited have largely covered that today. This will cross to play a large part in helping keeping our WMAs and SNAs healthy and productive for grassland wildlife and play a large piece in the overall puzzle of partnerships for restoring and protecting these lands. If you drive around, especially Western and Southern Minnesota, it's hard to find a WMA, a WPA, or a TNC property without one of those really cool LSOHC signs in the parking lot. These projects don't have the dedications and the monuments in the parking lots like some of the acquisition projects do. But the power of these proposals, these enhancement proposals, are really the aggregate and the scores and the aggregates of all the projects. I know in our last final report, we were able to show 478 projects completed. In the final reports that I'll be submitting here over the next 5 or 6 weeks, I think we're actually going to be well over 500 projects on WMAs primarily with these funding. With that, I'll be happy to take any questions.
Questions? Jamie.
Thank you. I'm still getting my brain wrapped around having the roving crews separated from these proposals. So if you could help me understand, what are some of those specialized tools or specialized things that the roving crews can't do that this proposal would fund?
Chair and members, I'm trying to picture all the pieces of equipment they do have and they don't have. For instance, a large backhoe for a wetland project. The roving crews in all cases may have a smaller backhoe, may not have a larger backhoe that would be needed for doing like a large excavation or something like that. And again, there's, if you look in the construction field, there's dozens and dozens of different pieces of equipment of different sizes. And while the roving crew, thanks to you, have some really cool pieces of equipment, they don't have everything. And again, a lot of it's just geography. If it's going to be a three overnighter to get over there and get that project done, again, it may be just quicker and easier to hire a local contractor.
Yep.
Okay, thank you for that. And it may just be because of the proposal or application was parsed out. And so, for example, some of the equipment that was listed was drip torches, backpack water pumps, et cetera. Maybe that's just some carryover from when roving crews were included with the proposal.
Chair members, those are primarily, a relatively small percentage of the overall proposal. That is primarily for the SNA program, some of the equipment they need for some of the work they do.
Other questions? If not, we will move to 01, roving crews.
I'll just skip the intro. Thank you for the invitation to present here again today from 3 minutes ago. So we're requesting 8.7 million for 2 years for the roving crew funding. We know there are some questions about the transition from the old funding source where we had different roving crews mixed in with the grassland and wetland enhancement proposals. And we did provide a memo to Executive Director Johnson last week with an overview of this transition. It was very much like making sausage and a lot of details. If you would like those details, we can get those to you in writing here in the very near future. Again, as many of you saw on our field tour last month, these roving crews are well equipped and dedicated to habitat restoration and enhancement on public and protected lands. The 5 crews can now cover the entire state. And the crews, these crews count accomplishments annually, not in acres or hundreds of acres, but in tens of thousands of acres. One of the areas where they have the biggest accomplishments is with prescribed fire, especially in the Northwest. The equipment and staffing that they are able to bring to the resources or bring to the fire allow them to do fairly large and fairly complex burns. And in some cases, we can team them up, as Neil described earlier, with other DNR staff, TNC staff, Fish and Wildlife Service staff, and really get a large number of people on site for an especially large or an especially complex burn. In the Northwest, crews can shear brushland that creates a more open landscape favored by many wildlife species, both game and non-game. A couple of years, our Northwest crew was able to report that within months of one of these shearing projects, they were seeing moose at the site. It's very rare that you get to see that immediate gratification in conservation work. It's usually years and years, or sometimes years and years. And to see a really cool, iconic species like moose show up within weeks of doing a project was really nice. They also work on tree control projects, build grazing infrastructure where grazing can meet a specific management objectives, and restore grasslands. In the past, crews have been able to assist with collecting large amounts of seed that we then use in restorations. Crews have also seeded many acres of wetlands with wild rice, primarily to enhance those wetlands for wildlife. They can conduct projects that the Small Wetlands Program or the Shallow Lakes Program. Ricky's talked about those programs yesterday, where the small wetlands or shallow lake staff identify a project that we can then bring in either contractors or the roving crew to actually get the dirt moved or the project done. So that's just a brief overview of the roving crew. None of that was as cool as pulling up next to all those trailers and seeing all that equipment up in Clay County last week or a couple weeks ago. And with that, I'll be happy to take any questions.
Questions? I'll just say it's cool to see the equipment and the work that it's doing. It was really exciting to see that for those of you that got up there and the capability that this is provided. And I'm glad to see that we've given them more freedom to go where they need to go instead of programs in one geography versus another. I think it was a good move for us. So with that, now you can go home. Thank you for agreeing to switch to let our other folks get out early. Next is 02, core functions and partner-led OHF land acquisitions.
Good afternoon, Chairman, council members. You must be seeing the light at the end of the tunnel. I think I'm number 52 out of 53 presentations. My name's Jennifer Olson. I'm the Initial Development Plan Coordinator for DNR Division of Fish and Wildlife. My colleague here is Rick Walsh, the Acquisition Coordinator for DNR Fish and Wildlife. And in the audience, if needed, is Catherine Sherman-Hone, Grants Manager for DNR Office of Management and Budget Services. So I previously presented before the council with a different team of people back in October and November of 2021 to discuss initial development plans. At that time, we talked about what they are, who's involved, how the process works, and why they are created. Today, we're before you for a different reason. We are proposing an administrative efficiency improvement with partner-led fee title acquisitions that are conveyed to the DNR. The Minnesota DNR currently partners with 7 non-governmental organizations to strategically acquire land from willing sellers. A detailed set of criteria is used to determine whether a parcel of land meets DNR land management goals. With every acquisition that is conveyed to the DNR, what we are calling core functions, make sure that the parcel is legally acquired and meets minimal standards for public access and cultural resource protection. This year, we have submitted a proposal that addresses needed efficiencies between partner organizations and the DNR concerning DNR land acquisition costs and DNR initial development plan core activities. This new proposal would greatly reduce or eliminate annual use of funds letters between partner organizations and the DNR. A use of funds letter transfers money from the partner appropriation to the DNR to cover these DNR land acquisition costs and IDP costs. These annual use of funds letters require a separate account for each appropriation to be set up by the DNR, which then has to be tracked by both the partner and the DNR. Currently, partners and the DNR track 47 partner-led use of funds accounts for DNR land acquisition costs and IDP costs. This does not include the laws of 22 appropriations and accounts that are just coming online. So on average, we have between 9 and 13 use of funds accounts that come online each year. If this proposal is funded, there would be no delay in fund availability. We would not have to wait for use of funds letters from the partners to cover the immediate land acquisition costs and core IDP costs. If funded, the administrative burden of creating and tracking multiple accounts would be greatly reduced or eliminated. This administrative efficiency would allow partners to close their fee title acquisition grants earlier. So there's 3 components to the proposal, and here's where I'm going to start referring to the 2 handouts that were included with this proposal. So the first handout was the illustrative document, and if you look at the title core functions in partner-led OHF land acquisitions, some folks may want to know, what are DNR land acquisition costs? What are we talking about? And there's a bulleted list there. It includes appraisal review, land survey review, title review, drainage agreement reviews, access agreement reviews, any other agreements or encumbrances that come with the parcel, property taxes, recording fees, deed taxes, and project management time DNR Division of Lands and Mineral staff spend on these projects. So these are our real estate folks and our real estate attorneys. And the bar graph shows you 11 years worth of DNR land acquisition costs over time. And for this proposal that we have in front of you, we use the laws of 19 figure. That is the highest. We wanted to make sure we cover these costs since this is the first time we're doing this. And that cost in laws of 19 was $394,000. We added a 10% inflationary factor. And in our proposed budget, you'll see $433,500 as a professional service cost. That is for the DNR land acquisition cost. That is about 2/3 of this proposal. That's the biggest component of this proposal. If you flip that handout over, you'll see the core initial development plan activities. And this is just a small fraction of the IDP activities that can occur on a new partner-led acquisition. So this includes the cultural resource review. We need to stay in compliance with the Minnesota Field Archaeology Act, Minnesota Historic Sites Act. We have an archaeologist on contract through the Minnesota Historical Society. He does these reviews for us and for the partner projects. It also includes supplies for boundary posts, DNR signs, hardware to attach the signs to the boundary posts, grazing fencing if needed, and parking lots, supplies for parking lots in the access road to the parking lot. And you'll see on this graph, costs are all over the place. There is no easy formula for these core IDP costs when it comes to a parcel by parcel look at things. The graph here is from laws of 17. That is the year and the costs that we used in this proposal. And it was just under $119,000. Again, we added a 10% inflationary cost. And in our proposed budget, it's $130,800 split between supplies and contracts. And if you go to the second handout, it's a table. This was the most recent handout we supplied as an option. This is the IDP costs covered in laws of 23 core functions proposal. This is a table that we provided last fall when we were talking about what's involved with an initial development plan. So these are all the activities that could occur, might occur on a newly acquired parcel. And only those rows that have a red asterisk are the ones that we're asking for in this proposal. So once again, it's what we categorize as facility development costs. Cultural resource review, posts, signs, fencing, wood routed signs, and access and parking lots. If there are well sealing or site cleanup needs on a parcel, if there's habitat needs on a parcel, those discussions happen. All of the IDP discussion happens between the local area manager and the partner organization. And they decide who's best resourced to tackle site cleanup habitat needs. The partner may be best resourced to do it. A contractor, the partner may contract out those needs. And on some parcels, the DNR may be best resourced to do these habitat and site cleanup needs. So if there's habitat or site cleanup needs, there will still need to be a use of funds letter. Just want to make that clear. And then last page of the handout is just an example
I have to
budget.
interrupt you because I think we only got one handout.
Oh,
Yep. No one knows what you're talking about with graphs or anything else. And
I
it
have-
wasn't in the link. in the
Mr. Chair.
materials either.
Members, I believe what she's referring to is the proposal illustration, the first one that she had. Is that correct?
Yeah, the first one was the illustrative handout, and I have copies of it if people want it.
Want it? No, okay.
Okay.
Sorry, I just saw several people looking for it as you were
Okay.
talking.
So you have the second one, though. You have
Yes.
the, okay. All right. So last page is the example partner accomplishment plan. And this is just example of the budget in a accomplishment plan. The two line items that we are talking about is the DNR land acquisition costs. We would be reducing the DNR land acquisition costs to $0. We would cover those 100% with this proposal. The DNR IDP line varies more. It varies between 13 and 41%. So we took an average of 24% reduction in the DNR IDP costs. So in this example, there was a proposed reduction of $97,200 in the partner accomplishment plan. The last component of this proposal is the IDP coordinator position, covers 80% of the personnel costs. I spend at least 80% of my time tracking and communicating with DNR field staff and partners about OHF appropriations concerning IDP budgets and costs. Currently manage 47 active appropriations and 98 parcels, with more to come with the laws of 22 appropriations. So in conclusion, if funded, there would be no delay in availability of funds to pay for DNR land acquisition costs or core IDP facility development costs, meaning work on these activities could begin immediately. If funded, the administrative burden of creating and tracking multiple use of funds accounts would be greatly reduced or eliminated. This administrative efficiency would allow partners to close their fee title acquisition grants earlier. And with that, we'll take questions.
Questions? So my question is, if we buy this strategy, how do we deal with the transition? Because every proposal we've looked at has IDP in it. And how do we reduce what everybody gets the same time as funding this? I'm mystified as to how we would do that. Where's the thinking? Help us understand how this transition would work.
I would see that as projects submit accomplishment plans for this round, they would be revising their budgets to reflect this change.
But I'm thinking about the allocations we're about to do. Do we go through each proposal and say, well, we want to fund this IDP program, but DU has $67,000, so I'm taking $67,000 out of their accomplishment plan, but I'm only funding 40% of their requests, so I only take 40% of that amount out. And how do I figure out what the right allocation would be to make any sense?
It wouldn't really be up to us to figure it out. It would be the manager looking at how they did their budgeting, looking at their reduced allocation, then making those budgetary adjustments and moving that $66,000 somewhere else. It's, it's $650,000 out of, 140 million.
I'm already over allocated. What do I take out? I mean, I'm struggling with how to actually make it happen. It may be a great idea, but I'm lost in the how we actually do that, because we're going to double fund essentially the IDP budget item as well as in each of the proposals until there's a shakeout. And what's going to happen in the shakeout is everybody's going to put more money into the project because they're not going to have to fund the IDP. And we then overfunded what we thought we were funding in terms of, assuming 40% accomplishments or something. I'm not understanding how the transition will happen other than we're going to mess with our internal calculations here and spend an extra. We're going to reduce some people who don't have IDP in order to fund IDP, separate line item for everyone else.
And just to clarify, it's not just IDP, it's that DNR land acquisition cost line too.
Lumping it all in one.
Mhm.
It's the same cost in two places right now. All right. I've perplexed you. I can tell.
I understand. Your comments aren't, I'm tracking with you. I don't know the answer to it.
The fact that there is no answer is a scary thing.
Well, I think is my experience tells me no group is gonna get what they ask. Therefore, they're going to be, those numbers, when they see them, they're going to go back and reevaluate their request, and if they see what we are proposing with this, it's either gonna get pulled out of their proposal or it's not, and then they're gonna make adjustments within their proposals. I mean,
I
that's
get
how I
that, but what
think
about
it's gonna
someone that doesn't have IDP then? They're gonna get differently because we're gonna have to allocate away from them to make the numbers work.
It's not a fair process.
Okay.
I don't have a good answer for it.
Anyone else?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You bring up good points. I'm with Mark. I'm not totally sure what to say about it, except that it seems like the only opportunity to redo that would be when the budgets get redone once the total allocations come in. But to your point, that would vary very much depending on who gets this funding versus who doesn't. So.
Have you guys thought about that?
Sorry, John, did you want to say something?
Mr. Chair, council members, thank you for letting me speak to this issue. Part of this was my idea, so I told Jennifer I'd be here to support it. Using Ducks Unlimited's proposal, for example, we've got $60,000 in lands and minerals cost budget and $60,000 in DNR IDP. That's a real small amount of, the big amount. And I think it would be very easy. I don't want to obligate staff to do anything that's untenable, but to tabulate up and put in a table who has what in their proposals for IDP and lands and minerals, and then everybody would know, and you can make your allocations based on knowing that we're gonna not need that money, if you will.
So could we not allocate to the IDP on the first round and have you guys all reallocate to them so that we didn't have to? That's kind of what they're doing now. Well, but they're asking for an appropriation. They're asking for an appropriation, which will take money out of the other budgets. If we were to say this is a great idea, it's going to be funded in the first year by everybody not getting any IDP and contributing it back into the fund before we actually get the bill processed. That would be a way to handle it that would be ultimately fair. You take it out of your, whatever it is. And then it wouldn't get in the middle of our allocation process. Something to think about as we talk about this. You'd be open to that, John, if we did that?
Mr. Chair, members, speaking for Ducks Unlimited, and I don't look at other proposals, so I don't know what other groups requested. And the only one that worries me is that a group I don't know who else is here, Bob, I don't know if you want to speak to this, but other groups that may have budgeted a whole bunch of money for IDP work because they wanted, you know, DNR to, or they needed DNR to do more of that. It's a big, but for us, it would be totally manageable. I mean, it's a relatively small amount. We'd cut it somewhere else. The whole use of funds thing, I just did one today, ironically. You know, we have to write a letter to the DNR and say, okay, you gave us a grant contract for X million. And then I have to send them a letter saying, and you can take $120,000 out of the grant that you gave us back to DNR to use it for your costs. I mean, it's the most goofy way to administer grants that we've seen across the
We
nation.
all agree with that.
Yeah. Okay.
If the state would have just decided not to create the IDP thing and just done it, it would save us all a whole lot of problem.
Mr. Chair, again, the lands and minerals cost is the big one because we can't, they start incurring those costs
I understand.
immediately. So
Got it.
it's,
All right.
I don't,
Any other thoughts or questions before we move on? All right, thank you. Lastly, 04 restoration evaluations. And I'm going to try to cut this a little short by saying I'm not sure everyone wanted to hear all the gory details of restoration evaluations, but I asked the question, why did we go from 50,000 to 100,000 to 200,000 for restoration evaluations, and what actually changes because they're done? And if you can address that instead of giving us a presentation about what you do, I think that's probably where the interest is. Is that okay with everyone? There you go.
Okay. Quick modifications to my presentation. Thank you, Chair Hartwell. Good afternoon, Chair Hartwell, council members. Wade Johnson, Program Coordinator of Legacy Fund Restoration Evaluation Program, Minnesota DNR, also working on behalf of the Board of Water and Soil Resources. I will jump right to that point that you make, David, regarding the costs over time, to say that that is one thing I have as back pocket information. Essentially, where did I put those numbers? Give me one moment to get my chronology back in line. Oh, okay, so regarding, just going right to the dollar amount first. Current statute for restoration evaluations directs at least 1/10 to 1% of annual funds from out to heritage funds to restoration evaluations. And from 2012 to 2017, with myself as the one FTP for the program, which spans across Parks and Trails Fund, Clean Water Fund, and Outdoor Heritage Fund, funds were rolling forward, but capacity was very limited. And from 2018 to 2021, with 2 FTE on the job, the program activities significantly more than doubled, both communications and outreach and the number of evaluations we were completing. And those roll forward funds were expended. The current request and the current funding year allows for the current expenditures and a continuation of current activities, essentially. It was a matter of the roll forward funds being expended, and now we are asking for as much as we've been spending for the last few years. A few things there. Two are, one being the 2 FTE, myself, and well, we've been short staffed for almost this entire year, but I have a new coworker, Keegan Lund is here, new acquisition as the restoration evaluation specialist. And 2, we're doing more contracted evaluation work. I have a master contract with 5 different contractors, and we lean on them heavily to actually dig in and do that assessment work and all of the pieces of that, which I'm happy to talk more about if you had time and interest. So essentially that's the funding piece. That's kind of where we're at. That's where our expenditures are at for the level of work and activities that we're doing, both in project evaluations, engaging experts, and then communicating results back out to have that impact, which I think is your second question, Chair Hartwell, regarding how are we making an impact? And you don't want to hear my whole presentation. I think I can get a little deeper into that. At a high level, our communications and outreach, what we do with what we learn from in the field and bring that back to our panel of experts and the recommendations that they have, the target of those recommendations is truly the practitioners in the field. And we are doing our level best to try to communicate in a variety of different ways, including webinar series with the U of M extension. We get to conferences and we get directly to project managers in the field talking about the nuts and bolts, the wonky pieces of restoration practice that is maybe operating at a finer grain than maybe what the council might find actionable. However, I will say there are a number of things we've seen over the years that are noteworthy. And certainly if you read our reports, you'll find some of that, and I'm happy to discuss some of those. There are problems, right? There are, issues that we've noted, that the panel has noted regarding the implementation of current science being employed in the restoration work that's hitting the ground. And those cover things like proper management and planning for invasive species before, during, and after. And I've certainly heard the council note that to project managers, their interest in doing that. But at the end of the day, it's the project managers that are making the call about how things get planned and done in the field and how that's able to carry forward. Inappropriate plant species selection for certain sites is certainly something we've run into, and we're trying to, find ways to incorporate best practices being adopted and practices being adapted across all project managers. Again, we cover Clean Water Fund, Parks and Trails Fund, and Outdoor Heritage Fund. And also things like just design detail for some stream projects leading to improper installation when there's something left of the imagination and a contractor doesn't have the oversight or experience. Things get done in awkward ways. And those are places that we're trying to connect directly to the project managers, the practitioners on the ground that are making the design decisions, to what do they know to make the decisions, and how do they best incorporate new information. How do they engage and interact with other experts that are doing this type of work and continue to learn? Anyone who's been doing this work for a number of years, myself included, you say, do you know more now than you did 20 years ago? Well, heck yes, we do. 10 years ago, yeah. A year ago, probably. And then you say, well, how did that happen? Was it just a matter of doing things enough times till you figured it out? Did you learn from someone else? Did you learn in school? Did you just learn peer-to-peer? And I think at the end of the day, it's a multifaceted thing. The work is getting done. People are learning by doing. There's an opportunity here to engage, and we're really trying to do that, to try to engage with the project managers that are doing the work, that are making the decisions, to give them the best information about how to make informed decisions and how to manage for the best outcomes for these funds and any restoration work they're doing, and frankly, for the state of Minnesota. I'll field any other questions.
Okay, that's fine. Other questions? Good enough, thank you.
Thank you, Chair and Council.
So let's move to the next phase. Discussion. Reactions for things that we heard today, or things that you thought about from yesterday overnight that you'd still like to discuss today?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Is there a way to see how much each group is getting total, even if they're not the lead on a project? So if they're a partner on a project, but they're not leading it, I don't want to put this on staff, but I'm just curious because there's a lot of crossover, right, between projects and we want collaboration. So I don't want to discourage that. But it would be helpful to understand what different groups are getting in total.
So would that be a historic look or?
No, just for this year.
So
So
what they've
if,
requested or what they're likely to get?
what they've requested.
Okay,
So if Ducks Unlimited has a project they're leading on, but then they also have another project that they're a partner on, and they're receiving funds as part of that project. Is there a way to know that total number other than adding it up by hand?
I don't know, Mark.
That would just be, just end up doing a query through the budgets and doing a spreadsheet on each group, we put down the appropriation, whether they're partner, whether they're the lead, and how much money their budget is within that.
Okay, that's great. Thank you.
It is.
The system holds the total budget request, does not hold partner individual budgets, so it'd be something we have to do by hand.
Yeah.
If it's unreasonable, then don't worry about it. I was just curious if that was. I look at it anyway, so if nobody else is gonna do that, then don't worry about it.
Thoughts? Interest, not interest?
I'll have just one project to start. HRE, well, the Knife River project. We've engaged in the Knife River project for all. I mean, I'm not suggesting that the work that they have done has been bad or what they're proposing is bad, but I'm kind of struck with, they don't have a fiscal manager at this juncture. How do I move forward with that? How do I move forward with allocation to an organization that doesn't have a fiscal agent?
Faith. That'd be the only way you could. I mean, we could certainly, I'm just talking off the top of my head, we could certainly say if you don't have one by this date, there's no way we're gonna consider it. And that date for you would be in the next week or so because you're gonna do allocations in the next week. For someone else, it might be before we actually create a bill, but it's a valid point. You know, they, what I heard them say was, don't worry, we got it covered, but they didn't name anybody that they were even talking to. And that might influence your allocation decision. At this point, yeah, Sandy.
I'll just say that I know that they're actively working toward a fiscal agent. They have been talking to several people. They want a fiscal agent, so it's not anything they're trying to dodge. I think if the council wants to put pressure on them, they could do that. We really don't need to know the fiscal agent until the bill's written, so they have a couple months.
I think I heard them say that we're talking to
Several different for-profit and nonprofit groups.
So they're interviewing a bunch, but that doesn't,
Yeah, I hear you.
I mean, we are here at the hearing phase, getting ready to start working on allocations, and we don't have a critical piece that is the accountability part of it. That is the lifeblood of what's going to happen in the future to this organization moving forward. I'm just, it perplexes me that this was identified months ago and it's not addressed.
Well, they said they had somebody here in the Twin Cities was the last thing they said. They had a potential partner here in the Twin Cities. That was the last thing I remember hearing them say.
They had a for-profit group in the Twin Cities they were talking to.
Right.
And a couple of nonprofit groups that were more closely aligned with their mission up in the Duluth area that they were also talking to, but they didn't identify any.
Yeah, they've received the for-profit in the metro here is in Eden Prairie, I think it was, or somewhere in that range. And they are very interested. They've actually been up and looked at the project, sat down with them, talked about it. They said they appear to have the fiscal capacity. It's an environmental, much more than the landscape. They do environmental restorations, evaluate and enhancements, and not on a grand scale, I don't think, but on a fair scale. That's the one that they're looking at, and that seems to be the most probable right now. And they're kind of excited about that. Last we heard earlier, this I guess it was last week. The ones up north, they're looking at they're thinking about it, but they haven't gotten any real good feedback from them yet. Zeitgeist just was the fiscal agent for the last 3 or 4 years of our appropriations. And Zeitgeist, to my understanding, just decided, it's kind of out of our wheelhouse a bit more than we feel comfortable. And even though everything went well, they helped Zeitgeist with their help. As I understand, for grants management, they actually got their processes down well from a standpoint of letting bids and making sure everything's on the up and up, and none of the old potential conflicts that were happening half a dozen years ago. None of those are existing now. I understand.
I think the frustration is this is an issue that should have been resolved by now.
The Zeitgeist letter is dated May 24th. I'm sorry, I've got to look through rate proposals of organizations ready to roll. And I got to reduce $200 million of requests. I'm sorry, I struggle with whatever. Listen, I'm not down on their project. They've done good work. It's not that. It's just right now, they don't seem to be, their house isn't in order.
All right. You win.
Well, I guess being new to this council, I'd thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to find out this is phase 7 that they're asking for now. Has this been an ongoing thing with them, or have they always had trouble with a fiscal agent?
They originally did their work without a fiscal agent, and there were problems.
Okay.
So they got a fiscal agent who really wasn't an environmental group, but it was from Duluth, who did their work for 4 years and then has decided not to. And notified them apparently in the spring that they weren't going to do it, and said, we love you, but it's not right for us. Find a different fiscal agent. And here we are in mid-September, and they haven't found one yet. They've just been talking. And that's, I think, where it's at. But there were initial problems that caused them to need an outside fiscal agent.
And Mr. Chair, Sandy just pointed out that WRE 01 is in the same situation. I don't have a fiscal agent as of yet either. No, I don't know. I heard all your details, but I couldn't remember.
They may need a fiscal agent. We'd have to evaluate that.
Okay.
They turned in a 990 with.
Help me, they turned in a 990?
Their 990 is like a. WR.
Big Woods.
Yeah, that's who it is.
Yeah. We need to gather more information on this and have it looked at by DNR contracts management, but they may need a fiscal agent as well.
I wrote down a couple of notes in there, Mr. Chair. I wrote down a couple of notes in there presenting the other day. They said that they had a line of credit they have established now for this. It's $100,000, which isn't a big amount, but if you turn the receipts quickly, it can be done. The receipts for expenses. Also, they added another 40,000 in leverage. So I don't know if that would also add into their cash flow, or it'd be coming from somewhere. Those are just a couple of notes I wrote down.
Which is the may need
versus the have to have.
And that's a new organization with the first time request, so I understand that. And I can make allowances for that. But I just wanted to bring that one up also.
Anything else on that particular? We're not here to make decisions. We're here to have discussions and have people share their input and thoughts and other thoughts.
Let OHC pay for the removal of buckthorn so we can harvest timber. You remember that discussion earlier? I just think we should talk about that some more.
I'm happy to talk about that since I was the one that phrased it that way. It concerns me that we are being asked to make forests more productive for timber harvest, and yet the timber harvest revenue doesn't come back to reimburse for that work or go to conservation. It feels to me like that's probably the clearest example that I've heard since I've been on the council of supplanting. Because if we didn't do that, somehow forestry would have to figure out how to get that done, or they couldn't sell the timber. And my guess is that they would figure out how to get it done. And I have no doubt that for me, if they'd come in and said, we want to go in and make the forest healthy, and at the end of 50 years, we're going to harvest the timber, it would have been different than we are going to do work so that we can harvest the timber in a couple of years and sell it. It felt like supplanting to me. That's just one person's opinion.
I struggle with the way it was presented in that how I don't understand how that improve the work going in and that they're proposing to do before a timber sale makes the timber sale more profitable. The logic there doesn't play out for me. It seems to me that it's I'm wondering if it's an application that is done that after the timber sale, it leads to an improved habitat situation.
Mr. Chair. So that makes sense, right? That once, even if you did a timber sale and you didn't do it, the regeneration of the trees is not going to happen if it's completely covered in buckthorn. So I think the question is, what does this have to do? Like more details about how this helps the regeneration and growth, I think would be helpful.
And why the
for
timber
you.
sale wouldn't take care of the invasive issue if the result is that you couldn't then grow more timber. If you were a private owner and you had a forest and you were planning on harvesting it, you'd look at what's my revenue in and my total revenue in, total revenue out. And you'd figure out how to make that work. And this is one of those, I have revenue in, but that's in a pot that has nothing to do with revenue out.
And I wish it hasn't been 15 years that I could explain in more detail how all that works, because I can't.
I wish I could too.
Well, I mean, I don't know exactly how the world has changed in the internal workings of the agency as it relates to timber sales, how timber sales are put up and where the revenues are allocated. I mean, that's I'm not going there. No, it's not a black hole. It's a complicated.
It's a gray hole.
It goes back, is what I've tried to explain over the years is we see a state forest. The problem is internally the DNR sees an administrative layer that we don't ever talk about or see. And that dictates where revenue goes. Some of that revenue goes to the university fund, the school trust fund, which are two different funds. It goes to, it's a myriad of different tentacles of administrative fingers that come in on this stuff. And it just gets real complicated real fast. It's not a simple do a timber cut in the forest and the revenues go to X. It just isn't that simple. I wish it was, but it's just not.
Kind of two things with that. One is why wouldn't the funds from timber sales go towards the conservation and the preparation for the next step? So I get that part, but I think maybe the best way to answer the supplanting question would be, how is it currently done today? How is who's planting the trees now on some of these public lands, whose resources are required to do so? And how is it being prepped currently? And who's doing it and with what funds how is that happening today? I think that might help answer the question for us.
We're bringing up buckthorn, which is relatively new invasive species. There had to have been something else that screwed up the forest and you had to improve the forest before you sold the cut before too. I wonder what that was. I mean, I can't remember. Well, and when you look at this, when I look at the restore and enhancement list, WMA, SMA. So this is wildlife management. This isn't, and this is SMA stuff. This isn't timber sales. These are much more tuned than just a timber sale to go meet Boise's demand or one of the other mills. That's not what this is. I think we missed something here.
Maybe
this
they just misrepresented. They maybe should have mentioned less about timber sales, more about the WPAs, WMAs and all of that kind of stuff. And they just maybe could have kept their mouth shut about the timber stuff, perhaps.
Well, it's technically a timber sale, but this is where the internal DNR jargon doesn't meet public's.
And do we have any indication that the timber would be harvested otherwise? Because sometimes helpful to have somebody come in to take it, because otherwise you'd have to pay for somebody to come in and take the wood to be able to create the habitat. So I think it'd be helpful to have more information about the internal processes, because it sounds like that's important regardless. Like, it'd be great to know more from the DNR about what's happening with the funds that come off of those timber sales. But we also need to keep in mind that sometimes you have to pay somebody to come in and take those older trees off of the landscape. So then you can take the buckthorn out, let the regeneration happen, and then you've got high quality habitat a few years later, right? But that can't happen if it's covered in buckthorn and old trees that nobody wants to harvest either, and it's going to cost you money. So there are a few complicating factors.
And there's certainly the question of, should you just cut it, remove it, and spray the buckthorn for a year before you replant, which is a whole lot easier than trying to work around standing timber.
I'm kind of looking towards your verdict on that in terms of it being what would you say, the first real example of
Supplanting.
supplanting?
And you're a timber guy.
Well,
You understand it better.
Yeah.
than
yeah, I
some
mean,
of the
it's,
rest of-
yeah, I mean, we didn't have buckthorn before. It's a kind of a terrible deal, actually. I'm just,
You know what the big problem when I was a kid was blister rust and gooseberries and white pines. I mean, that was the huge dilemma in the northern forest.
yeah, that's right.
But buckthorn is kind of different than that.
When I'm looking at the timber sale, or not the timber sale, God. When I'm looking at the list, I mean, this is when we were down in the southeast along those trout streams. It's that WMA that's full of forest that they want to open up. So now what I'm gathering is they want to go in and do a prescription of something. Then get that timber out of there, that the wood that's on that landscape that they don't want there. On that WMA down in the southeast, because the Richard Dorr Memorial is where it is. This, I mean, just this particular one. So when he said timber sales, I went to where you went. That this is the forest, this is logging, this is wood that's feeding the mills. And that's not what I'm diving into this a little tighter. That's not what it is. Doesn't change your administrative question of, is this supplanting? I don't know that.
Do we know how reed canary grass is getting treated on DNR lands? Because that's another issue of if the canopy opens up, then you have reed canary grass getting in there where the light is actually coming through the canopy, right? And then that's how it proliferates. And the second a tree goes down in the woods, the reed canary grass springs up and then you don't get regeneration, right? So it's probably not dissimilar, I'd imagine, to some of what happens with buckthorn. So
And it's actually a worse problem because you can spray buckthorn in the fall and not kill everything else that's there. Reed canary grass, you just have to nuke it all.
Right.
Multiple times. But I don't know the answer to your question. I think if nothing else, regardless of our allocation, this would be a really good thing to have on a future meeting agenda to understand more what needs to be done in our forests and the timing of it and how this all works. Mark, if you can, just the fact that we spent this much time trying to figure it out with this particular proposal is an indication that we need more information. And I want to just, let's treat this as a discussion among ourselves. Don't feel like you have to have my permission to talk. Just let's treat it the way we do in normal worlds.
My brain was going where you just went as well. I'm proud that this conversation is leading to understanding that there's a value in a public-private partnership, that there's value in timber sales and grazeland and agriculture. But I feel like we're maybe a bit outside of our expertise. And so not only having maybe somebody from the timber industry come in and talk to us, but also somebody from the grazeland and agricultural as well, because there's a lot of win-wins that can be accomplished here. And if we understand that better, that might help inform future decisions.
And there's quite a difference, I think, between what happens with timber harvest on state forest lands versus on WMA or SNA lands, even, where the money goes, who does the work, what it's, so we could get that in different bites for the council at a future meeting, could be at this fall or whatever.
Yeah. Let's spend some time at a meeting and dig into that a little.
But there must be forestry policy. Whether you're talking about the feds or you're talking about the counties or you're talking about the state, they must all, or even privates, they must all have a way they're dealing with it nowadays.
We just don't
That
know.
are in the journals or whatever.
I think the best management practices are all the
Yeah.
same. It's the outcome of the cut that's the deciding factor right from the start.
Yeah.
Ron, you were trying.
I was going to change the subject. This discussion is older than those trees. Is that okay?
Yeah, that's fine.
Well, I've done this before. I'm gonna admit my stupidity publicly that IDP discussion just fogged me right over. I have no idea what the hell we're even talking about. And maybe somebody can explain that to me, but I'm not gonna dig that hole. I just want to say that. But the other thing, some complaints we heard from folks making presentations was a problem with DNR permitting. And it seems to be perennial or annual, whatever. And know if anybody from DNR wants to speak to that, but why can't we change it, or is it, what is it that the permitting process tends to just bog a lot of this conservation work down?
It's permitting in water. It's not permitting in the forest. It's not permitting in the prairies. It's permitting in water.
But so why does it have to be so slow?
And layers of departments within agencies.
There you go, legislator, you can handle that.
I knew I should have done this by Zoom.
Scott has his hand up, I think, or he has his thumb up. I'm not sure which.
Oh, I was just agreeing to take care of Ron's problem with permitting.
Okay. Good, Scott's gonna do it.
We all thank you.
I actually have a funny story about that. One of my famous David Tomasoni.
Yeah, we're waiting.
Oh, sorry, I didn't realize that's right. One of my famous David Tomasoni partnerships was when one of my local neighborhoods actually, and our park board was having a heck of a problem with DNR permitting to get a hold of hybrid invasive cattails in my district. They just couldn't get the DNR to kick a decent permit loose. We just passed a law. And David Tomasoni was loving that I was really, really mad at the DNR. So and he was chair at the time. So we had a good time with that one.
It was just the two of you alone against the world, right?
Railing against the DNR permitting process.
Was that on Cedar Lake, Scott, or what?
It was actually a Loring Lake.
Loring Lake.
You need to speak close
Oh,
to the
I'm
microphone.
sorry.
And I've been told we should try as best we can to say, I'm David, before we speak, because this is recorded and some people might just listen versus watch. So I'll try my best, but please try to help. We had a discussion that started about rural, urban. And I don't know that we can resolve it because there's sort of the habitat is everywhere. Bang for the buck is in bigger blocks kind of thing. And I understand both perspectives. I don't know if the two of you want to continue the discussion or if it went far enough that you feel comfortable. I don't want to cut it off. I cut it off earlier. I don't want to be accused of not coming back to it.
Yeah, I mean, Mark and I talked about it on the break a little bit, and I was just saying that, figure out some kind of way that some of the Outdoor Heritage Council funds can do a better job of serving where the majority of Minnesota taxpayers live. We had this discussion, we were talking, forgot what the other pot of money, we talked about how the arts money goes more to urban, serving urban communities, whereas outdoor heritage money goes to serving more rural communities. And that, Farmer Joe in Carlstadt doesn't get any benefit from things that are done through the arts portion, and somebody in North Minneapolis doesn't get anything from any benefit from things being done on Farmer Joe's, conservation easement in Carlstadt or something. So, that was kind of where we kind of got to that point where maybe, as much as I still believe it's possible somehow because I was talking about future land stewards as well. If we can do things in urban spaces, we have the potential to create people who want to actually serve on this council in a decade or two, because they've had some exposure, because they've accessed a green space in their community where they live. And it's like, okay, that's great. How do I do more? Oh, I could serve on Outdoor Heritage Council. You recommend it or something like that. So those are the reasons why I was thinking about the responsibility to people in urban spaces because of, that kind of thing.
So everybody's paying the tax.
Correct.
And what I would say is you're right and you're right. there are two perspectives and neither one is wrong. If you go to the allocation sheet that has been sent to you and probably will get sent again, if you go to the right, once you made your preliminary allocations, you'll see that it totals for you in an approximate amount, because we've attempted to guess what the percentages are in the initial proposal and assuming they'll be the same in the final proposal of urban versus rural, different habitats, parts of the state. And that information gets totaled up and you can look at that then and say, I'm not feeling comfortable with what I did in the metro area. Because I think we should put more allocation there. Because years ago, I was feeling the same thing of, what should we do? And I needed to sort of quantify, was I in my mind being fair to the entire state? And in my mind was the important word. So I created this way of looking at it, which the council staff has adopted and is part of your allocation sheet, which helps you understand the decisions you've made in total, not project by project alone. So I encourage you to slide to the right of the Excel spreadsheet and take a look.
And Mr. Chair, listen, Dudley and I talked quite a bit, and his points are valid. I don't have any discrepancy with what he was saying, and I recognize the tension of where the majority of the people, the taxes paid, where should they receive more benefit than they have. But what I tried to stress with Dudley is that you have to look at it in the aggregate. We're only 1/3 of the legacy fund. And there's the clean water portion. There's us. And then there's the Arts Board, Arts and Heritage Board, Cultural Board. And then there's the Parks and Trails Board. Actually, there's no Arts Board. There's just an Arts Fund. I'm not exactly sure how that's.
Some with the
I'm not
arts
sure how
goes
that's.
to named institutions and some
Yeah,
goes to the
right.
regional arts
Yeah.
council.
But it's important to recognize that we are not the only game in town when it comes to the legacy fund. We're only 1/3 of it. And there are varieties of different proportional, disproportional spending. And that's part of the beauty of the legacy amendment. It tried to create different pots of money to address significant problems or create opportunities for different areas, because it recognized, I think, that natural resource work was going to be heavily in rural Minnesota. That's why the culture and arts component was going to be an important, they brought that element in. I'm speaking for the legislature when I wasn't there, so I guess I don't really know. But it was a package deal trying to make sure that all Minnesotans got benefit from that tax increase. And that's kind of how I see it play out. So I look at the language for the habitat piece for Lessard-Sams, and it's pretty tight in my mind. Now, not that you can't open it up but I'm trying to, when I see parks projects, and that's what they are, they're parks projects, but it's a habitat component, come leaking in from the Parks Council because they didn't fund it or it didn't get presented to them. I struggle with it because I can't meet the needs and demands and requests from, I don't want to say big habitat projects because they're not all big.
From
high beneficial habitat projects. I guess the comment one of the things I said is that, building a really nice habitat house in a park in the urban area when nothing's going to move into it doesn't do us any good. And that's what I see in some of these projects. The volume of people who are going to step on that, bring their dog or cat or let their cat out and walk through that park. It just, the level of disturbance is so high. And yeah, we may have created some habitat, but it just doesn't do anything.
Well, what I would say is there are 12 members of this council and we bring vastly different experiences and perspectives. And we have a process that gets us to a place where in the past, we pretty much all agreed on the absolute outcome. It isn't what I want, it isn't what you want, it's a collaboration of different views getting us to a place to a good decision. And we need to use our own good decisions based on what we hear from presenters, what we know, and what we hear from each other to get there and know that we're doing the best we can.
I'm Tom. When we're talking about here, Mark and I both remember, because we were around the legislature that time, that if it had just been habitat, I'm not sure it would have passed. You know, the clean water piece, I think, was really important, and it didn't hurt me to have the arts and the trails thrown in there too, to get the thing passed overwhelmingly. What I've watched happen over the years that this has been enacted is in the metropolitan area. I didn't think there was much going initially, but there's been a lot of action around the big rivers. And they're so unique. I mean, when you throw the St. Croix and the Mississippi and the Minnesota together, and plus the Three Rivers district out west, you know, those are terrific projects that come before us every year. And I think they get better all the time. So that's, you know,
Ron, I know, has been wanting.
It's been so long, I forgot what No, I just wanted the discussion between the two of you this morning. I think, you know, we throw that word habitat around a lot. And habitat by definition is a place for fish and wildlife to live, eat, and reproduce. So you can have a bunch of flowers and trees or brush or whatever, and you can say, well, that's habitat. But if there's nothing existing in it, it's really just a bunch of trees, flowers, and brush. And so what happens with parks once in a while, and as you probably know, I have an issue with parks too, because of if you got a whole bunch of people running through it all, most wild creatures, they can't live there. They won't live there. And so you can say it looks like habitat, but it ain't habitat because ain't nothing living in it to speak of. So, and I'm as guilty as anybody, we just kind of throw this habitat word around. But to Mark's point, the parks, they do get some sales tax money, and I don't know how they use it all the time. I had no problem with that other project. I started looking at it, how big it was, 20 acres, I think. I think probably some deer could live in there. So it's habitat, but if nothing was living there, it really isn't habitat, I guess is something we should think about.
And I would say, if you look close enough, you'll see it actually is lots there. At least from my perspective, a guy who really is into pollinators, you know, if a couple of monarchs hatch out there, to me, it's worth it. It's worth every dime. So, I mean, I find that habitat, wherever it is, wildlife, pollinators, insects, whatever, will find it. And it could be the difference between them making it and not. I mean, I put a lot of habitat in my little suburban front yard. I put a prairie in this year. I know I hatch out at least 2 or 3 monarchs on my little piece of property every single year. And so it's just a matter of, I guess, what your definition of wildlife is. And I find that lots of insects will use, I mean, even just a little boulevard that's just a little strip of grass. I mean, you'd be amazed for instance, how like in Duluth, there's the Lake Walk, which is a large path, paved path, and next to that paved path is a little strip of grass. Well, that whole area is adjacent to Lake Superior, which is a part of the flyway for birds moving up and down the shore in the fall. So that little strip of grass that's probably half as wide as this table, oftentimes in the fall is full of warblers and sparrows. I've seen Lapland longspurs and chipping sparrows and all kinds of seed-eating birds that will use what looks like just a lawn or some grass. And they absolutely depend on that little strip as they're moving up and down the shore. And so it really depends on what you consider to be habitat. Because if you look closely enough, you'd be amazed at how many creatures use the tiniest little thing. And for me, that little strip of grass that's 2 feet wide along the lake walk in Duluth is a perfect example of what may just look like nothing provides a lot of seed and food for migrating songbirds. So
Scott, you've got your hand up.
I think my comments were just taken from me by the comments that were just made. I took the opportunity after yesterday's conversation to look at the Parks and Trails funds and types of grants that are made. And they are for, picnic benches and trails and a lot of hardscape and a lot of park development. So I'd encourage everyone to go and take a look. It's not for the kinds of habitat restoration, landscape sorts of interventions that this council funds. So, and I would, again, I don't think it's any secret. This council and everyone, the vast majority of folks who come to this council looking for funds are very, very much dominated by the sporting groups, around hunting and fishing. And so the large, popular species are the only things that are thought of as wildlife and worthy of habitat kinds of restoration and interventions and preservation and the like. So, I am absolutely sensitive to, those instances where agencies, they have their job, which is to go get some money to do their program. They have accountabilities up the chain, all the way up to their elected bodies. And so, I keep a very close eye when a proposal seems to have been retrofitted to appeal to, the kinds of funds, for example, that this council would give out. And so, I pay pretty close attention to that because, I run into that all the time as a legislator. And so I think it's a worthwhile discussion. It's very similar to the kinds of head scratching we were doing around, is this habitat or is this clean water? And now I raised the issue, is this habitat or is it a road improvement? Or is this habitat or is it a flood project? So, we should raise these questions all the time and look with a really sharp eye at these proposals and really ask ourselves what they're for. But to dismiss something because it isn't in the right place or it's not of the right size or it doesn't support the kind of animals that turn us on, I think is a mistake on our part and goes against what exactly our task is. I do buy in to the idea too that we do need to be somewhat even-handed. This is all going to tilt towards greater Minnesota. I get it, but we do need to keep an eye on where these resources are spent so that we're not overly tilting ourselves in a way that A, we make a mistake in terms of tending to the legacy that we've been entrusted, and B, we're not serving the public who is paying the way here. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Jamie?
Just one more comment on that and good discussion on the qualitative values of the projects. The one thing I was looking at specifically for that project was just the cost per acre of the habitat restoration. So what I see is $25,000 per acre for buckthorn removal. And that seems high to me compared to some of the other projects that we're looking at for habitat restoration and enhancement. So I'm taking that into consideration as well as part of that project proposal, regardless of its location.
I just have one more point to add to this. One of the pieces in looking at the projects that I think about a lot is the longevity of that investment. So if we invest money in something, are we going to have to come back and spend that money again in 2 to 3 years? And so that was my question about some of the buckthorn removal was, do we feel like this is really going to make a difference? Or is this just in a spot that's going to get closed in again in a couple of years? And it's not that it's not important work, because that invasive species work needs to happen. The point of this fund is to try to create a legacy for the future and as far into the future as we can. And it's a big pot of money that you don't typically, a lot of states are very jealous of what we've got here to invest in the future. So it's one of the things that all of this is a balance, right? Like trying to achieve a balance of different aspects of what we need in the state, both urban and rural projects. But something I think about a lot too is the longevity of the work.
So I have a couple of comments. One is we need to think as we're doing this allocation about the roving crews, because we moved roving crews from a multi-proposal regional or multi-year regional ask embedded in other projects into a standalone project. And if we don't think about fully funding the standalone project, we're going to cut the roving crews that we have seen the work at. And we need to address how we're going to do that. Because we've all seen, almost all of us have been out and seen the work that the roving crews are doing. And we essentially moved them to this place. We don't want to cut them off at the knees by not funding what we asked them to do, which in the past they were making it work, but it was more cumbersome. We've made it more direct, and now the consequence of not funding it is worse for them because they don't have the buffer that they used to have. So I just ask you, when you're doing the allocation, and if you still buy that the roving crews are good, as painful as it's going to be, you probably ought to think about fully funding it. And as long as I'm chair, the chair's recommendation is probably going to take away from something else that you might do if we don't do that when I come back to you with a recommendation. Because I think that's kind of the implied deal we made with DNR over the roving crews. So you can always tell me I'm wrong, but I just want, and it's fine. I want to put it out there.
I'm with you. I'm of the opinion it's something that we have to fully fund. We kind of took ownership of it. And unless we're not happy with what's been delivered, and I haven't heard any comment, I'm assuming it's one of the few projects that is likely to get fully funded going forward, but it needs to be mentioned.
That's
It
why I'm
needs to
bringing
be
it up,
mentioned.
and you can think about it.
Yeah, I
We will
agree.
undoubtedly talk about it some more.
I agree.
I also what I think I heard in the IDP discussion was if we didn't fund it in the initial recommendations that we come out, because it is buried in every project, but we directed once we do our initial allocation that all of the project money that has IDP in it pours into that pot, that it would work instead of us trying to figure out how to not fund something and fund something else in terms of IDP, but I might have gotten that wrong.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, Ron originally said it went over his head. It went over mine as well. So my question is, could you explain what IDP is and how that all works?
So if there is a survey for historic purposes on a piece of property. The state controls that. But if Ducks Unlimited is going to dig up a wetland, they've got to do this analysis. The state does it for Ducks Unlimited. Ducks Unlimited then pays for it out of their appropriation. And it's called IDP.
Which stands for,
Initial development plan.
one more time,
Initial development plan.
initial development plan.
So,
Okay.
and this is, it is so confusing.
Hmm.
But I guess what I'm saying is, I think we could not fund the proposal that was submitted to us, but when we get to the allocation, have a discussion about having every project manager contribute the IDP that's buried in their proposal to fund what we heard. Instead of trying to figure out how to not double fund in this round. And then going forward, part of our instruction could be no IDP costs in any proposal, that there be an independent expenditure to DNR to cover all of those costs as a way of building out of it, but doing it both ways at the same time seems troublesome.
What happens if it doesn't come back at the same number?
Just kidding. No, no, I actually thought about it. So if we use the 6% number and it doesn't come back that the IDP is fully covered, we could fund and have a balance of 5.9 and probably fund it.
I'm sorry, can I just offer some clarity to this, I hope?
Sure.
When the council makes their funding recommendations, every project will give given a dollar amount. Okay, if the council decides to fund the IDP as it was presented today fully, then when managers do their budgets, they would be instructed, they don't have to put any money in those budget items. If you would like a report of how much their ask was versus how much are in those two budget items as a percentage of their ask, that's a pretty easy thing that we can pull out of the system and provide you guys. But it will kind of automatically take care of itself. When the manager gets their recommendation amount from you guys, they just won't have dollar amounts in those budgets.
But we have to cut, if we fully fund it, we have to cut 674,000 out of our allocation for all of the projects, not knowing which have IDP buried in them or not.
Right, so as it's 600,000 out of 140 million, it's kind of like pocket change. It'll just kind of
Well,
happen on its own,
It is unless you don't get it.
but it'll be automatically reflected when they submit their revised budgets based on that
Yeah, they're
allocation.
gonna spend the money somewhere else, which wasn't our intention. Those that had IDP will have a gain, and those that don't are gonna be shortchanged.
When folks get an allocation recommendation, sometimes they have to shuffle things around, sometimes they shuffle priorities and their budget shifts sometimes can be pretty dramatic anyways. If you think a percentage would be a tool that will help you guys, I think that's a pretty easy thing to pull out.
I was gonna say the other thing this is Mark for the record, for those one or two people listening. The other thing to remember is that even the $600 and some figure, $600 some $1,000 figure is a guess, an estimate of what they think could happen based on current acquisitions and so on. So that could be a different number besides. There could be the other thought of looking at it in arrears. So next year, making an allocation for the previous year's expenses, but that might get some problem with fiscal years with DNR and their SWIFT accounting. So never mind, I said that.
I think one thing I struggle with is that not all proposals include it, right? There's 7 NGOs, there's more partners than 7, there's 47 accounts, there's more than 47 projects. And so some include it, some don't, and how we go forward with it. The one thing I was going to propose before, but I wanted to kind of think through it a little bit more is maybe this year we make a decision on whether or not it should be pulled out. And then for next year, and then future years, and then in future years, people that are submitting proposals can decide whether they would need to include it or not include it. For this year, it kind of feels like we're still, one, we don't completely understand it. And two, kind of behind the eight ball a bit with some people already including it in their proposals.
I don't think this is the last discussion we're gonna have about IDP. So, allocate as you feel appropriate, and we'll have another discussion. Because this is not simple. I did want to point out that with regard to the restoration evaluations, I didn't get the answer I was looking for, that things have changed. I got the answer that new information was distributed as a result of the evaluation. So I'm just telling you, we heard statutorily, we have to allocate 1/10 of 1%. That's 149,000, not 200,000. And that's what you'll see on my allocation. Because I didn't hear what I was hoping to hear, which was, yeah, we discovered that this was a bad practice, and we spanked some hands and told people to do it different, and we got to change, and things are going much better. That's what I think our restoration evaluation should give us, is not to be punitive, but to truly change what's happening in a positive way, because good practices are highlighted and bad practices are also highlighted, not to punish, but to learn from, and I just didn't hear it. So I'm just passing that along.
Jamie Swenson, I appreciate that. I was looking at the same thing. In 7 years, the amount doubled. And I don't have my brain fully wrapped around what that all entails, but simple math, did the number of projects double, the number of evaluations doubled? No.
It would
And
be
so,
based on the budget.
yeah, trying to understand that was what I was going to do too. So I appreciate that additional insight.
And I was wondering, all these other organizations are getting that service as well. What were they paying compared to what we were being asked?
That's what I wondered too.
I should have asked that question. I did not. I like your solution there, Dave. It's the 10%.
1/10 of 1%. 1%. We started a discussion about neonicotinoids yesterday. Josh thought we shouldn't ask that of people. It was interesting to me that Pheasants Forever has it as a policy not to use neonicotinoids in their restorations. And one of the things that was interesting, somewhere it was referred to as using best management practices when doing restorations in one of the proposals. So I had Mark look up what are best management practices, which are silent on neonicotinoids, which I thought was interesting. And I suggested to Mark, maybe it would be interesting to have the DNR come in and talk about best management practices with regard to neonicotinoids on restorations or potential future restorations and food plots. Can you imagine, we've got the DNR doing food plots, if they're using neonicotinoids on food plots on land we purchased in perpetuity, that's probably not what we were thinking was the best thing possible. So I think it would be great to continue that discussion to perhaps when we redo our call for proposals, to mention that we're going to take a little closer look at neonicotinoids in proposals, and it might influence, maybe we even score it so it's visible in some way on the proposal. And there may be other issues like that we'll want to consider when we redo the call and how to score it. And thinking about that issue.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Rob Eklund, for the two people listening. Is that what you said, Mark? I am looking forward to the discussion on neonicotinoids. I think it's something that has been too long ignored and needs to happen. Just a word of caution after sitting through some legislators disdain with any kind of land purchases. I'll wait till we talk about neonicotinoids. It's going to be, you'll get some real interesting. We'll get some as a council, we'll get some real interesting feedback from some members of the legislature. But when there's neonicotinoids in virtually every deer spleen in the state of Minnesota that's been looked at, and we've got a real issue. And I think it's something on these restoration and habitat projects that we got to take a real serious look at. Yeah.
Thank you, Dave, for pushing that. I'm old enough to remember Rachel Carson, and I was at Iowa State University as a fish and wildlife student journalist combination, and we started finding robins fluttering on the ground of the campus. Some dead, some still fluttering. And as being fish and wildlife interested students, we'd pick up the carcasses and take them to the lab. And we were picking up a lot of robins, and they got sent to a laboratory, and it came back that they were full of methoxychlor, which was a chemical. The University of Minnesota, Iowa State University, the ag school in the world, was spraying Dutch elm disease to prevent, to save the elms, but the methoxychlor was falling to the ground, killing the campus robins. That's what, and we haven't learned our lessons. That's, I guess, what my message is. We're still putting stuff out there. We don't have a clue what it's doing. And when it was part of my research, they found a dead polar bear. They checked its tissue from the Arctic Circle, and it had chemicals from an Iowa cornfield. How in the hell it got up there, we don't know, and we don't know about these chemicals today. How does every deer in Minnesota suddenly have this stuff? Never seen a cornfield. So I didn't mean to preach, but it's an old story.
Back to DDT.
Mark wants everyone to know that Nelson Slough project came back and said, yeah, after thinking about it, we might be able to scale. And there's a note in your email to that effect. So I encourage everyone to read the note. But
I have a question.
Somebody listen, yes.
And it's not anything to do with anything we talked about here, but reimbursement. I still have not been reimbursed for our July meeting. I'm still waiting on the check. Is anybody else? And
Mr. Chair, members, fiscal has had those for a while. I'm not, once they're to fiscal, they're out of my hands, but I can certainly check with fiscal and circle back and
That would
figure
be
out
great.
what's the deal.
Dudley would appreciate that, and probably some others, because I don't think we just picked on you. Other thoughts, comments? This has been a great discussion. I mean, it's so nice to have this discussion. And I appreciate everyone hanging in till the end. You have until when to get your allocations in?
A week from Monday.
A week from Monday. You have a spreadsheet. You can not do it the way Tom is indicating. It's serious business. It is fine to not fund something or to fully fund something. You don't have to make everybody get something or try to make it completely fair. Do what your heart tells you is the right decision, given the 149,000 you've got. And we'll get together and the chairs will provide a recommendation and the rationale for it. And then we'll have a discussion as to whether or not that's a good recommendation or not. And we will do the best we can. But it's not that it can't be questioned and changed. And it'll be interesting to see how everyone individually takes the information we've gotten here and makes those allocation decisions. And I frankly trust this group to make great decisions based on the information you've got. And this is a great group working together. And I thank everybody for participating fully and being interested and taking this as seriously as you do.
And I would add that our record before the lawmakers is a big feather in our hat for us to send recommendations, and they're literally unchanged when they come out of the session, which shows respect by our lawmakers, because they do have the final word, that we have seriously considered all these projects. And like I said, it's a feather in our hat. I still hope to get our two gubernatorial candidates on record saying that they will not allow any legislators to change our recommendations, which is what we've done in the past.
We're gonna work on that.
Yeah, we'll
Thank
work
you.
on that.
Any other final comments from anyone? Again, thanks to staff for getting us to this point. We would not be here without your support, hard work. You know, it is truly amazing as I go around the state and the country to think that we are allocating $150 million a year with a staff of 4 and a little support from DNR to manage the payment process. You know, McKnight Foundation doesn't give away 100 million a year, and they got a staff of 30. I don't know what it is, and I don't mean that they're not doing a great job at all, but we are incredibly efficient at what we're doing. And this staff needs to feel proud of that work.
I like to tell the Blanton Foundation the same thing.
With that, we're adjourned. Thank you all.
Thank you. Yeah, thanks, Joe. Thanks, Mark. Thanks, Sandy. Thanks, Amanda.